fuck things up.
Yeah. When are you dropping the Horseman this week, by the way?
What's that?
When are you dropping your podcast this week, the Horseman?
Tomorrow. It was supposed to be tonight, but obviously not. It was supposed to be tonight.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Actually, guys, don't say anything for a second. We're just checking the audio. Don't say anything for a second. We're just checking the audio. Don't say anything for a second. We're just checking the audio. Ooh. 1 second. Ooh. 1 second. Yeah,
You know
we got some reverb going here. We got some
Who's the issue?
going here.
Who's the issue? Dylan, do you know what the Dylan, do you know what the Notre Dame Michigan spread is right now, off the top of your head?
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5 for you guys?
2.5.
Yeah, we can hear you. 2.5. 2.5 ND in Ann Arbor.
No, 2.5 Michigan at home. No.
Are you kidding me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yep, sounds good.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, Michigan's favored.
Okay, well, that's okay. Well, I didn't need more justification to do the thing I was already going to do, but I have more justification to do the thing I was already going to do. And yes, I'm betting Michigan. I'm betting against Michigan. To be clear, I'm betting on.
I'm gonna let that line hit 3 before I bet.
I don't know if it's going to.
Oh, I think we're getting an echo. Can someone try to listen to the stream for a second? We're still setting this up here, so. Someone go to the stream.
I'm just muted. It wasn't me.
Can you hear an echo or not?
I didn't hear anything. I went on mute for a minute. The echo go away then.
All right. Well, someone go on the Twitch stream and see.
My laptop is currently restarting because of course it is.
Dylan,
Okay.
where's Dylan?
That's fine. Dylan, you are currently muted. Just FYI.
I'm watching the stream. Do you guys want to say something?
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep. Testing. We're just doing audio checks, guys. Don't worry. Everything good, Dylan?
Sounds decent.
Are there any echoes or?
It's hard because I'm hearing you and then I'm hearing like the delay on the actual stream.
Take your mute the computer then. And then just listen to the stream itself. Answer my questions from there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Any echo?
No, I don't hear any.
All right. Good. I think we're good then. All right, guys. Everybody looks good. I think stream health is looking good. First votes are starting to come in now.
They should be coming in about 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, it's still a little bit longer, so we're just getting set up here.
Well, that's actually when, to be fair, that's when the polls close. By the way, I made this point to some people, but like the first polling places are generally the smallest polling places. The smallest polling places are usually in the more remote areas.
Yes, we're not going to call a conservative majority just because they have a slight lead in like a Newfoundland riding.
Here's the thing: like if they randomly take a lead in like Avalon or something, that doesn't necessarily mean shit.
Yeah, I think they were pretty uniform the last time, though. I think. Anyway, so guys, I see a couple viewers in the stream. We're just setting up right now. We got a couple minutes until the polls close. Anybody have any questions, comments? Make yourself known. We're going to be getting results here any minute now. Polls close in 3 minutes. We got
in Newfoundland. In Newfoundland, polls in Atlantic Canada, polls in the rest of Atlantic Canada close at 7:30 Eastern. Everything else 9:30 or 10.
So we're gonna have a big gap there between.
Yeah, that's when we'll do all the preview stuff.
Yeah.
Always good to have a show. Always good to have a show meeting at the same time as. Always good to have a show meeting while people are watching.
And then everything else. Everything else ends at 9:30, right? Everything closes at 9:30.
Except BC, which closes at 10.
Okay, well, close enough. But no, we got lots of good stuff here. We're gonna have live writing results. We've got the CBC YouTube stream off in the corner. So if anything breaking happens, if we cut to a leader resigning or something, we can get that up pretty quickly. So
we will not be doing that. We will not be showing. We will not be doing that because I don't want to have to listen to these people.
Well, we'll see. But yeah, all right. So in the chat, guys, what are we thinking of? No one's saying anything in the chat yet. What are we thinking for the projection tonight, guys? Are we calling? What do you guys want to call? What's your projection?
200 watch. It's coming true.
Well, we'll see. We'll know soon, honestly.
I mean, we'll know, and I mean, here's the thing. Like, so last time I got really lucky making a projection off of the Atlantic. Yeah, we're dead. I'm gonna get that lucky again. Twitch.tv. It's twitch.tv/LeanTossup, right?
Yep. So,
okay.
The thing I'm looking at right off the bat here is we're going to be looking at St. John's East. I mean, obviously we're going to be looking at the rest of the island too, but if we see some like liberal leads, if we see a conservative lead in the rest of the island, that, I mean, deeper in than just a couple polls. If we see a conservative lead after,
if the conservatives win a seat in Newfoundland, they're gonna have a very good night.
Yes, I think that's kind of true.
Okay, but before we do this, we should introduce the third member of our team tonight. They'll be coming in and out with commentary. Thank you to our good friend and former podcast guest, Dylan. Oh God, I almost called you Dylan Hutton. Dylan Fenton, how are you? Joining us from Montreal.
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, we've wanted you on since that podcast went so well. It's gonna be fun, I hope. LeanTossup has projected a strong liberal minority government, 7 seats short of the majority threshold. We have that as a 49.2% chance of happening. We have a liberal majority at 39.4%. Combined, that is an 89 or 88.6, if you want to be particular, percent chance that the Liberals are the largest party coming into this election, either in majority or minority. The Conservatives have, therefore, an 11.4% chance of having the most seats. Most of that is in a minority. There are some few situations whereby they could get a majority government that would involve a polling miss of an epic proportion. Newfoundland has, the polls have closed in Newfoundland. We are waiting for the results in the, oh God, here, help me, 7 electoral districts that make up Newfoundland and Labrador?
Sounds about right. St. John's East, St. John's South, Avalon, Bonavista, Coast of Bays, Long Range Mountains, and Labrador. That adds up to 7, correct?
7.
So we are waiting.
The Liberals won. Obviously, the Liberals won 7 last time. They won all 7 seats in Newfoundland. They won all 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. If the Liberals keep their 7, then they're probably going to win majority government again. If they win St. John's East, that means they're having a very good night, or the NDP are having a very bad night, and I don't necessarily think that would bode well for the Liberals. I don't think it would bode well for the opposition. We have 0 seats in. We have 0 votes counted. We probably won't have votes counted for like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna wait a bit. So I'll talk a little bit what I'm looking at right here in the early polling here. So I'm specifically going to be looking at St. John's East and St. John's South. So St. John's East was actually the closest Atlantic race. So I mean, everybody knows back to 2015, basically exactly 4 years ago, we all saw a red wave, and it started in the east. And it came all the way through. It crashed into Ontario, Quebec, Ontario, and then all the way carried the Liberals to majority government. So St. John's East was actually the closest seat in the Atlantic. They only won it by a very, very small margin. Actually, if we go to the riding map here.
There's about 600 votes from memory. I want to say 605.
Yes. So basically, this has forever been a safe NDP pickup in our projections. We've pretty much always had this as an NDP pickup. Provincially, there was a Newfoundland provincial election, which again, not necessarily the best, but again, somewhat informative when we're just making ad hoc comparisons. The NDP probably won this riding. I think it's hard to say exactly because of where the provincial.
I mean, they
boundaries
won.
are,
Here's the thing: the NDP won the two provincial seats that make up the federal district of St. John's East.
yes.
Um,
So they
at the provincial election. So
yeah. So they
for
did
your mileage may vary on how much that matters, but it did happen.
yeah.
And previous incumbent Jack Harris is recontesting in St. John's East.
Yes.
A rematch of the 2015 race between Liberal Nick Whalen and Jack Harris. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have this as a particularly close race. We have this as like it's a 20-point blowout here actually, 49 to 30, 30.8. The interesting thing though, and the one I'm going to really look at is St. John's South, Mount Pearl. So as everybody knows, we put out riding projections, and also Keto Maggie at Main Street Research and Ecos put out projections. Main Street had St. John's South, Mount Pearl, as an NDP pickup. Now, that's interesting because again, we've all kind of agreed on St. John's East, but St. John's South is kind of new. Our model has that as an 11-point Liberal lead. So if we're starting to see evidence of the NDP gaining seats tonight, we're going to see it here. It's going to be St. John's East and St. John's South. That's where we're going to see it. So if they win St. John's East, again, probably going to be fine. If they start winning St. John's South, then maybe the NDP could snatch a couple of random seats. That's the thing. The Conservatives are not projected to win literally anything, or even come remotely close to winning anything in Newfoundland here. But again, here, if they won one, that would be great for them. That's a swing of that's a really good swing for them. And even just a random pickup, like if they win nothing except for one, that's fine. But again, Newfoundland is a very liberal province. Stephen Harper did not do very well here, even when he won his majority. So we're not expecting things. But again, you know what? Election night, you have no idea what's going to happen, right? So we still have no votes in yet. We're still waiting on it. Anything you want to add, Dylan or Matt? Evan?
Could we get some final projections from all of us here right before results start coming in? Just a shot in the dark number.
I'm gonna step in front of the bus and say Liberals get above 170 seats.
Wow.
I assume Rob's just gonna default to the model.
Yeah, I'm take the model. I don't want to go much past the model. I mean, again, I made the model. The thing is, I think there's a lot of variance in there too. Like, I definitely think a majority is possible. I'm definitely not writing off a majority. But I mean, like, I need to see more evidence of a majority first. Like, I want to see, like, if the Liberals win St. John's East, then like I'm gonna start thinking about it, right? Like, I mean, that's an indication that the NDP are gonna underperform, and that's a lot more districts in play, right? So I'm gonna go with minority for now, but if I start seeing a couple of seats flipping that I don't think should be flipping, then I'm gonna be a lot more aggressive on there. Again, we're gonna be looking here with like St. John's East, and there's a couple more in New Brunswick that we could look at.
We'll get to the rest of the rest of Atlantic Canada soon, as the polls are closing there in 25 minutes. Excuse me, Dylan. What are you doing? You haven't stepped in front of the bus yet.
Yeah, I feel like it's like such a hopeless task to try to get it like you're wrong no matter what, because we just don't know what's going to happen tonight. I actually just tweeted out my seat projections. I think the Liberals are going to win 158. I think it'll be a little bit less than the model thinks, but it'll still be, I think, strongly ahead of what the rest of the pack have projected.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you like absolutely. You're still one of the most aggressive predictions so far. So you're still substantially above market on Liberal chances. I will say Avalon. I do believe one of our competitors, friendly competitors, obviously. We're a fan of all the aggregators. I do believe Canadian Election Watcher has Avalon as a very slight Tory pickup tonight. So maybe he's right about that one, and that would suggest a sort of tied outcome if the Tories were to make a run at Avalon. Although I don't see it in the slightest.
Who has that?
CW, Canadian Election Watch. Watcher. I don't remember.
That must be off provincial data then.
I think it's to do. I honestly don't know what's going on there, and I don't really want to get into explaining other people's things.
No, I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's an interesting call. I mean, we'll have to see. Again, we'll obviously be watching it, but again, a pickup in Avalon could be an indication that the Conservatives are going to overperform. Yeah, that sounds. That's about right. Still no votes in yet. We're still waiting on votes. Anything So Dylan, you are projecting. Well, your call is the Liberals are going to win more seats. Do you think? So like, is that sufficiently team chaos for you, or do you want more team chaos?
Um, no, I think the only situation it's Team Chaos is if they need either the bloc or a three-party coalition with the NDP and Greens, because anything safely liberal, where they could reach 170 with the NDP is not really Team Chaos at all. For those just checking in, Team Chaos is something that I'm like the founder and president of. It's just any kind of chaos or anarchy that kind of leaves everyone upset. um, I would say just check me out on Twitter, DillyDilly97. I'm posting my thoughts there. But I think a strong liberal minority is probably the most likely outcome tonight, assuming liberal voters kind of vote as the way the polls see it. But I don't think that would be Team Chaos. Team Chaos to me would be a true hung parliament where we don't know who's going to get to 170 or with what party combinations. I'd also like to just throw it out there that Milton Watch is definitely a thing tonight. We're going to be looking at, or I will be at least, the seat in Milton, Ontario. And
it won't just be you. It won't just be you. It'll be literally everybody with internet connection in
yeah,
Canada.
Yeah, that's going
I
to be a
know
big one
this
tonight.
one has a special. This one's a special one in my heart. So
Actually, I was remembering back to that today. Did I call Milton in the first podcast?
You called it as seat to watch. You didn't call it as liberal
Okay,
win or
no,
anything,
that's
but you
fair.
did
Yeah, I
call
said
yeah. No, me and you both wrote. Me and you both either wrote or said Milton has a very plausible to possible liberal pickup if things went well for them. Still no results in. I'm not going to be tweeting very much tonight. Don't expect my Twitter feed to be meaningful. All my commentary will be here. Thank you to the, as of like 45 seconds ago, when I checked, 45 or 15 people watching right now on Twitch. We appreciate you. We especially appreciate the fact that you are watching this when nothing is happening.
Yeah, I mean, we got some user questions here, viewer questions if we want to say. So, Compulsive Gamer says, "Let's do it, boys." Jacob here on the old YouTube Twitch.
Shout out to fellow University of Ottawa classmate of mine, Jacob. I will tell a funny story about him in a minute.
Okay, and he also just sent a heart. T.S. Love Story said, "If Liberals don't hold St. John South, even 160 seems out of reach. Ne sais pas."
That would be correct.
I definitely somewhat agree with that. I don't think.
Because here's the thing. If they lose St. John South Mount Pearl, then they're definitely losing at least 3 other seats that we have. Like, they're definitely losing 2 other seats that we currently have as Liberal in Atlantic Canada. So even if the swing is concentrated into Atlantic Canada, they would need to then have Quebec go really good for them in a way that I wouldn't bet on right now, especially given that Frank Graves is the only one to really show the Liberals doing exceptionally well in Quebec right now.
But again, I still think that's kind of the. See, that's the thing, right? I mean, like, we don't know. Quebec is kind of a black box at this point. Like, we don't know what Quebec is going to say.
Yeah.
We'll know soon. We're going to know really soon. But
so can somebody effort this? Does the Gaspé seat actually does the one seat in Quebec that border, like the one that's right on top of New Brunswick, when do the polls close there? Because I feel like in 2015 some of those polling places closed early before 9:30.
Well, we'll know
I
soon.
can answer that one.
You can?
Yeah, I lived there on the New Brunswick side of things. And I can't say for sure when the polls close, but I know it is the time zone that Quebec is in as a whole. It's Eastern time, so I would imagine that the results will come in at 9:30.
I'm pretty sure before I went into scrutineer in 2015 that we saw a 33rd seat result. But if somebody can Google that, or somebody in the chat can tell us that would be greatly appreciated. The funny story about Jacob is that Jacob and I were together on election night last 4 years ago. Last time when Justin Trudeau won, we were scrutineering for the Liberals in Ottawa West Nepean, and we went to the Burger King in that bit of Ottawa to watch the Atlantic results come in, because we were sick of knocking on doors that nobody was answering. And the funny thing about it was, the good thing was that somebody asked me, one of the people who was with us that night asked me basically what I thought the NDP number would be based on the situation that the Liberals, based on the Atlantic swing, and I said they were going to get 42 seats that night. They ended up on 44, so I feel very good about that prediction. Doubt I would be able to get that lucky again 2 times in a row. So we'll see if I make any predictions based on the Atlantic results. But yeah.
I didn't know we had a fellow U Ottawa alum in our chat.
Yeah, no, poli sci, same year as us. Pretty sure it's
Really?
poli sci, Matt. Yeah, yeah, no, I met him through the UOIL in 2015.
Yes.
Yes,
That's a very culty club.
I am gonna straight no comment that just because I don't, just in case somebody from the UOIL is listening right now, and if you are, welcome. But yes,
Go GG's.
um, yeah. Did we win the game, by the way?
We did,
Did
yes.
we? No, we did. Nice. I did not watch because I have more self-respect than this.
Oh,
I came down from Montreal to storm the field.
Yeah, I know.
we have the first poll result here on the on the CTV on the global feed. Sorry, so it's one out of 231 polls from Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. The Conservatives are leading 20 votes to 7 votes to one in the NDP. So like clearly this could be a blue wave, guys. No, I mean the
We
thing
can
is
just call
it's
we can just call it now. I mean, here's the thing. Again, what did I say?
super
Very
early.
small
Yeah,
polling places, remote polling places. Like this happens all the time.
yeah,
We shouldn't be worried. That's Scott Sims' seat, and if Scott Sims manages to lose in this election, then I will like eat a hat or something.
yeah.
It's
No,
funny.
this is super early. Yeah, go ahead.
I had to do a an actual essay in political science about MPs' representation styles, and Scott Skims was one of the people in the book. So that's the only attachment I have to this area. I don't know too much about this. I'm assuming we were expecting a big liberal win.
Scott Sims won the seat in 2011, which should tell you exactly how much liberals should win this by. Um, I would not worry if I'm a liberal right now. I just no.
Yeah, no. Again, super early.
There
Literally,
were what? There were what? 28. There were what? 28 vote cast in
yeah.
that polling place. That is the exact kind of thing we should not be overreacting to.
No, I know we're not doing anything yet. We're still looking here. But yeah, so
I'm
that's the
I'm
first votes.
I am seeking to tell people. I am seeking to remind people in the chat and people listening to me right now, as opposed to the three of us, because I know that we're not going to be stupid about it. My God. Okay. We're just waiting on that one result. Still have nothing from the other 6 seats. Um, Labrador is interesting for that too because it's such a wide, disparate populace that, and Peter Panashway did win it in 2011, slightly, maybe potentially illegally, given some very, very illegal, undisclosed in-kind donations to the Panashway campaign. But they did win it at one point. So the Liberals might. If you saw a pocket of conservative support come in first, that wouldn't shock you in any way.
No, yeah. So Labrador was a somewhat interesting seat. I think what happened. Yeah, didn't one of each party win this in the provincial level and that provincial election?
The Liberals won 2 seats
That's
there.
right.
Two of the
Yes.
four, the Conservatives won one. The NDP won one.
Mm-hmm. Two of the four. Yeah. So, should be a liberal seat. But
Yvonne,
again,
if Yvonne Jones, if Yvonne Jones loses, I would be somewhere between surprised and shocked. I think.
yeah. Again, we only have one poll in right now, so literally one of 200 polls in that riding specifically. So, nothing's coming up.
This is why we need Elections Canada to booth match the swings, so we can see whether or not this is a massive change in that polling place or if it's par for the course. They do it in Australia. Like we really should be able to do this, guys. But you
I have a
so
I have a question for you.
mhm. which you
It was you, Evan,
okay.
but I suppose it's for both of you. Do you think perhaps a very prominent economist from the University of British Columbia will be watching us tonight?
I have no idea if he is, but if he is, Kevin Milligan, I know you've been a big fan of the site recently, and we do appreciate your shouting out both a piece of mine and a piece of Robert's in the last week of the campaign. Um, yeah, no. If anybody, yeah, if you're watching, do pop in the chat and do say hi.
You guys
Big fan of your
appreciate
work.
it. I'm really jealous. I hate it.
So we've got some. Oh, I'm just gonna do some tweets right now because we've got some time to kill. So the
Liberals
Beaverton.
flip that seat, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, red wave, guys. It's over.
Big shock. It's almost as if this was eminently predictable.
72 votes. They are now winning by 20 votes. So, and look, the Liberals are at 61%. And if you look at our federal map, in Newfoundland that's actually overperforming. So yeah. No, just read some tweets off here. The Beaverton on Twitter right now, it says, "Are you one of the
Nope, nope,
30?"
nope, 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 nope,
No.
nope, 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 nope. Skip it. Skip the Beaverton.
Okay.
I'm out on the Beaverton.
Nick Kuvelis
And a
said.
Beaverton fan?
No.
Nick Kuvelis on Twitter said CPC conservatives sweeping Newfoundland, but that's already stopped. So.
So you're quoting me. You're quoting me the Beaverton and Cuvelis. Wow, are you just trying to get me to quit on air tonight?
What else are we gonna do right now? Like, what are we supposed to do? There's like 2 polls in.
Dylan, do you
Liberals
want to
up at
talk
2
about?
now.
Oh, nice. That'll come in moment. Yep, just saw it on the feed.
Yeah, I'm watching on TV, so I'm a headache.
And the other ones, yep, 2 more ridings are in now. So
I'm watching on YouTube.
Bonavista Liberals with a healthy 10-ish, 9 vote margin there with 1 to 260 reporting, and
That's
long range.
which Bonavista is that Judy Footsold's seat?
Yeah, well, probably she's
3.
not. Yep, 3, and then
3
there's
Liberals.
that, and then Long Range Mountain's pretty close right now. It's a 4 vote lead for Liberal, but again, only 1 to 250 reporting, so not a big. Again, super early there. Can't really draw many conclusions from just one poll. But again, none of these are expected to be conservative. Conservatives vaguely overperforming now, but not really. Like, we're still super early. These are mostly small rural polls.
Yeah, these are not the these are small rural polls, but they are also small rural, like they're the rural ridings in
Newfoundland.
In Nova Scotia, they are not the they're in Newfoundland. They are not the St. John's polls.
Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? I mean, like, if you have a polling place, like, let's look at this one here in the Long Range Mountains, right? This is 68 votes. Like, how many people showed up there today? Right? Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, how many votes do they actually have to count? Like, they probably shut down at 7:00, quick tally, and then, like, George just punched it in, called up Elections Canada. Like, this is the thing. Like, it's a very small, very local ride. Like, very small, very local. Probably just a small city
that's
somewhere.
that's why these polling places that's why these polling places are just quicker to do, just because there are just less votes.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who has scrutineered multiple elections before, like, the bigger the polling place, it's just longer before you get the results in, because it's harder to scrutineer 250 votes than 50.
Mm-hmm. For sure. What else?
I gotta say, CBC's got a real star-studded cast tonight.
I mean, they have too many people. They just have too many damn people on the panel.
They put CNN panels to shame.
I mean, the thing they need to do is they need to do the boxes with everybody's head.
No, I hate that. That's dumb.
No, well, it's hilarious. By the way, we will have updates on Monday Night Football for people, because I'm double screening, and I'm double screening with football.
And that has not started yet, I believe. It will be the Patriots.
It's another hour. It's Patriots Jets.
Patriots.
And guess what? The Patriots are going to win by 50.
For tonight.
Yeah, exactly. The hashtag content that people require. I mean, is that or I talk about golf? What would you rather, Dylan?
Well, who's going to score more points? Are the Bloc going to win more seats, or the Patriots going to score more points? That's the question.
Patriots points.
I mean, again, they only have an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, Dylan, what would you prefer I talk about to fill the time right now, as we're waiting for more results than the 3 seats that we currently have? What would you rather I talk about, football or golf? Because it's really your choice.
Football's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you would prefer to avoid my golf talk.
We have more votes. We are getting some votes in from Labrador Peninsula, and
4
Liberals.
for 4 so far?
Yep, 4 for 4, and the Liberals have a 2-vote lead over the NDP.
8-6.
8-6-4 to the Conservatives are in third in Labrador.
Okay, well,
that's the whole town, right?
The Conservatives.
Oh,
the Conservatives are. Damn it! Stop stepping on my jokes.
Sorry, we have votes in Avalon now. Liberals blowing it out with surprisingly only 1 poll in, 55-29. So.
That one. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm not actually going to say it, but like, that one feels vaguely
done.
On.
That feels done. I mean, like, we're seeing 1 poll, and this is looking pretty done. So again, early.
I will say the Liberal MP, the former Liberal MP, was one of the 2 Liberals booted from caucus over allegations against, over allegations made by female NDP MPs against them. The Liberal, I think, got the ex-Liberal running as an independent got, I think, 19% of the vote. So if a lot of those votes were sort of Liberals or sort of lean Liberal votes, then Avalon being red makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and we got a really important race update right now. St. John's East, Mount Pearl, Liberal, Seamus O'Regan. That is Seamus O'Regan's seat. He is winning
St. John's South.
Sorry.
St. John's South Mount Pearl. You
Sorry.
said St. John's East Mount Pearl.
Sorry, St. John's South Mount Pearl. Seamus Reagan is up 47-23 over his NDP challenger. So, one of 185 polls reporting. I mean, we'll see. It's a long way to go there, but pretty good sign early for the Liberals there. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty good sign.
I have a question for you guys because you know the numbers. What are we expecting for vote share? Like, what looks good for the Liberals or for the Conservatives in Newfoundland?
Well, I mean, we do have the model.
I think something like So we were going to do this earlier, and then we forgot to do this. So what does the model currently have projected? So we have 6 seats for the Liberals, no seats for the Conservatives, and 1 seat for the NDP on vote shares of Robert.
So we have for Newfoundland projected. So again, this is not based off of any polling at all. This is extracted completely from the model based off of the proportion each riding took of the Newfoundland vote back in 2015. So rough, but a good indicator, right? We have the Liberals on 51, Conservatives on 21, NDP on 19.6, the PPC on 4.4, and the Greens on 3.3. And currently, again, so we only have results for Newfoundland. Currently, the NDP are kind of underperforming. Again, super early. Can't really make any solid conclusions now.
The thing is, okay, but here's the thing: their best district has no votes in yet. So
no, that's also true. So, but
I wouldn't even finish the point. 5 polls in Bonavista, Vista, Buren, Trinity, 113 votes for the Liberals, 52 for the Conservatives. The Scrimshaw decision just says good. Coda Bay Central, Notre Dame, Scott Sims up by 49 votes over his Conservative opponent, with more polls in. So that one, the rare Conservative sort of uplifting moment early in the campaign was not to be, as it were. Judy Hutchins up 33 votes in Long Range Mountains. Seamus O'Regan up 24 seats in St. Charles, South Mount Pearl. That's on 1 polling place.
Yvonne
Conservatives
Jones
in 3rd.
Yvonne Jones dominating in Labrador, 68-10. That is the makings of a
more
blow.
votes. Okay, more votes just came in Labrador clearly because she was a step 2. Avalon, 5 results. Liberals up 107 votes. That seems to be going the wrong way for the Conservatives.
That looks over, yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate the CBC putting up a sort of running thing to enable better predictions.
So can we pretty much call this 6 current Liberal seats in Newfoundland?
No, it's still too early. We have to do our.
I want a little bit more out of Central South Mount Pearl. That's 3 of 90 polling places for Yvonne Jones. So that's a little more. That counts a little more progressed. Judy Hutchins up 85 votes, 5 of 250. I want a couple more polling places out of St. John's South Mount Pearl before I say that. But I think the Liberals are coming out of Newfoundland with what they need to come out of Newfoundland with.
Yeah, I mean, St. John's...
What's the Tory share of the vote on right now?
So right now the Conservatives are on 30% of the vote. Again, we do have kind of rural Newfoundland riding, so it's a bit skewed towards them, but they're overperforming by a bit. Again, this is super, super rough. This is not anything I'd take to the bank right now, but the Liberals are actually overperforming too. They're currently overperforming by 4 points. It's the NDP that are hurting. So again,
so the Liberals, so the Tory vote will come down as you get more of the St. John seats in. The NDP vote will rise. The Liberal
we don't have a single vote casted for the PPC yet.
Yeah, that's interesting. Our model did not project that. Are they run?
I will say by the way that the Greens is like I'm putting 0 effort or energy at either level into Newfoundland, so don't overread the Newfoundland results into saying anything about the Atlantic results for say PEI or New Brunswick.
Yeah, this is something that the model kind of has issues with. It's kind of like, how are we supposed to... I'm actually kind of really surprised that the PPC have gotten exactly 0 rural votes right now. That seems kind of crazy, but...
it seems to me they are running.
They exist. They are on the ballot. I mean, like, we have a couple... We don't have a ton of votes in yet, but, like, no votes? I mean, come on. Like, that's
There
bad.
are 5 votes for other...
Wow, others is crushing Maxime Bernier. That's crazy.
Not even independent. Independent's at 0 too. It's just other at 5. I don't know who that could mean.
It's just some random guy. But like, yeah, no, that's a real. I mean, again, it's super early. We don't know. But, like...
Do we have any questions in the Twitch chat, Rob?
So, Compulsive Gamer was saying, he said we were talking about what sports to talk about. He was saying Leafs, but again, I think we have sufficient riding results now, so we can talk a bit about that. Tyler Stevens. Oh, he said it's just me shitposting. Okay, so Tyler Stevens saying watching on TVA, and there's like 8 panelists. He's talking about the number of panelists between CPC and other ones. There's like 8, which is where I'd put the limit on panelists. CPC has what, 12, 13? Yeah, they have a lot of panelists.
I think they have 6. So on their main panel, they have 6 seats. Sorry, no, they have 7 seats on Rosie's left and 6 on her right. And there are 12 people currently sitting there who are not Rosemary Barton. Okay, they're doing a preview. I was very confused about they're pulling up Broadening results for Nova Scotia, and the Nova Scotia results haven't come in yet. Sorry. Thank you to Tyler and to Jacob for their questions. Anything else?
No, that's all I got in the chat so far. Again,
Okay,
you guys
keep dropping your questions. Thank you to the, as of when I just checked, the 25 people who are currently watching us on Twitch right now. Again, there's nothing interesting happening, and you still are listening to me babble on.
But the polls in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick
and PI are going to close in 3 minutes. Scott Sims up 39 votes, 49 votes only, in the middle seat there. Central something, I don't really remember the name. Sorry, people. Judy Hutchins, 10 of 25 districts in, over 100 vote lead over her Conservative opponent in Long Range Mountains. Seamus Reagan still only up the 24 votes, and he's up now with 1 polling place in. We would like some more St. John results in before we start doing it, but again, bigger polling places in these cities. You don't need to jam. You don't need to have as many polling places. Avalon, that one, 231 vote lead for the Liberals on 10 polling places. Bonavista, Vista, 20 of 260, over 154 vote lead for the Liberals. Scott Sims, Costa Bay, Central, Notre Dame, 49 vote lead.
Yeah, that Notre Dame result is a little surprising. It's like 48.
I think it's just
early.
I think it's just early and rural votes in.
But again, so the model, we quote the model here because we'll talk about it here. The model did have the Liberals win that one 62-27. Again, random shifts like this happen, not the biggest deal, but
I would be reasonably surprised if Scott Sims. Sometimes what you have in safe seats is you have sort of people have to leave their districts to go do national campaigning. They're cabinet ministers or whatever. That wasn't the case for Scott Sims, so I'm not really sure what would be happening there. Okay, we're going to do a quick preview of the New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI races momentarily as the polls are about to close there. Okay, the Liberals are almost assuredly going to lose Fundy Royal, Quebec, Mactaquai, and New Brunswick Southwest. It's Mactaquac. Okay, I thought that was me being offensive. Okay, the Liberals are going to definitely lose those 3. They're almost assuredly going to lose Miramichi, whatever the Miramichi.
Miramichi Grand Lake.
Miramichi Grand Lake. St. John Rosse is close.
Super
but
close.
We have that leaning conservative right now.
Yeah.
Tossup lean conservative. Fredericton is close, but that's because of the Greens. We'll see what's happening there. In Nova Scotia, the seats to watch it. The Liberals are currently projected by us to hold everything in Nova Scotia. If they're not holding that, focus on Central Nova. The NDP went Sackville Harbor. I forgot about that one per our model, but that one's close. So focus on Central Nova and Sackville in terms of Nova Scotia seats, and then Edgemont is the only CPC LPC contender on the island, and Charlottetown's vaguely interesting to see if the Greens do something, but current polls suggest that they won't do anything.
Yeah, so we do actually have Sackville Preston as a likely NDP pickup. We have them leading by about 4 points there, the NDP over the Liberals. Again, that could go either way.
I intentionally left a seat off the NDP thing to see if I could trigger our guest tonight, Dylan Fenton. Dylan, do you know what seat I left off the New Brunswick list of seats?
Madawaska Restigouche?
Nope.
Acadie Bathurst.
Correct.
I didn't know if you wanted to pick the one where I was from or the one that I want to cover.
It's the one that you want to cover because, frankly, I don't give a crap about the one that you were born in.
So we actually have an update. We're talking. Well, I'll let you finish, Dylan. Don't worry. But Costa Bay, Central, Notre Dame, the Liberals have now opened up more than a 100 vote lead there. So
correct. So it is just early polling places, I think, for Scott Sims. Maybe Sims might have to sort of rededicate himself, but he'll have 4 years to rebuild his name and his reputation in that riding if it is even at any form of risk. Seamus O'Regan, second poll in. He is now up by 38 votes over his opponent with the second poll in South Mount Pearl. Conservative still in third.
If I can get in, I got a PPC update because I did a little research while you were talking.
Uh-huh.
And the PPC are, at least according to the CBC graphic, they're only running actually in that seat, Seamus O'Regan's seat, and they have received one vote.
Okay, well, you were giving the people the content the hashtag content that they need.
The people for the People's Party.
Actually, I'll say this in the chat here. John has said, "What percentage of the popular vote in Newfoundland do you think the Libs should need to see to potentially save some of the New Brunswick races you just listed off, or are they just gone no matter what?"
I'd say beat the 30% margin that we have projected. If they can win Newfoundland by 35, then Miramichi goes from lean conservative or likely conservative, whatever we have it at, to a true toss-up. But yeah, that's what you should be wanting. You should, if you're pro-liberal, see the liberal conservative margin, see that above the 30% that we have it at. Who asked that question again?
John, compulsive game.
Nice, thank you. Nice. Okay, Dylan, can you explain Acadie Bathurst to people, please?
Yes, Acadie Bathurst is a very interesting riding in northern New Brunswick. It's comprised of mainly the city of Bathurst, and it goes down to parts of the Acadian coast, particularly Caraquet. It is, before the redistribution, it was an NDP safehold. With, of course, obviously in 2015, the Liberals won it. There is a lot of union workers, I believe, in that area. It is kind of a working class riding, so it's between the Liberals and the NDP. I know I looked at various projectors, and it's back and forth. People either think this is going to be Liberal or NDP. But it's one that I know I actually have family in, currently sitting there, so it'll be one to look out for. And I'd also like to give a shout out to a friend of mine, Michael Kelly, for watching all the way in Alberta. So thanks, bud.
Yes, he shouted us out on Twitter today, so thank you. Thank you. I think he said something about being impressed that we are basically standing by our projection when we are pretty outlier to the Twitter consensus. Judy Hutchins, 250 votes in Long Range Mountains. I'm calling that one done. Still 2 polling places in St. John South Mount Pearl. James O'Regan looking fine. But again, that's why the NDP vote is lower currently in Newfoundland, is that we don't have anything from St. John's East.
Which is weird at this point.
You see that with the inner city seats sometimes in Australia. By the way, if you want the LeanTossup drinking game, it's whenever I talk about Australia. 137 vote lead for in Bonavista, Burin, Trinity. Scott Sims over 100 vote lead with 15 of 231 polling places in Costa Bay Central, Notre Dame. I'm always going to say Notre Dame because that is how it should be said. Notre Dame de Grace in Montreal.
Get your R's right, buddy. All the francophones are cringing listening to you.
I could not care less. I'm an Anglo whose parents are from Montreal. Bite me if you don't like it.
All right, I'm just taking a break before we get results from New Brunswick. Be right back.
All right.
Sounds good, Dylan. Thank you for joining us. Okay, do we have any questions in the chat, or are we in vamping territory right now? Because we're still waiting for the polls in New Brunswick. We are waiting for first results for New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI. Any questions in the chat?
Nothing yet. I just want to say a couple things here at this point.
Okay, people in the chat ask questions.
Yeah, people. There's 25 of you. Do stuff. We have nothing to talk about right now until actual things happen. So, come on, guys. No, I just want to say a couple things. So right now, just from the top lines here, the CTV top line, or global. Sorry, we're using the global feed right now. The global top lines have the Liberals on 49, Conservatives at 35, NDP at 10. Our Newfoundland very rough projection has Liberals on 51, Conservatives 21, NDP 19. So underperformance for the NDP, but again, their best riding is not here. Bit of over for the Conservatives at this point. Again, that's about 16 points higher than
that's about 14 points higher than what we have currently projected, but again, that's based on
early votes right now. That's the thing. So
that's based on mostly rural polling places and smaller polling places. Scott Sims just upped his lead to above 250 votes. Yvonne Jones just spiked up to over 200 vote lead in Labrador. So there are definitely liberal votes. There are still definitely liberal votes out. 250 vote lead for Judy Hutchins in Long Range Mountains. Still only 2 polling places in St. John's.
Yeah,
St. John's.
I definitely want to call that middle one here. I definitely want to call Coast
Scott
of
Sims
Bays.
winning
Yeah,
in Costa Bay. Yeah,
that's a
great, Scott Sims, you've been reelected. I know there's a 0% chance you're watching us, but Scott Sims, you've been elected.
long
What's
range.
the deal with Scott Sims? Because I know he wants to, or there's rumors at least, he wants to run for premier of the province.
So I have heard those exact same rumors. Scott Sims feels like he's been like very underrated by people in the past. Um, there were certain questions about Dwight Ball's leadership of the Liberal Party going into the last election, and if Dwight Ball were to either for reasons of, well, if the either parliamentary or wider Liberal Party of New Brunswick, not of New Brunswick, of Newfoundland, decided that Dwight Ball isn't the man to lead them into the next election in a minority parliament, maybe. Not saying anything, but I'm saying something, and you can figure out what that something is.
So we're also going to call Labrador. This looks like blowout. It's 273 votes to 45. Again, pretty on par for the course here for Newfoundland. We're not seeing anything too crazy yet. A vague overperformance by the Conservatives. We still don't have anything. Oh, we actually have it. We just got our first result from PEI. We've got one poll in Malpec, and Liberals are leading 37, 19, 18. The Greens are in third place, a very close third place to the Conservatives in second place. They are basically one vote back to the Conservatives, but the Liberals are basically doubling both of them. So Liberals holding pretty strong so far.
If I could just get a word in there, I think if
you don't have to ask permission, dude. Just fucking go.
I'm sorry.
And go.
I'm polite. Bonavista's gotten really interesting. I don't know if you've covered that in the last few minutes or anything, but it's within 4 percentage points.
Yeah, no, I'm not really sure what's happening. I'm not really sure what's happening about Bonavista. It was the safest Liberal seat in the. It was the safest Liberal seat in. I almost want to say the country last time. Maybe one of the very safe inner Montreal seats was more competitive. The Conservatives have got back on the board with a lead somewhere.
Egmont.
It's still 118 votes in Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. I wouldn't be too worried about that if I'm the Liberals yet.
So the Conservatives.
Scott Sims has stretched his lead up 41, 30, 18, 6. Conservative, Liberal, Green, NDP. 11 vote lead, one of 90 polling places. Edgemont was Gail Shea's old seat. She was the defeated Conservative there last time. Kyle Hutton, while on the podcast, said that Edgemont would go Liberal. We'll see.
Currently,
one polling place. The last time the Conservatives had a lead on one polling place, that got taken away in the next poll. So we'll see what's happening in Edgemont.
Yeah.
I would not. By the way, I would also not read anything into PEI results for a broader trend. The malapportionment means that PEI deserves one electorate. They get 4. So candidate effects. Obviously Dylan and I are both candidate effects are not huge deals, people. But if your candidate effect in terms of raw votes is say 500 votes, that is worth 4x in PI what it is in the rest of the country because of the malapportionment.
How dare you not include me on team personal votes don't matter or personal votes?
I didn't. I mean, here's the thing. I haven't spent 4 years of my life not arguing with you about this, but talking to you about this at school.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah, no, I'm definitely on team personal votes. Not that big of a deal. But in certain ridings like this, it definitely can be. Here's the thing with the PEI stuff. I'm not overreading any PEI result. Okay, yeah. Can we get some results from St. John's East, please? Yeah, what's happening there? Is it a time dilation field or something? What's up? Come on.
That's definitely a 1%er joke.
I mean,
do you know what other riding where personal votes matter?
I mean, there are plenty, but which one are you thinking of?
Milton.
Oh, there we go.
Adam Van-Couverden, the Olympian. We'll get back to his district at many points in the night. I will say the other one in Atlantic Canada, Kyle Hutton does not believe that the NDP will win Acadie Bathurst because he believes that was an Eves Godin seat.
Oh, they have
If I got that name right. He believes that was the basis of that support, which I sort of agree with, but I didn't feel strongly enough to override the model there.
I'm inclined to believe that, but there's another dynamic at play there. They shifted the boundaries, and they included a lot more of the francophone vote along the coast. And there's just a thing in New Brunswick where francophones vote heavily liberal. So I think that kind of dilutes a lot of the NDP support in that area.
Yeah, and I mean there have definitely been allegations that Jagmeet Singh's Jamie Singh being a racialized man has not helped the NDP in New Brunswick. Edgemont leads closed from 11 votes to 3 votes in the second polling place. So Liberals won the second polling place by 8 votes. That one's, I don't know, it's going to be a nail biter, but I wouldn't be popping champagne corks at Conservative headquarters right now.
So we have our first race call. Well, we don't. Global called it. They called Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. Again, we also faux called this one, but yeah, this one's pretty over. Still nothing new in Bonavista, Beer, and
We got
Trinity.
New Brunswick result.
Oh, we do.
That is, which seat is that?
Miramichi Grand Lake, I think.
Okay, so that's not surprising.
And it is a Conservative lead. So, but very tight though in the early race. So if this was a rural poll, Conservatives should have been doing better. Maybe better than a 3-vote lead. We don't know at this point, right?
How many votes in that polling place?
59, and they're up 22-19.
Okay. Okay, I'm calling long range bands Liberal. G. Hutchins coming back. Bonavista, lead of 132 votes. That feels like that should be more. 55 polling places. Whatever.
No, it's expanding. The lead is expanding. They're up 45-42. It's a 3-vote
I know, but Judy Foote got 80% of the vote there last time. This should be bigger.
The thing
What's the vote share in New Brunswick you guys got?
We can call that up here. New Brunswick, we get basically a tie. We get a 6-point Liberal lead, New Brunswick only.
Give me the numbers.
37.3 to 31.3. Again, that's just a very rough, extrapolated solely from seats based off proportions as to where they voted last time. This is not based on any polls at all. This is purely from model projections.
Miramichi has a People's Alliance member of the legislature, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, Fundy Royal just reported.
Fundy Royal, yeah. So that's another. Yeah, it's another Conservative seat.
This is supposed to be a Conservative seat. Yeah. This is pretty conservative.
Neither of these are surprising.
No.
Liberals just got another seat on the board. Don't know where yet. What's the rest of your numbers in New Brunswick? Sydney Victoria should not be surprising. Yeah. Okay. What's the rest of your numbers in New Brunswick?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, those were the two that mattered. But yeah.
I want this for reasons. Okay.
Okay. Liberal 37, Conservative 31, NDP 15, Green 12, PPC 4.3.
Okay.
So.
That's good. Okay. Edmont still a 3-vote Tory lead. Don't worry about any of these things with 1 or 2 or 5-point places. 9th Liberal seat on the board.
We have
Central Nova.
Tie.
Liberal Green tie for first place right now. Wow.
So that is really
Liberals took the lead somewhere else in one of the Conservative seats. The CBC
it's 7-7, by the way, so it's not much of a tie.
That is Egmont.
Yeah, exactly.
Egmont.
Okay, Rob Moore. Okay, the former member Rob Moore beating Elena Lockhart by 23 votes in Fundy Royal. That's not surprising at all. Elena Lockhart probably was never going to come back anyway. So
and I've got a result that you're going to be very happy with, Evan. Liberals are winning by 3 votes in St. John's Rosse right now. They are
way long, actually, too. It's 21-19-8.
My bad.
Yeah,
I can't math right now.
Rodney Weston running again. Didn't realize they had the Conservatives were running their old member again. But for anybody who doesn't know this, I used to work for Wenlong years ago, back when I was more liberal than I am today.
Yep, Egmont has flipped back now. It is now a liberal.
Edgemont.
Egmont has moved back. No,
the NDP are on the board, leading somewhere.
It's got to be St. John's South or St. John's East. It is St. John's East. But actually, wow. So they're winning 50-41-29. Liberals are in third currently. 1 poll reporting, though. Could be close, but again, we completely expected this, right? We've literally always had this as an NDP seat. Yeah, currently things are looking pretty well like we see them. Not any big surprises at this moment, but except for the green tie, but yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you get that with a polling place of 15 people voting for the top 3 parties. Like, I wouldn't be worried.
Talking about St. John Rosse, I wonder if that's a riding where the personal MP may have an effect on things, just because he is a notorious person who votes against the Liberal caucus a lot. So I wonder if maybe that'll do some favors in him in obviously southern Anglophone New Brunswick, where the Conservatives are supposed to do well.
For what it's worth, I have seen Wayne in action in New Brunswick before, and it is kind of a delight to watch. He is very good at sort of local politicking. I've been thinking about the possibility that he might outperform the model for a little while now, but there's never been like a quantitative case for arguing this. It's always just been that, like,
Kate
sort of reputation might do it, but yeah.
Kate Britton-Konsenko, that is another Nova Scotia seat. Liberals are up 8 votes there as well. So again, nothing
Again,
surprising
these
here.
are all looking correct right now. The only one that I think is currently going against what our model had previously said would be SGR right now, but that's a 2-vote lead. And
It's a
frankly,
2-vote lead.
Really,
yeah.
It's a 2-vote lead. It's 1 polling place, whatever. Avalon called for the Liberals as of right now. All of the Nova Scotia seats that have come in, except Central Nova, which is a tie, although it's not a tie between the parties you would think they'd be a tie with. All of them are what you should be seeing. Bonavista leads up to 400-ish votes, I think more than 400 votes. Hey, win long on my television screen. Always good to see that. Yvonne Jones in Labrador is up 301 votes with 20 of 90 polling places in. Feels like that's all the small polling places.
That feels all kinds of over, but apparently we're not calling it for reasons I guess I don't know.
And CBC,
yeah.
One of the analysts at CBC just said that Wayne Long is running a very individualist campaign. It's something we actually talked about 2 minutes before they said it. He's trying to distance himself from the Liberals.
Liberal lead at 85 votes now in St. John's South Mount Pearl. Seamus O'Regan, cabinet minister, one of 4 openly gay Liberal MPs. Trivia question.
I have
Anybody name the other 3?
What's your Atlantic-wide projections at this point?
So unfortunately,
in terms of seats or in terms of vote share?
Vote share.
I think we had the Liberals. We had about a 15-point Liberal lead, I think.
But what, like, Liberals at? Did they hit 50?
I think like 40. No, God, no. I think it was about 42, 27, 15, 14. I think.
Yeah,
That's really interesting because they're at 48 before a lot of the urban centers in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick have reported.
Yeah, they're slightly overperforming. Slightly.
Yeah, this feels like they only lose like 5. This feels like 27 seats to me right now. Although I feel very like this feels like they hold everything in Nova Scotia. They hold everything in PEI. Wayne's lead in 37 votes now in St. John Rossa, still holding a lead there for the Liberals. Yeah, if the Liberals are going to win if the Liberals win St. John Rossa, then they will win 27 seats in. They will win 27 seats out of the Atlantic.
Yeah, I'm pretty like here.
I think they will hit 27.
Here's the thing. So first
of all, that would be 4 conservative. That would be 4 conservatives wins in New Brunswick, and maybe 26 is maybe one of the NDP seats still happen, but you're not looking at say 20 out of Atlantic if they win SJR. You're looking at 25, 26, 27.
Yeah. So
type things.
Yeah. So right now for St. John's Rosse, we had that as a 1-point conservative lead. That is clearly that's not happening at this moment. Again, the Liberals are winning, but barely. They're winning 47-32, very early. But the thing is, if you had to ask me, what if this is
two more polling places in St. John's East, 9-vote NDP lead over the Conservatives, Nick Whalen in third. Not a great result. Seamus O'Regan up to 152 votes. Rob, keep going.
Yeah. So I mean, again, you could be looking at some strategic voting right there. What did we have that at? Let me see here.
I think people have had St. John's East Conservatives doing better in St. John's East, but the Main Street people did have the Liberals, I think, very competitive.
It could.
What was the?
Oh yeah.
I'm just curious what the margin is in that seat that you guys kind of expect, because it's kind of close and it's weird to see the Conservatives in second. I thought it was a Liberal NDP battleground.
Well, the thing is,
the Conservatives got under 7% of the vote there last time. It is on paper a Conservative. Or a Liberal NDP battle. I think we had the NDP winning by 20?
Oh, and it just flipped now. So Jack Harris is now winning by 50 votes, roughly 49 votes over Nick Whalen, and the Conservatives have fallen to third. So actually, what I was about to say before we saw that flip there was that because we're seeing the Liberals doing so bad and the Conservatives doing so well, it means that the Liberals' best areas are probably still yet to come. So Jack Harris should probably not be resting easy right now. He should probably still be very panicky right now. But again, still pretty early there. That's the thing. So again,
what did we project that seat at? We had the
10 point
winning by how much?
10
point only,
or
okay.
more. Actually, more than that. Actually, we had more. I'm remembering now. Yeah, sorry, 49-30. We had it 49-30. We had a 19-point NDP margin in that seat. So
third Conservative seat on the board. Is it a flip or is it or did the Liberals get a seat?
No,
it's Topeak.
Great. Another seat that we said was going Conservative.
Yeah.
It's always good. It's just always good to know whether or not the Conservative gains are, I don't want to say correct in the sense of I'm not saying that we are geniuses who have all knowledge in the universe.
Guess which seat is red right now, guys? Acadie Bathurst, 79 Liberal, 19 vote NDP.
That feels like we should have probably overruled the model then.
Yeah.
Granted,
Yeah,
I'm like an
this is
idiot.
one where I think it's going to go Liberal. I got a few key seats that I'm going to kind of follow throughout the night, and I think the Liberals are going to take Acadie Bathurst. I know it's
I mean, here's the thing. So if the Liberals win Acadie Bathurst, then that's another seat over the model.
Well,
So right now the Liberals are winning. Right now the Liberals are winning 2 seats, so the model had them lose again, and they're winning. And every seat that has come in, the Conservatives are currently winning 0 seats that the Liberals were winning in our model, and the Liberals are winning 2 seats that they were not winning in the model.
yeah, so that's a very good result
Now,
for the Liberals. So,
now here's the thing. I wouldn't be taking this to the bank two, off of 3 polls in St. John's Ross. Central Nova, 23 votes for Sean Fraser, 11 votes for the Conservatives, 11 votes for the Greens. That looks more correct. Sydney Victoria, 14 vote Liberal lead. Any questions in the chat?
oh, we have a new result now, actually. Cumberland Colchester. It is a, well, pretty sizable Conservative lead with one of 222 polls reporting. They're at 43-27 again. That's pretty early. Don't think. Yeah.
there is no incumbent here. What's up with this seat?
That was the Sean? No, that's the Bill Casey seat. I don't know. He was the former PC member who resigned over a budget bill and then won the 2008 election as an independent and then resigned in 2000 and
Uh,
The cons just flipped a Liberal seat.
Yeah, Cape Breton Conseco, they're up by 3 votes there. That was up.
that is was that a
Nova
Wayne
Scotia
Easter
seat.
seat? Yeah,
No,
was that Wayne Easter? Okay.
Mike Kiloway. It's barely flipped. That's a
No,
very.
no. I'm talking about the previous member. I think that might have been the Cousiner. It was either the Cousiner. No, it was the Cousiner retirement. I think it was.
Because there's no incumbent listed in Cape Breton
Yeah.
either.
Yeah. So I think that's. I think it's the. I think that's the. I think that's what that is. I think it's the. I think that's the Cousiner retirement seat, which would kind of validate your opinion about that seat because you said that the Conservatives might make a run at it privately to me, and I might have written about it at some point. I can't remember if I wrote that one or King's Hands for that. Scott Bryson's retirement is there. Jack Harris, 8 of 182 polling places right now. He is up by just under 100 votes, I think 89. Seamus O'Regan up to about a 250 vote lead in St. John's South Mount Pearl on 10 of 185 polling places. What are we seeing in Conservatives?
It's another conflict.
Yeah, Eddie Orell.
No.
It's Sydney Victoria, very close. It's a 10-vote margin. Again, I think we're just seeing like 1 or 2 really good polling places coming in for the Conservatives. Oh, West Nova.
Which, by the way, none of this should be surprising. By the way, because again, it's the smaller polling places that are going to be more rural. Great. We now have Justin Trudeau's obviously staged, filmed him watching the results.
He has 3 kids? That was just 2.
He had the 3rd kid, I think, while he was in office or during the campaign last time or in 2015. Scott Armstrong in the lead in Cumberland Colchester. I think he was the guy who replaced whichever Casey it was, and then lost to that Casey. Again, another Conservative.
Yeah, that's
Conservative.
That's Madawaska Restigouche. That's 59 Con, 37 Lib again. Super early there. That one's supposed to be
New Brunswick.
That's
New Brunswick is doing
weird things, but it's fine.
Yeah, the Atlantic is looking a little bit better for the Conservatives right now. Still weird that you're seeing the Wayne Long result not really moving. If you're seeing everything else that you're seeing, Fundu Royal still 2 of 198 polling places.
Yeah, again,
6-vote lead for that, but again, that should be happening that way.
Super early in some of these. Liberals just picked up one of the PEI seats, Cardigan. Again, super. That was a big 1 of 90 polls. It's like 870 voters there in that one PEI poll there, Cardigan. Again, so just a quick recap here of the Nova Scotia ones here. Conservative 10-vote lead in Sydney Victoria, a 3-vote lead in Cape Breton Conseco. In Cumberland Colchester, that is a 14-vote lead, and in West Nova, that is a bigger lead. It's a 44-vote lead, and so and then again you look at Madawaska. That is a 20-some vote lead. So again, some of these are very, very tight here. Again, one polling place could come in and flip most of these literally. So, we do have, nothing too, again, a little bit better in the early vote here for some of these Conservatives, in some of these ridings here in Nova Scotia, but nothing too crazy at this moment yet, where no one's blowing anybody out here right now.
Scott Armstrong got 14 votes in Cumberland Colchester. That's a decent result, but you'd be wanting them to do better. Kipper and Kansas have 3 vote lead. Again, these are going to be more rural polling places. You're not going to see your sort of uh, you're not going to see your sort of like regional towns come in quite yet. Those tend to take a little bit longer for obvious reasons. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives have just gained a seat. I don't know what those seats are. Seamus O'Regan is seeing a bit of a struggle in St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Let's see that one. He's got a 400 vote lead. He's not that bad.
No, it looked. I thought he was down. I thought the lead was down to about 100 votes. So that might have been just me misreading it.
No, he's doing okay. He's not. We're not. Again, so it's super early here in a lot of these Atlantic ridings. But yeah, it's.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. Now the Atlantic polls are not the best because you're dealing with the smallest samples of anywhere in the country.
Mm-hmm.
You're also dealing with the least. You're also dealing with the most personal vote value, and you're also dealing with the fact that we're getting Atlantic polls and not province polls. So again, everything is less specific. The Liberals are going to obviously call a big swing in Atlantic Canada. Don't be surprised if do not assume that if the Liberals underperform the model by say 2 seats here, that means they're going to underperform by the same sort of recurring numbers.
Yeah.
Again and again.
NDP Liberals just picked up South Shore St. Margaret's, South Shore St. Margaret's, and Halifax West. Actually, Darkness 5632 had in the chat. He says he has an interesting question for us. Go ahead, Darkness 5632. Other than that, yeah, we're still looking around the board here. Again,
Wayne Long's holding on pretty well. 3 polls in now.
Dominic LeBlanc and Beausejour's in 1 poll. He's up big. The Greens in second there. He is struggling, I believe, with a cancer diagnosis right now. So obviously, all the best personally to Dominic LeBlanc. In a seat that the Liberals won, I think, in 20. Yeah, they won Beausejour in 2011. So you wouldn't expect anything to change there. I'm going to mute myself for a couple minutes. I have to do something. But ask that question, person in the chat.
He has not responded, so. Person in the chat has not responded, so.
Can somebody just Rob? Can you just run through the New Brunswick states while we're waiting for more news?
Yep, I'll go through those. So again, we've got, just going through here. We've got Madawaska Restigouche. That is a very small Conservative lead of 22 votes. Again, that one, if you go here to our projections, that one should be a pretty safe Liberal win, winning by about 18 points. So, bit of a surprise, but super early there. Only one of 156 polls reporting. So again, there's also this four Conservative riding ring. We have that here in our riding map as well, so this has been projected. Miramachi Grand Lake, again, that's the closest one we have. That one the Conservatives should be winning by 4 points. What are they winning by now? They are winning by 3 votes. So again, no one's blowing anybody out here. Again, super early. A lot of these only have 1 poll reporting. Tobique, Mactaquac, Liberals are losing that one by 50 votes with 2 polls reporting. A bit early, but that one's kind of getting away from them. New Brunswick Southwest. Losing by 9 votes, so close there too. St. John's Rosse 3. Liberals holding pretty strong here at this moment. They still have about a 40 or so, a little bit less than 40 vote lead. So they're holding long, and Wayne Long is holding pretty well. Again, that was actually projected to go Conservative in our model, so that would actually be a pickup for them. Fundy Royal Conservatives winning. 3 polls in. That one's a pretty strong hold for them at this moment. Acadie Bathurst, we had actually projected this one to be a lean NDP pickup. 5 polls are in there. And Liberals are walking away with this one. They're double the. They're at 58.8% of the vote. Again, in the Atlantic, that's more than enough to win in most of these ridings. They are doubling up their nearest competitor in the Conservatives. Looking around here, couple are we're still waiting on some stuff. Sydney Victoria, 10 vote lead for the Conservatives. Cape Breton Conseco, that's a 60 vote lead for the Conservatives with 5 polls reporting. Pulling that one away a little bit. Cumberland Colchester, again, 14 vote lead, still pretty early there. and in West Nova, 40-vote Conservative lead. Again, these are somewhat surprising results, not the most surprising, but again, also kind of canceled out by the fact that we had the Liberals winning 2 seats they weren't supposed to be winning. Going back over to Newfoundland again, we have our first 5 calls of the night there. The only 2 that haven't been called yet, we had projected the Liberals. Our model has the Liberals winning this seat. Basically, the Liberals have a 600-vote lead over the NDP in St. John South. Basically, the only person, basically Keto Maggie at Main Street had projected this one to be an NDP seat. I was kind of looking at it to see. Oh, I think that just got. Yeah, it just got called. So St. John South was just called for Seamus O'Regan, so he'll be returned. So again, if the NDP were going to make a bigger inroad in the Atlantic, this would have been one of those seats. Again, going to the NDP right now. St. John's East.
As of right now, the Liberals are currently losing in 10 seats that they wanted. Last time that would project to 22 seats for them at the provincial. At the regional level, but that 10-seat loss is more aggressive than the polls are currently, and a lot of these are close races. Certainly, some of the Nova Scotia races that we talked about a moment ago are closer. Before we get back to you on St. John's East, Dylan, what are you seeing right now in the results? Where do you want to go with this conversation?
The one that's interesting me the most right now is St. John Rosse.
Sorry. Liberals just flipped a Conservative seat. Anybody know what that one was?
Yeah, it was Madawaska Restigouche, like I said.
Yeah, that was one we thought they were going to be. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Conservatives are going to win that one.
Yeah, no, there's a few. I have a few of those. Like obvious, like just not going to happen calls. So we'll deal with that when we get to that. Liberals up to 19 seats in Atlantic Canada.
Oh, and the NDP and Liberals are tied in Sackville, Preston. That was the model projected to be an NDP seat. It's tied there.
That's currently in the Liberal column. St. John's East, 450 vote lead for Jack Harris. That one seems like the NDP are going to get Jack Harris back. But
that one seems done. Yeah. Halifax.
But here's the thing, getting Jack Harris back isn't that much of an accomplishment.
No. Halifax. So again, this is a riding that a lot of models had projected to go NDP. We said
for no reason.
We said screw that. That's not a thing. And we actually had the NDP in second. They're currently in third in Halifax. But again, Liberals beating the Conservatives there by 20 votes. Again, it's exactly tied.
Liberals just flipped another Conservative seat.
Let's pull out. It's probably one of the. Yeah, it is Sydney Victoria on Nova Scotia again. Yeah, they've pulled up a 7-vote lead in Sydney Victoria. Again, that one they were winning that one by 10. Another couple polling places came in, flipped that one back. We're looking at a couple of close races here on Nova Scotia, but again, actually, like even if they here's the thing, and again, so when you look at our riding map. Even if they were to, first of all, I'm skeptical that they will hold some of these. Again, looking at the CBC one, Cape Breton Conseco Conservatives have a 64-vote lead with 6 of 216 polls reporting. That's pretty close. That's definitely not over. Cumberland Colchester.
Yeah, I feel like that's coming back. But before you keep going on this, Jeff Regan winning in Halifax West. But that's the thing I was going to say. Shout out to Noah Rudnick for the shout out on Twitter. Thank you for saying that is that we are the place to go for the Canadian election tonight. West Nova, that's a big Conservative lead. 243 votes in West Nova. That one, something weird's happening in West Nova. Maybe we'll see what ends up happening there. But yeah,
I didn't trust the projections that the Liberals would sweep Nova Scotia. That's usually one of the I suppose the least liberal of the 4 Atlantic provinces. So I can't say I'm too surprised, but it's probably
West Nova wasn't going to be the one that you would expect to go though. Like the idea that something was going to go Conservative or NDP isn't surprising. The fact that it's West Nova is the thing that's surprising me.
Yeah, I think it's also if you take a look at PEI.
Sorry, before you do that, I'm just going to do a quick recap for anybody who's just joined us. Liberals on 20 seats. Sorry, 19. Conservatives on 8, NDP on 1. What seat just flipped?
South Shore St. Margaret's. The Conservatives have a 20-vote lead there.
Okay, we had a Main Street seat poll of that district. I think it was a 4-point race there. I really hope Keto doesn't care if I reveal a couple of these seat polls that he released publicly. Liberals have just gained a seat, but it wasn't from anybody. It was just there. We have I think the only seat that we don't have any data in New Brunswick is Fredericton. I believe that's the only Yeah, I believe that's
And
the case.
Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Oh, Charlottetown just
That's in
came
Nova
in.
Scotia.
Yeah, Charlottetown came in. Liberals are winning Charlottetown. So
Sorry, so it was Bill. So to be clear, it wasn't Bill Casey, who's the MP for Cumberland, the old MP for Cumberland Colchester, because Sean Casey is the member for.
oh, Liberals are winning in New Brunswick Southwest right now. That's an interesting.
That's a
That's not
shock.
supposed to happen.
They've got a 200
Oh, yeah,
vote
No,
lead there.
no, it is not supposed to happen. But that
They got
feels like maybe that's maybe one of the good bits in New Brunswick Southwest.
It's like a 250 vote lead. Wow.
That's pretty big, yeah.
Okay,
Also,
somebody,
I want to get PEI in here for a second.
Sure, go ahead,
Edgemont or
Dylan,
Egmont,
PEI.
however you want to say it.
Sure.
That was one of the ones where a lot of other people kind of had this toss-up, even conservative for some people. The Liberals are up by about 16%, with 5 polls reporting, so that's another one to keep our eye on.
Oh, John in the chat is asking us for Fredericton projections before we get anything in there. I'm calling it Liberal. I think we're
Same.
seeing
conservatives down to 6 seats in Atlantic Canada right
yeah,
now.
that's
Miramichi and
Miramichi. The Liberals are now winning Miramichi by.
So the Liberals are currently doing better in conservative areas in New Brunswick than we would expect, and the Conservatives are currently doing better in liberal areas of Nova Scotia than we expect.
So mean reversion, anybody?
It might be mean reversion, or it might just be small sample size, or it might just be that our errors are going to cancel each other out in the Atlantic, and we're still going to end up with something like 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 Liberal seats.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan, as our resident New Brunswicker, what is happening in Acadie Bathurst? I haven't seen an update there in a bit.
Not resident, but former resident. That is a huge
resident of an area.
So 30% lead Liberals. The NDP fall into third behind the Conservatives. 10 polls reporting. This looks like it's a blowout. It's
that looks like Kyle Hutton.
420.
That looks like we should have listened to Kyle Hutton on Saturday night when we were diving through the map with him.
Mm-hmm.
Or me.
Yeah, that looks like.
Yeah, we could have done that. Yeah, we could have done that. But I didn't like listening to you when I had to deal with you on a daily basis. So
Liberals also.
I'm not gonna go out of my way to listen to you.
Liberals also have a lead in Sackville Preston, so they are winning. This one was.
That's what 39 votes.
Yeah, so they have it's a bit early, but they do have a lead there. Let's look at some of these island seats here for Nova Scotia. 58 vote Conservative lead in Cape Breton Conseco. 27 vote lead in Cumberland Colchester, 17 in South Shore St. Margaret's. That could very easily flip the poll. 298 in West Nova. That one's a bit shocking at this point. But again, Liberals are doing better.
Another seat just came in. Another Liberal seat just came in.
It is called.
Don't know which one.
It is called
Oh
Fredericton.
my God! I just saw the Acadie Bathurst numbers. What's the Liberal lead like in Fredericton?
The Liberals are up 29 votes to Greens 27 to the Conservatives 26. That is called
that looks like what we were expecting. Matt DeCourcy up 2 votes.
Mm-hmm.
Matt DeCourcy, good guy. I met him once.
Yeah, Wayne Long.
That's my hard hitting analysis.
Wayne Long is holding pretty strong. He's got a 40 vote lead. Miramichi.
Yeah, I don't think anything's come in SDR for a little while now. Madawaska, the lead step to 33 votes for Renee Arsenault. Again, don't be weird about this. Miramichi, Pat Finnegan up 15 over Peggy McLean for the Conservatives. Peter Mansbridge with the beard on the TV right now. Karen Ludwig up 85 votes in New Brunswick Southwest. Wow. Maybe that's a bunch of St. Andrews coming in, but that seems weird.
Yeah, South Shore St. Margaret's, that's a 20-ish vote lead. Big lead for the Conservatives in West Nova. It's 300 votes. That's a bit surprising.
Yeah, West Nova. West Nova's the really weird one. I shout out to PJ Fournier. I know he had West Nova going Conservative for a lot of the campaign. Don't know what he ended up at, but
he did end up
clearly saw something in the data there.
He went Conservative.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, seemingly so far, shouts out to PJ for getting that one right. Conservatives just flipped another. Liberals just flipped another Conservative seat. Where are we looking? I'm looking on the map right now, and I am struggling. Anybody? What flipped?
I will check.
Fredericton, or what we called that one?
No.
South Shore St. Margaret. South Shore St. Margaret.
Yes. Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay, Conservatives down to 5. That's Liberals on pace right now for a 26 seat result if everything were to hold. Although, yeah, that's a dubious assumption, but the chances of things coming in normally. So what are the two Atlantic seats that haven't come in yet?
There are
No
two
results in
Liberals,
yet.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour and Moncton Review Dieppe.
I don't know who the MP for the first one is, but that's TJ Harvey, I think, the other one. Yeah, no, TJ will be fine. I say that as if I'm on a first name basis with him. I'm not.
Oh, I believe...
Sean Casey only up 30 votes in Charlottetown, so apparently the Green surge in Charlottetown isn't happening. Same in Edgemont, 109 vote lead for Bobby Morrissey.
The Liberals, basically CTV, or sorry, we keep forgetting where we're going. We're going with Global here tonight. Global has called St. John's East for Jack Kerr. So currently our model is perfect according to Global's calls in Newfoundland. So cool. Early 7 for 7. Egmont, yeah, kind of Liberal lead there. Like
100. Here's the thing: Liberals up there, like that sort of looks like right. It'll be a close race. Cumberland Colchester only a 36 vote lead for Scott Armstrong. Halifax looking closer than I believe it will be, but again, that's one polling place, and that's probably a more outer Halifax seat as opposed to her polling place in the conurbation. I don't think that'll be in the heart of the city. That was Megan Leslie's old seat, former NDP deputy leader and environment critic. Lost at the last election, not recontesting. King's Hants looking better for the Liberals, 50 vote lead. Sackville Preston still a 17 vote Liberal lead in a seat again. They were not expected to win. South Shore St. Margaret's Bernadette. Wow, I can't speak. Jordan expanding her lead there. Sydney Victoria, the Liberals getting back on track there with the candidacy of a man with, say, strong opinions at a earlier date about many things, including, I believe, homosexuality. Which, guys, just like stop having opinions about homosexuality. We're not that interesting.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour is a 2-vote NDP lead with one of 190 polls reporting. I don't expect that to hold.
That's not holding.
No,
that's not holding.
Conservatives are deeply in third. They're at 28 votes, so they're actually barely beating the Greens there. So,
what are the Conservatives? And then what does the Conservatives just flip?
Probably they flipped New Brunswick Southwest, which makes sense. So yeah. So again, right now Conservatives are picking up 3 seats in New Brunswick. That kind of unexpected, but Liberals are picking up.
Keto Maggie on Twitter. So far, the NDP is underperforming. Liberal Party is overperforming in Atlantic Canada per Keto.
Yes, I mean we've been saying this too. This is not a particularly surprising.
I'm gonna take the pollster with much importance. And I'm gonna take him backing us up, and I'm gonna take it as a victory. By the way, for anybody who cares, I will have live updates on the New England Patriots New York Jets game tonight because I'm also watching that.
Did that just kick off?
Patriots win. There we go. It's over.
It's about to kick off.
So basically,
I don't know. There are Jets fans. There are Jets fans who are very, very on their shit because they just beat your team last week, Dylan. So I don't think I would talk shit about losing to the Jets right now.
No. All right. So Cumberland Colchester, 60 vote lead for the Conservatives there. That's only 10 of 200 polls.
The Conservatives just flipped another seat.
Madawaska. No, Madawaska. They are up by 100-ish, 120 votes there. But again, that's pretty early there too. That's a bit of a surprise.
Dylan. You told me that wasn't going to go blue. You told me.
Listen. The CBC map is really behind here. It's about 15 seconds behind. It just will not update. I would be very surprised if this stays conservative, just given how liberal the riding is, how francophone the riding is, especially in the western part of it, and plus the Liberals are. They're still popular. It's not like the vote's just falling off right now in Atlantic Canada. So I don't expect the Conservatives to win that seat.
Okay. So we would sort of expect the Liberals to maybe get into the 24-25 range. But that is exactly what they need specifically for a plurality of the vote. Definitely. They don't need to win 27, 28, 29. I mean, you would like them to win that much if you're looking for a majority government. But if you're trying to get government out of there, 22, 23, 24 seats, that gets the government out of it. That doesn't stop the Liberals getting government out of Atlantic Canada.
How about we look at the flip side of that? What's a good result for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada? Like, what number do they need to get to feel good about their chances tonight?
10 at least. At least 10.
They would need. Although I don't know where they're getting the 10 seats.
I don't think they were ever projected to get 10 seats, though, right?
I mean, we've never had it particularly close, but somebody probably at some point has.
No, I think maybe. I mean, during SNC we had something like that.
But at that point, it seemed like it was Conservatives just flipped something else. What they flip?
Cape Breton Conseco. So
I thought that was already theirs.
No, the Liberals have flipped it back. So a couple of these random these seats in Nova Scotia are still moving around. They have about 100 vote lead there, but only 25 of 216 polls are in. So bit early there. Victoria, 200 vote lead there, but 10% of all polls are in. West Nova.
Wow. Sorry, Liberals up 200 plus votes in Sackville. Sackville St. Margaret, Liberals up 2 votes. Sydney Victoria is the one that flipped. You were thinking of the wrong Cape Breton seat. That's now at 200. That's now an almost 300 vote Conservative lead. West Nova is still an almost 500 vote Conservative lead. Nova Scotia coming home, maybe might be a bad sign for who's the Liberal premier out there? Stephen McNeil?
Yeah, I
think so. Yeah,
he's screwed. Acadie Bathurst has now been called.
Well, it's not that he's necessarily screwed. Liberals have just gained a seat back. That I don't know what that is, but I will say that if that's the case, then maybe there will be some rumbling out of the provincial Nova Scotia caucus if things are that bad. Maybe for a change of leader going into the 2021 Nova Scotia election.
What are you going to say, Rob?
Yeah, so I'm just going to say a couple of quick things here. So we have our first.
Excuse me.
Our model has now been officially proven wrong in Acadie Bathurst. That is a Liberal hold essentially now. So we are wrong there. Looking like we got a couple other ones possibly here. Okay, the Liberals have flipped back Dartmouth Cole Harbour. That looks like it's definitely going the other way for them. Sackville Preston, they're pretty strong there too. Basically.
Wayne Long still up 45 votes over Rodney Weston and St. John Rothsay. Liberals are back up to 24.
Yep, they
seats.
just flipped Cape Breton Conseco, but it's very close there. It's a 50 vote margin. A lot of polls left there. Sydney Victoria.
Conservative gaining. Conservatives have. I'm calling it. Conservatives have gained to beat Quebec.
Okay. Cumberland Colchester,
which is in line with the model.
Cumberland Colchester just flipped back. So we're off in a couple seats right now. So basically, the Liberals are losing 2 seats in Nova Scotia, but there's a lot of close races still in Nova Scotia.
Aren't they gaining 2? But aren't they gaining 2 seats in New Brunswick?
Yeah, they're actually
currently have.
Yeah, they're gaining.
Although they're also losing, and then they're losing your seat there too. So
yeah, they're
the NDP are actually down at region-wide Atlantic Canada right now.
Yeah, they're not looking too good here.
I have like vaguely different calculations from these for the value of the Atlantic, but nothing enough for me to be a dick about it. But
okay.
Yeah.
I want to say a couple things here. So right now, at this moment, I am not seeing anything that's indicating a conservative government. I'm not seeing anything at this point. If a conservative government is going to come, and I'll let you finish, it's not coming out of Atlantic Canada, guys. You're going to need Ontario to come through in a big way. Yeah, but I'm not. We're not seeing
it. If you can't win St. John Rothsay, I'm really concerned if I'm a conservative right now, because that's the one you're supposed to win. The big one.
And honestly, St. John probably most demographically resembles Ontario in terms of an Atlantic seat. So
yeah.
Okay, Rob, keep going. Sorry for interrupting.
I'm not seeing anything to indicate like a massive conservative performance. Again, randomly the Conservatives are picking up a couple seats, but they're actually losing some seats too, right? I mean, here's the big trend I'm looking at right now is this: the NDP are underperforming the model. Acadie Bathurst and Sackville. Those are 2 seats that the Liberals are picking up, and they're just generally underperforming. That does not bode well for Ontario. If the NDP are underperforming here, and if they underperform in Ontario, that's a lot of votes going to the Liberals in Ontario. And I mean, while we might not be seeing exactly what that effect is going to be in Ontario yet, we're seeing here's the thing. So we're seeing a couple of seats flipping to the Conservatives here right now. So we're seeing Sydney Victoria and West Nova. Those are picked up by the Conservatives right now. But if you start playing this,
they're also losing, but they're losing
St. John Rothsay.
St. John Rothsay.
That's the thing. So it's kind of canceling out, but longer term,
Yeah.
the ripple effect of this is that in Ontario, like there, a lot of those
The
marginals.
conservatives, the conservatives need to beat the model. Like, they need to beat the polls that go into the model if they're going to beat the model.
And they're not.
They're not doing it.
They are not doing it right now. Let's see, Madawaska, close race there. It's a 40 vote.
Bit of movement to the Liberals instead of Sault Ste. Margaret. By the way, apologies if I'm interrupting Rob or Dylan at any point, or if they're interrupting us. Like, it's a live show. Like, we're trying to do our best, but apologies if any of us ever are interrupting.
If I can ask,
it's not rudeness or anything. Go ahead.
If I can ask Rob a question, who called Acadie Bathurst? Because I'm not seeing that in CBC at all.
CTV, Global has called it.
Global called
I mean,
it. Okay.
they're up over 1,200-ish votes, so like they really should be.
Fredericton,
Madawaska Restigouche is a 41 vote.
Fredericton right now is a Liberal-Conservative tie with 2 polls in. So that's kind of interesting. But again,
again, these are probably going to be smaller ones in the periphery of Fredericton, as opposed to inner city Fredericton. So I would actually say that's a bad result for Liberals if they're not winning. If they're not winning the bits of Fredericton that are in Fredericton. So like, if they're not winning the outer skirts of, if they're not winning the sort of suburban Fredericton that's in the riding of Fredericton, they're not going to be winning when the university comes in. So they're not going to be winning when UNB comes in.
So here's the thing. So here's an interesting question, and we're going to talk about this right now. John in the chat is saying, and again, if anybody else is watching this, all 44 of you, if you want to ask a question, go ahead and ask it in the chat. John is saying...
I think I'll say 11 vote lead before we answer that question.
Oh, okay.
When Long suffering a bit of a swing against him in recent times.
Yeah. So, question here. If you want something to talk about, something I would be interested in, the premier effect. Put simply, what provincial governments are the biggest drag on their federal counterpart, which are the biggest buoy. So, actually, this is a good point.
I don't know that any of them actively help their provincial counterparts, but it's Stephen McNeil in Nova Scotia, it's Doug Ford in Ontario, and no, that's it.
Yeah, like Stephen McNeil could actually be hurting the Liberals right now. I mean, like they're losing 2 seats. A lot of the ones are closer.
I'm gonna be like vaguely bold. Would not shock me if results stay as they are, and they might not. If results stay as they are, I would not be surprised if there were rumblings tomorrow about Stephen McNeil's contemplating his political future.
It's one of those walks in the snow.
Let's just say a winter is a Christmas time resignation as he decides that he wants to spend more time with his family, and take his golden parachute out of politics without the demeaningness of the loss. Wouldn't be shocking. I'm not reporting anything. I have no inside information. I'm just speculating based on speculation. Why? Okay.
If I could.
Why is Cardigan? Updates. No. You're going to do that in 2 seconds. Why is Cardigan a Liberal win, a Liberal call, with a 600 vote lead and 12 of 90 polling places in, and Acadie Bathurst isn't with an over 1,200 vote lead? What is going on, CBC?
Well, Global called it. Global called it.
Okay, well, I'm watching the CBC feed, so whatever. Dylan, where do you want to go?
Beauséjour in New Brunswick was called for the Liberals. What's interesting there is if you look, the second place party is the Greens with 31%. Obviously, they'll not win that seat, but it's interesting because we did talk about how in provincial elections, small parties do well if that'll translate federally. So that might be one.
Liberals flipped another seat. Jack Harris has been elected in St. John's.
Yeah, Madawaska. It's Madawaska.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
Also, Mayor Michelle Grand Lake is not going to last.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that one. But honestly, if those 2 seats flip, that makes it's the same result, but it makes a lot more sense. Dylan and/or Rob, don't the Greens have don't the Greens have some representation out in the East Coast of New Brunswick, sort of in part of the Beauséjour sort of oeuvre? Or am I making this up?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I just know Fredericton.
Yeah. I can't remember where the other seats are. Patriots touchdown for anybody who cares.
Cool.
25-5-1. What's the one seat that we're still waiting on?
It's Moncton. A Liberal seat. It's Moncton, yeah.
Oh, yes. Moncton River. Yeah.
Which will be a very safe Liberal seat there.
Yes. Well, I mean, we thought that about West Nova, and West Nova is screwing us, so who knows?
I think they called St. John's East, by the way. I don't know if you guys have covered that yet.
I just said that 2 minutes ago, yes.
I'd said it a bit
Okay.
Acadie
ago, actually.
Bathurst leads now over 1,400, and we're still not, and we still don't have a call yet, CBC.
Well,
Great job, everybody.
So Global has called Central Nova. They've called that one for the Liberals. For the Liberals, they have a 1,000-vote lead
That's,
there.
yeah, well, that'll be a fun race in 2023 when Peter MacKay is leading the Conservative Party.
Well, he might go somewhere else. You never know. Sydney Victoria.
Oh
Again,
no, he's definitely going to run Central Nova because that's where Papa was an MP for.
300 vote lead for the Conservatives in Sydney Victoria. That one is definitely possible. Could still flip. West Nova though. That one
Very
seems
interesting.
Miramichi is a 27-vote lead. That one seems like that shouldn't stay. What's the PPC vote in Miramichi? It's not in the top 3.
That'll be an interesting one to watch, just because they had the People's the provincial
People's
version
Alliance
of that.
member there. Yeah,
PPC is doing 5.9% with 69 votes. Nice in Miramichi.
Oh, fuck you. Excuse me.
That's
Sorry.
fine.
Did we just have the seat come in? We just had.
No, it's the
Conservatives just go up a seat.
Yeah, Fredericton. They have a 80-ish vote lead in Fredericton, 81 votes.
Okay, and then Moncton came in for the Liberals.
Yeah, so that kind of flips it. So 25.
Okay,
6.
two things happened at the same time as I was looking up. So, okay. Dylan, why don't you outline? Do you have any Quebec seats on your seat watch that you very handily compiled for us?
Quebec, yeah, I got 4 that I wanted to keep an eye on.
Tell the people who are watching for in Quebec.
Sure, I'll give the least interesting ones. Quebec City. I think that one's gonna go Liberal, but it's one where the Bloc could take that one.
You mean the riding of Quebec proper?
Yes,
like
in Quebec City. Yeah.
Did you've seen the Main Street poll, right?
I haven't. No.
Duclos up 12.
What's it?
Liberal cabinet minister up 12. Over the Bloc, Conservatives in 3rd.
That should be one that they hold on to there, but also
I will just say I have $75 for somebody who's currently watching this feed in the stream right now on the results in Quebec from 3 rounds ago, and thank you, Keita Maggie, for reinstilling confidence that Duclos is going to win that seat, because I was worried for a while.
So a couple things here. One, we have our first call of the night for the Conservatives. Toby Mactaquack again. Completely expected.
I already called that.
Well,
Canso has come back hard for the Liberals. Not hard for the Liberals. It's about 110 vote lead.
So we have a couple comments here. We have A56 Modem. He said, "How do you guys feel about the Ecos projection?" And someone in Darkness 5632 said, "I am not a Canadian, but I want the Bloc to win just to make them feel bad for themselves. I'm sorry, Darkness. I got some bad news for you." But though the interesting question though about
is Darkness 564 the populism updates guy?
I feel like that's true. I feel like that's probably
reveal yourself if I'm right about this.
But no.
But we will go back. We will go back to Dylan's Quebec seats, by the way, in a minute. Nothing was happening, so I was trying full time, and now things are happening. So we'll get back to previewing Quebec in a minute.
Okay. So what about the Ecos projection? I mean, the Ecos projection is pretty much in line with.
So here's the thing: the Ecos projection is, I think they will be probably right in the aggregate, but their Quebec numbers are just like not correct.
Well, I think are you talking about the seat projection, or are you talking?
I didn't study that. I didn't study the seat projection.
I did.
I did. Of course you did. Because you're you.
I looked at the seat projection, and the seat projection was very similar to ours. Very little differences.
Were they as aggressive? Were they as aggressive in Quebec as their poll said, or did they tone back their Quebec numbers?
I actually didn't look too much into it. I assume they were kind of a bit more aggressive.
Okay.
But they were. I kind of split the difference.
CBC. You can call Acadie Bathurst at any moment now. It's only a 1,900 vote lead.
Miramichi, Gray and Lake is a tied race right now. That is a tied race.
Okay.
Liberals, Conservatives tied. Sydney, Victoria.
Fredericton is a 67 vote lead. Matt DeCourcy is only 4 votes ahead of 3rd place, but again, I'm suspecting you're seeing a lot of outer Fredericton and Fredericton suburbs more than more than the student heavy districts, which would be Green and Liberal more. Not worried about Fredericton if I'm
St.
Liberal.
Yeah, St. John's Ross say about a 50-60 vote.
Patriot. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Wayne Long is holding on to about a 60-ish vote lead.
Very happy about that.
Yeah.
Moncton River Dieppe, finally. Sorry. Moncton River Dieppe. I had the wrong MP there. Sorry, it's not TJ Harvey. I don't remember. I'm now confused which she's from. No, it's Jeanette Petitpat Taylor, Minister of Health for a while, I want to say. And Sam Darnold throwing picks for anybody who cares about the football game. Wayne Long.
They call Bathurst.
Yeah, finally. Good. Took you long enough. Okay, that's good. So yeah, we have first results in from from every single one of the 32 Atlantic polling places now. Yeah. I don't know. Ecos and Main Street kind of agreed in the projections. They both had the Liberals in the high 150s. We have them in the low 160s. Like,
yeah,
we see the political environment much the same way. In different seats, we're going to disagree in places, but that's what happens.
Yeah. So both of them.
Everybody's expectations about personal votes and incumbency and everything else are slightly different, and that gets you slightly different results.
Yeah. Global is projecting the Conservatives to win New Brunswick Southwest again. Nothing is too big of a surprise there.
Yep. So the way to think about this is sort of so there are different tiers of gains and losses, right? There are things that are sort of priced in, and there are things that are not. The Liberals losing West Nova, definitely not priced in. The Liberals losing New Brunswick Southwest, priced in. Mm-hmm. When we start worrying about some of these Conservative gains, that's when people should be worrying about them if you're a Conservative. We're now down to 24-7-1 Conservatives just gained a seat. Rob, do you have any idea what that might be?
No, it's just... No, 24-7-1, that's pretty much everything is the same. Miramichi. They were tied in Miramichi now. It's Miramichi going back. So basically, right now the Conservatives...
Dylan called that one happening momentarily, so that's not surprising.
So the Conservatives...
Liberals would want to win something else back. They'd want to win back maybe a Sydney Victoria. As a terms of plausibles, that's might be definitely the only one realistically.
They're only about 300 votes down. Like they're less than 300 votes down in Sydney Victoria, less than half, like a quarter of the polls reporting. Very few polls reporting in West Nova at this point. Only 38 of 229, so still a lot left there. But big 700 vote Liberal Conservative lead in there. So these are kind of the two biggest upsets of the night right now at this point. The Sydney Victoria and the West Nova. Our model had both of them is actually safe Liberal, so kind of a bit of surprise. Not the biggest surprise. I mean, the thing is,
Sydney Victoria might be candidate effects because remember they had the homophobic Liberal there, so maybe I don't know, maybe something's happening there.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I mean, it's also Cape Breton, so it's spread out, so that might be it. Maybe we just need to be more attentive to candidate effects and out east. Like I don't know, we'll see.
And the scandal penalty, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not done.
Although we
yet.
did get a seat poll saying that the NDP were. We have a 33rd seat on the board. Can you check if that's Gaspé?
It is called Gaspé. It's Gaspé L'Île, and
right.
The Liberals are winning.
Right, baby.
Yep, Liberals are winning it. So just a quick thing for our projections, we do have a Liberal lead, but in our model we had a Liberal lead, but a bare Liberal lead. So yeah, they are.
What did we have Liberal lead on that seat? Just so that we can do some rough seat math there.
A 1 point
based on
a 1 point Liberal lead.
Okay, and we have an 11 vote lead, 16, 5, 1, and 0 for the NDP. Conservatives in third.
So
Bloc in second.
Can I just get something in before Quebec starts pouring? Just in terms of...
Well, Quebec isn't going to pour for the next 55 minutes. It's just...
but I don't want...
seat goes early.
I know. There's maybe 50 votes from that seat. I want to get this in before it skews data at all. But just in terms of vote share...
Votes, but yes, go on.
In terms of vote share, the Liberals are at 42.8, Conservatives 30.5, New Democrat 17.1, and Greens 7.7. What surprises you there, and what is, not supposed to be there that is there?
Oh, what's the Liberal number?
42.8.
Liberal number's about right. Tory number's a bit high. NDP number a bit low. Greens a bit low, but I don't know how much of that is Fredericton not being in nearly as much as everything else.
Greens low at about 8%. Really?
We had them averaged for about 12, I think 12, 14. We'll say Winlong up about 200 votes. That's really good. I'm really happy about that one. I'm not going to be super happy about anything other than Winlong winning, just because he used to employ me and pay me money, and I like the guy.
So the thing is, right now, I think the story is the Liberals are getting about what we had them out of Quebec. Exactly, we had them exactly at 25, except that we had the NDP getting 3, and the Conservatives getting 5.
The Conservatives are doing a little bit. The Conservatives are doing a little bit better. NDP are doing a bit worse.
Yeah, but
if you extrapolate that out, that means that the Liberals are going to have a very, very good night, because that means that the NDP vote is just tanked in Ontario, and that means welcome to a red 9 to 5, everybody.
Oh yeah, like that's the thing. I mean, the thing is, at this moment, the map looks a little bit blue, a bit more blue than people would expect. But like, if the Liberals are taking the seats from the NDP, Niagara Centre is Liberal, Windsor is Liberal, Hamilton is Liberal, London is Liberal. Like there are a lot of seats in the 905 belt that are going to go Liberal because of this right now. That's the thing. So, like, although Conservatives are picking up 2 seats, 3 seats if you count Fredericton that we weren't counting. Yeah, our projections are looking pretty good right now. Again, we're actually having them pick up a seat that we thought was going to go Conservative with Wayne Long there in St. John's Rothesay. So, model looking pretty good. Again, could have been candidate effects there in Sydney Victoria. Kind of forgot about them. Probably should have put a scandal penalty on him. He's not done yet, though. He's still only down 200 votes with slightly less than half of the polls reporting, maybe 40%. West Nova, again, that one's kind of a bit interesting. 700 votes, but maybe a quarter of the polls reporting. So, not done yet.
We didn't. I will say we didn't forget to put the scandal penalty on. We looked at it. We saw that Main Street had him winning comfortably, and we decided against doing it. It wasn't a forget thing. It was the Main Street people made me think it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, and it's John in the chat. He says, shout out to London, the hometown franchise around to watch there. Yeah, we have Franshaw as a Liberal, and I am very confident in that projection right now. Tim Smith.
Yeah, that feels like the exact sort of white working class seat that the NDP tanking in helps the Liberals in. Although maybe not. Maybe the Conservative performance would help.
Tim Smith, we're going to go through some questions in chat. Tim Smith, why aren't some of the numbers from Far East... Oh, someone's messing with their mic. Someone fix that. Okay. Tim Smith, 25, why aren't
Dylan, mute yourself while you're adjusting stuff, please. Temporarily. Tim Smith, what's your question?
Why aren't some of the numbers from Far East Quebec aren't the places in the elect time? Yeah, the only one seems to be Gaspé-la-Île. So...
Gaspésie is the only one that does this. Everything else comes in at 9:30 like usual.
Someone is...
Great, we're going to an interview.
Okay, someone... AKA_56 modem, could the block's limited resources affect their get out the vote efforts and hurt their results? Definitely, yeah. I mean, we're still waiting. Do we have anything extra from... Nope, still just that one poll from Gaspé. So, if someone was to underperform tonight, I could definitely see it the block. We actually looked...
For what it's worth, well, don't say we. I looked into this 2 nights ago because Dylan or Robert was wondering about Quebec polling, basically. The block underperformed their Quebec average by 2 points in 2011 and 3 points in 2015, so...
Mm-hmm. So
you could argue that's GITV, or you could argue that's like late-breaking momentum. I'm not going to argue either way definitively, but it might also just be bad polling. Like, that's definitely in the realm of possibility. It's just, whatever. But that's on the average. That's on as good of an average as I can get of last 3-day polls with links that still did break.
So
and I can get the regional average of.
Yeah, so according to the global feed we're looking at here, okay, well, someone asked a question, we'll get to that in a second, but in terms of projections here, we have our first 2 locked-in calls that the model is wrong in. So according to Global's projections, of course, they've called Acadie Bathurst and they've called Sackville Preston. So model is wrong in 2 seats, but I'm a bit torn because that's 2 Liberal gains, and also, I mean, Wayne Long again in St. John's Rothesay, he's holding on there.
Yeah, but that's definitely not one that you want to start calling. I mean, here's the thing, right?
But again, it's missing in the right direction for we projected the Liberals at 160. If they're now gaining seats, that means that overall the projection could be right? That's the thing. So, and that kind of cancels out the losses.
Right? So here's the thing, because if we'll put it this way, right? We had, I think, Liberals at 163, still one poll only from Gaspésie. Where was I going at this point? Sorry. If the Liberals are outperforming the model, then they're probably winning majority government. So I would be much like. So here's the thing. Like the way the model is currently missing is not missing in a way that is it's not missing like uniformly one way. It's missing. I think so. I think it's currently losing sort of badly-ish in Fort seats, and two of those are conservative seats that we didn't call as going conservative, and two of those are liberal seats that we didn't have going liberal. That's a net error right now of 0.
Yeah, the net.
And if such a result, like, obviously we're not going to get the top line perfectly right, but if you're a conservative, you want our model to be systemically wrong.
Yeah,
you need our model to be systemically wrong, and you're not going to get government unless our model is systemically wrong. And if our model is not systemically wrong right now, you are in trouble.
Yeah, you were rooting for the NDP in those seats, and they did not come through for you. So they kind of let you down.
Yeah, in Sackville.
Jagmeet let you down there in those two seats.
Sackville and in Acadie. But specifically, not so much because those votes were going to necessarily be your votes on the floor of the Parliament, but because if the NDP are having a bad night there, they might be having a bad night.
Yeah, Jamie Baptiste is coming back here with 80 of 196 polls, so roughly half of the polling in. Yeah, roughly.
What's that lead down to now?
It is down to 200. Oh, actually, 270, 280.
Yeah, that's basically where it's been for the last 20 minutes.
It was 300 before. West Nova is 700.
Kipper and Canso moving back to the Liberals. The 400 vote lead there.
Greens on the board.
That's definitely Fredericton.
Yeah. It's Fredericton.
Yeah, that's definitely Fredericton. Although that's good for the Liberals, bad for the Conservatives.
Well, the Liberals are in third, but not a distant third. They're only 130 or so seats, 130 or so votes down.
Fredericton's going to be a weird seat. It's going to bob and weave like multiple times just because what bits of Fredericton are in. There are green bits of Fredericton, like. There are the green bits of Fredericton. There's the non-green bits of Fredericton. You have the liberal bits. You have the conservative bits. You have the David Kuhn bit, green leader in New Brunswick. I believe that's the same. Yeah, that's the same type thing. So we don't have where the votes are in, so don't worry about that one. But again, the Conservatives need to win Fredericton if they're going to come out of Atlantic Canada with the votes they need to win an election.
And they don't have them. That's the thing. Liberals
they do not currently have the votes. Sackville, what a horrid performance for the NDP in Sackville.
Let's see how bad is this.
They down 1,000 votes.
Wow.
Liberals. Oh God, Liberals winning by 1,500 in it says for St. Margaret. Like the Conservatives are not doing great.
Yeah, guys.
Right now.
A lot of people
Dylan, do you want to give a top line update right now?
Sure. In just terms of vote share.
Yes, just vote share, please. 25, 6, 1, and 1 if you want seats.
It's 42.5% for the Liberals. They're kind of holding steady there. The Conservatives, 30.2, Liberals 17, and Greens 8.3. Nothing's really changed too much. I think we're waiting more for Fredericton. Madawaska, Restigouche, the lead's being extended to 400 votes. It's about 10%, 9% lead for the Liberals there. That'll probably stay for the rest of the evening. And I think that's pretty much it. Atlantic Canada's kind of settling in. We have obviously.
So what are the competitive maybe flippable races left in Atlantic Canada? Fredericton, Sydney, Victoria. Dylan, would you say Miramichi is at all interesting? Say Miramichi, obviously. Would you say Miramichi is at all interesting, or?
It was until the Conservatives, took a 12, 13-point lead. It could be. It's one that we kind of expected to be conservative. But yeah, I'd say St. John Ross, Fredericton, and Sydney, Victoria. I wonder if West Nova moves at all.
I don't think so. That seems pretty gone for the Conservatives. Good win for the Conservatives in West Nova. Weird that they're doing so well there and doing so bad in other places.
Edgemont is one. They're kind of running out of polls, but it is only a 5-point lead there, 5.5.
Okay.
Actually,
still only that one poll in Gaspésie.
Global has called Egmont actually. They say it's over.
That's interesting.
Well, it's 50 of 90 polls, right? There's only 40 polls left, so and it's PEI.
There might be somebody might be crunching the numbers and actually knowing which bits of Egmont are in right now, and it might be that the more conservative end of the part of the island is there, and if the Conservatives aren't winning there, then aren't going to win in the more liberal parts.
So what Global is also called West Nova, so that is 3 wrong seats for the model. But again,
LeanTossup model.
Yeah, LeanTossup model. Yeah, doing okay. Like 3 out of. I mean, we're looking at 3, 4 if St. John's, 5 if Sydney, and 6 if Fredericton, so that's 6. But again, longer term, again, that boding pretty well for, like, this is not, these results we're seeing right now are not results that are going to give the NDP 3 seats in downtown Toronto. These are not results that are going to give.
No, they're not. Windsor, by the way, I'm not calling it now because it's not what we do, but
Too early,
if the NDP are doing this bad in LA, Canada, both your Windsors, gone. Hamilton's gone.
Hamilton is going to be a trick. Yeah, so the Liberal, so roughly where we had it actually. So St. John's East, pretty good. So right now, St. John's East is settling. I just wanted to look at it now. NDP are up 48 to 31.9, 48.2 to 31.9. Our projection had that one at 49 to 30. So, like, that's pretty good. I mean, the final polls aren't even in yet, but, like, that's a really close projection there. That's our model basically just sat there the entire time. So that's a pretty good result. But again, NDP not doing well. Halifax has not been called yet, but the Liberals have a 400 lead. That's only because 15 polls are in. I expect that one to be called very soon. A lot of people
that one's gonna move when you get more inner Halifax in there. Shout out to Pat Mayo, by the way, at the PMB on Twitter for giving us a shout out on the thing. Cumberland Colchester 136 vote lead for the Liberals. Scott Armstrong may be competitive in Cumberland Colchester,
and Jamie Baptiste has just taken the lead back in Sydney Victoria.
That is not showing. That is showing up now on the CBC. Yeah, okay, good. 26-5, 1 and 1.
110 vote lead. So again, we're cheering for the model here, not the person who said terrible comments. But again, the model said that, so that's what we're rooting for tonight. St. John Ross.
I'm also rooting for. I mean, here's the thing: if anybody's going to feel bad about cheering for an alleged, or not even an alleged homophobe, like the gay man gives you permission to cheer for the Liberal because he's a liberal.
Wayne Long, 200 vote lead. He might pull that out, and that is a huge hold for the Liberals. If they can hold that one, then they are looking.
That's the kind of thing that the Liberals need if they want majority government. And
that's the thing that makes the majority. Yeah.
I was saying to somebody earlier today, like in terms of Liberal plurality, you needed about 22 out of here. You're looking at 26 right now. Maybe a 27th.
Yeah.
Ooh boy, this is a bad night for the Conservatives. If they're getting 5.
If they're
getting the 4 they're supposed to get in New Brunswick, which are literally just like, don't even think about them. They're gone. And that's all they're getting, plus West Nova. Like, anybody who has this as a tie, like, I'm not seeing anything that suggests a tie right now.
I am definitely not. I'm not seeing anything that's suggesting a tie in seats at this point. This is looking like
great CBC. You know what's really helpful? You know what's really, really helpful? When you show the 2018 provincial GTA results as if they're meaningful in the slightest.
Oh, what? Because that's like, the thing is, again, I wrote a piece about this, so I feel personally offended right now. In terms of, like,
here's the thing. If the Liberals are going to get 20% of the vote and the Conservatives are going to get 40% of the vote, then great. Most of the GTA is going to be blue. No, it's not. Liberals are going to win certainly most of the 416, if not all of the 416, and they're going to win most of the GTA.
Yeah, I am not seeing anything to suggest that the NDP are going to take a massive amount of seats in Ontario. This is
well. That brings up a good question I got to get in here, mostly because I'm being goaded into it. But do you think the NDP would be performing better if Rachel Notley was the leader right now?
They would be doing better. They would be doing better if anybody was leader. I still don't think okay, thank you, Dylan. You've prompted me this. I'm going on this rant. Sure, Jagmeet Singh won the campaign in whatever useless Ottawa bubble thing that means. But he won the campaign, but it didn't mean anything. He did the best if his goal was appealing to very online people on social media and the Ottawa Press Gallery. But you know who doesn't find it really funny? When you take a rap song and you do a thing where you point to different things to social media, you know who doesn't give a shit about that? Your voters. The people who need you, who want to vote for you, or who might vote for you. You know who really loves that? A bunch of very online people who are already going to vote for you. Appealing to the kind of people who think that Bernie Sanders is the savior of humanity isn't going to get you actual votes in the actual election that we're actually having tonight. Jagmeet was so focused on winning the media and winning Twitter that he forgot to win an actual election and win actual seats. He didn't win St. John's East. Jack Harris won St. John's East. This is a horrible performance for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP so far. horrible.
I'm tweeting out what we're saying on the chat that the NDP are not having a great night.
Yeah, they're not having a good night, people. They're not having a good night. But yes, Jamie would. Rachel Lally would be doing better than Jamie's doing right now. Matt DeCourcy is still in third in Fredericton, but again, would love to know where in Fredericton some of these results are coming in. Some seats that are currently too close to call. Cumberland Colchester, 105 vote Liberal lead. Sydney Victoria, 115 vote Liberal lead. Fredericton's 167 vote Conservative lead. The Bloc have just taken a lead in Gaspésie.
20 points.
Well, they've just taken a lead.
20 vote.
Yeah, they're just taking a lead. Gaspésie is the only seat it is. Again, Gaspésie is sort of it's not against the Peckists at a provincial level. The Liberals could win it. The Liberals could lose it. We had it as a 1-point Liberal lead, so don't overread Gaspésie in terms of Quebec results until we have a decent sample there. Although we're only 38 minutes away from the rest of Quebec coming in. Dylan, what's the national vote share right now?
National vote share 42% for the Liberals, 30% for the Conservatives, 16.9% for the NDP, and 9% for the Green. So basically, we're seeing all the parties kind of dip as the Greens start to make gains, I assume, in Fredericton.
That is singularly that more and more of the vote in Fredericton is coming in, and therefore that's raising the Bloc, the NDP vote.
Fredericton is extending the lead now. It's about 4.5%.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Liberal lead of 106 in Sydney Victoria. That one isn't safe for the Liberals.
Shout out.
But again, they're currently looking at about 25 seats in Atlantic Canada. 800 vote lead for the Conservatives in West Nova. Doesn't look like the Liberals are going to be able to call that one back.
Shout out to Canadian Watcher on Twitter. He actually said that the Toronto Star is a better map, and we're going to use that now because it looks a lot better. It doesn't have those weird cutouts.
He messaged me to say that Patriots up 23-0 after an interception return for a touchdown.
The Jets are a good team.
Fumble interception. I don't really know.
The Jets are a good team, guys.
14 vote Bloc lead in
Gaspé.
Gaspésie.
St. John's Ross.
By the way, people.
Okay.
200 vote lead in St. John Ross.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, everybody, I'm aware of the fact that the riding name is Gaspésie Île de la Madeleine, but I'm not saying that every single time because I'm going to run out of words by the end of the night. Fumble recovery for a touchdown, not interception.
Okay.
In the football game.
All right. Well, if people were caring about that, I care about it because I'm a Patriots fan, but that's fine. So yeah, Sydney Victoria.
I don't know. We might have some degenerate gamblers in here.
Sydney Victoria.
500 vote lead for Wayne Long. 504 vote lead for Wayne Long.
Oh, the Star is not updated yet, but it's 200 there.
500 in CBC right now.
Yeah,
30, essentially 3,400 to 2,900.
Sydney Victoria is coming in. Cumberland Colchester, that's a 200 vote lead for the Liberals now, according to the Toronto Star map. This is a pretty good night for the Liberals so far. Miramichi Great Lake has not been called. 300 vote lead for the Conservatives. I expect that to hold. I don't think that's going anywhere. Malpeque, 400 vote Liberal lead with 10 of the 90 polls reporting. Probably going to... I think this is probably a bit out of reach for them. But again, it's definitely not over yet. West Nova, kind of the upset of the night. 800 vote Conservative lead there. A bit early with only about a quarter of the polls in to call it. But, I guess, I don't know. I go with the Toronto Star. The Toronto Star, they know what they're doing. Let's look at Fredericton here for a second.
Liberals have just taken a lead back in Gaspésie. 178 vote lead for the Greens over the Conservatives. Matt DeCourcy, 345 votes behind first to third.
All right, we got some comments here. John had said Sydney Victoria getting closer. I had seen that earlier, but again, we're well past Sydney Victoria yet. Now Liberals have a 100 vote lead there. Someone, I can't see his name, TFCNU, I think, or an I can't see it. It's blue on a black background for Twitch. This is a bad result for this PPC so far in terms of popular vote, right? Maybe a ray of light for the Tories. So yes, it's currently bad. I don't think the PPC were expected to do particularly well in the Atlantic. The Greens were expected to do a lot better in the Atlantic, and they are definitely underperforming that at this moment. So
I wouldn't. Here's the thing: the PPC haven't stood in every district in Atlantic Canada, as Dylan ably pointed out for us earlier in the stream. So that number might be low just because of the fact that they haven't stood.
and then one more question.
If you want to look at the PPC number, look at what the PPC are getting in the Miramichi seat.
And then one more question here. Tim Smith 25. Do you think there will be any NDP seats in Quebec? Maybe.
I'm gonna say one. I'm gonna say one. I think tonight. I'm gonna say
Rosemont.
I'm gonna say Brosseau loses, and I'm gonna say Bouleris wins in Rosemont.
And I'm gonna say Sherbrooke is a block seat. Maybe, I don't know. Again, we need. Well, I mean, Liberals are winning in Gaspé by 60 votes. That's roughly. Well, I mean, we're not there yet. That's roughly.
What's that as a percent? What's that as a percent?
They're winning at 45-37. Our model had them in Gaspé as 35-34. So we expect.
That's a 7. So for anybody who wants a really dumb electoral analysis, that's a 7% swing. Block to Liberal compared to what the model has, and therefore adjust everything in our model by 7%, and you'll have the right results. Don't actually do that because that would be idiotic. But the Liberals are very slightly overperforming the model in Quebec based on the 2 or 3 polling places, 3 or 4 polling places actually that we might have. Sydney Victoria, 4-vote lead for Jamie Bastille. Apparently, homophobia does hurt your electoral prospects.
Apparently. Oh, and the Toronto Star, you'll be very happy to hear this result, Evan. The Toronto Star has called St. John Rossay for Wayne Long.
That seems aggressive.
Well, it's a quarter. Well, 53 out of 170, so that's roughly a third of polls reporting. 500 vote lead. Again, we don't know where that is, right? I mean, the more Liberal area could be reporting, right? So
if that's more Rossay than St. John, then Wayne's home and dry. If that's more St. John than Rossay, then that's an aggressive call.
Mm-hmm. So again,
Dylan, am I wrong in saying that you have lived in Rossay before?
Yes, I was just on mute there because I was getting a beer. Yes, I have lived in Rossay when I was aged, I think, 1 to 2. So that's interesting.
Okay, so you would agree with that analysis, though, that if Wayne is winning by 500 with more Rossay than St. John in, then he's home and dry, and if it's more St. John than Rossay, be a little concerned? Would you agree with that analysis?
Yeah, I would say probably the surrounding area. I'm kind of like a lot of urban centers is a lot more conservative than the actual city itself.
Yeah, that seems right. It seems accurate with the St. John and Rossay bits of the riding. Rossay is a rich suburb of it. For what it's worth, I once played in a rugby tournament in St. John Rossay at the Rossay Netherwood High School, and once dislocated my kneecap there. So that's fun.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say now I'm probably gonna go through my whole alcohol tonight. So, not too much, but to get through it, yeah.
Conservatives have retaken the lead in Sydney Victoria, but 50 vote lead. So, and the Greens have a second seat. That's interesting. They have taken a lead in Best de Jour. That's a crazy.
But they already
result.
called that one. That is very interesting.
Yeah, the CBC called that. That's Dom LeBlanc. That seems.
Has this been? This must be coded wrong. Maybe could this be coded wrong? Because this seems impossible.
It really does seem impossible, but that does seem. We'll see whether the CBC is currently at like a montage for no reason.
Yeah, that can't be right. There's only 85 of 221 polls reporting in Beauce-du-Jour, and it's like a 4% lead is what they're showing. There's no way that should be called for the Greens. I mean, it was called for the Liberals like an hour ago.
Yeah, so that's...
Well, for what it's... By the way, I will just take this moment and say that the Elections Canada has done a good job and everything seems to be going off without a hitch, so just thank them because, we need this. We need a proper elections agency that works properly, so
apparently
good on them for running a good election.
People in the chat are saying that the CBC and Toronto Star show the green lead again. We're not suggesting that's necessarily... I mean, it could be happening. We don't actually know. We're not suggesting it's a CBC or Toronto Star. Again, if Elections Canada coded something wrong, it happens sometimes from time to time. Like an election agency will plug in a number wrong. We'll wait and see, but that seems extremely out of place. Just looking at the riding map that we have there, we had the Greens in third. So... But that we had them at 11%.
I'm pretty sure the Greens do have some of the provincial territory, but like it's Dom LeBlanc. Like the CBC does not currently have it on their TV screen, for what it's worth.
Yeah, that could be. it could be a weird thing. I mean, they were winning. I didn't really look at it that much, but they were not. The Greens were not.
Did Sydney Victoria flip back just now?
No, but it's very close. It's a 100-vote lead right now for the Conservatives. Less than 100 vote actually, like 50-vote lead. So it's
Okay. Well, the CBC has the CBC has Liberals as the Conservatives only on 5 seats right now, which means something moved back.
Oh no, it just went back now. My bad. Yep, the
Okay.
other one's ahead of it. So you're a little ahead of me now. So where is it? No, yeah, he's got a bare lead. That's gonna be a late night accounting there in Sydney, Victoria. Again, yeah, and also here in Best du Jour, again, we are not conspiracy theorists, but things happen on election night, and this just seems like an extremely weird result. But again, who knows, right? So
I
we'll get
mean,
to
the
the bottom.
CBC. I mean, the CBC does not have that on their map right now. So,
Do they? Let's call it up here in another tab.
well, they certainly don't have it on their TV screen right now because they have.
Yeah, they
Greens
do
on
not
one
have.
and the
Yeah, they have the
Liberals
Greens on
26.
one.
Yeah, that has to be a mistake there. I'm sure they're talking about it now. It does say on their screen on the side, Beauséjour was elect, but on the map it's not showing that. Like on their,
It says
sorry, it's showing it on
elected.
their online map.
Yeah,
It's just not showing it on their
okay,
bar.
I think this is okay. I'm pretty sure this is a coding error.
It
But I
says,
will say this for
oh,
sure.
it flipped back. It flipped back now. On CBC, it's flipped back.
Okay.
Right. If had the Greens actually won that riding, I think Brian Gallant would be very excited because that would be his jump into federal politics.
Yeah, no, that's
He might be looking at that regardless. Let's just say.
yeah, on the CBC map, that's flipped back. I'm assuming
Because
it's
here's the
fair
thing. Because
error.
here's the thing. There are definitely rumors that Don LeBlanc is going to use that Don LeBlanc isn't going to. Don LeBlanc will retire either at the next election or during this parliament, and Beauséjour would be a very good landing spot for ex-liberal premier of New Brunswick, Brian Gallant.
TFC and one or NI or you. I can't see what your name is. If you could spell that out in chat because it's really dark. But he says the Elections Canada's Liberals up 2,600 votes again. That just seems like it's a coding error.
St. John Rosse,
Yeah.
St. John Rosse, 660 vote lead.
Yeah. And
That seems like Wayne's pulling ahead.
I just wanted to say, kind of, it was jumped in by the guest in the chat, but Beauséjour on CBC has like a 15-point lead for the Liberals, so it was definitely a coding error.
Yeah.
At no point.
So that's what it should have been.
Yeah, and again, actually, I'll say you guys let you finish there, but again, that's why we're here. We know this stuff. We're telling you, hey guys, it's okay. The Greens just took a lead in a place. It could be a coding error, so it's fine. All right, continue.
So the most famous example of that for a certain level of fame and a certain level of nerderdom, because again, I am this much of a nerd and this much of a self-parody at points. In the 2013 recount in the seat of Indi, which was a competitive independent v liberal race, they ended up finding a stack of ballot boxes or ballot papers that was about a box of ballot papers that was about 1,000 votes that they missed. I think they were only mostly like postal and absent votes. And those 1,000 votes ended up flipping the lead. So yeah, things happen. You miss ballot papers or whatever. You put something in wrong. Like, and the Wentworth by-election last year in Australia, same thing happened. They miscoded, or they flipped the inputs for the independent and for the liberal. And so in one of the things, and so somebody was literally just like it was just somebody was just running the numbers and was just like, wow, the Liberals did suddenly so much better in the early votes cast in the same area as opposed to the boos in that area on the day. And so we looked at it and went, that seems a bit odd. And so we ended up figuring, and then they ended up recounting them and figured it out. And it turned out that nope, they just put the data wrong. And like, it's like I have I don't know if either of you have, but I've literally scrutineered elections before, and it's just like it's just people. And you punch the wrong thing in, you put the wrong numbers in you put the green number in the liberal box or whatever, and it just happens. So there's no grand conspiracy here. It's just we're doing the best we can, people.
Just a quick Twitter update here. Polling Canada just a couple minutes ago posted on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I'm in the hospital at the moment as my father's in poor condition, so he's pausing his updates. Just a shout out to him. We had him on our podcast last week. Great guy, great account, loves elections.
Big fan of Polling Canada.
Yeah.
Obviously, we wish Polling Canada's father all the best.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
They're doing some preview stuff for Ontario right now. Milton is the first district to watch that they brought up. Dylan will be a very happy man at that. Also,
I am the only
I will not
qualified
comment.
person to talk about it.
I mean, I'm also qualified because, like, I don't know. I wrote about it in August. I wrote about it on August 2nd that was a seat to watch for the Liberals. Also, I will say I do not comment as a rule on women's fashion choices, but I do comment on men's fashion choices. And what on earth was Adam Vancouverton wearing when he took the photo that is his CBC profile picture for the night? I just, dude, you got to do better than that. Just do a suit. Don't do whatever you were wearing.
So we have 60. Actually, I was just saying one thing.
39 vote lead in 39 vote lead in Sydney, Victoria. I think that's what the most competitive seat in Atlantic Canada right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Nothing happening in West. Nothing really happening in West. In West Nova for the Liberals. What?
We have a seat call. Madawaska Restigouche. The Liberal incumbent Rene Arsenault's been re-elected.
Yeah, he's got a massive.
Dylan called that one quite early in the night, so that's a good call for him. Matt DeCourcy's about 900 votes behind. I'm assuming Sydney Victoria is the seat that just flipped to the Conservatives. So Matt DeCourcy looks like he's in trouble in Fredericton, first to third. Fundy Royal gone. So here are the things. Excuse me. Here are the seats that the Conservatives, NDP, and Greens are currently leading in. We'll just do this one pretty quickly. Conservatives are winning the 4 seats in New Brunswick that we said they needed. That are not surprising that they're winning. Miramichi, Fundy Royal, Tabik Mactaquac, and New Brunswick Southwest. They're winning West Nova. They're going to win West Nova. They are currently leading. They're currently leading in. It's not in the CBC, and that's what I was going off of for the basis of the call. Mm-hmm. They're leading in, but are not safe in Sydney, Victoria. The NDP have won St. John's East. The NDP the NDP have won St. John's East. The Greens are leading in Fredericton. Those are the non-Liberal seats right now. The Liberals are leading in Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine by 81 votes. What's that as a percentage of the vote? If somebody can get me that, please.
45-37. So that's getting pretty close to our.
That's an 8 point. That's an 8 point margin. We had this 1 point margin. It's unchanged since the last time I asked for a percentage. If anybody wants to do massive extrapolation off of that fact, it's a 7 point swing to the Liberals compared to the model.
We're nowhere near done there yet.
Don't be stupid about it.
Back to the block.
Oh, great, fantastic. Just I'm speaking, so that should tell you not to be doing that extrapolation.
Yeah, we're not done.
Yes,
not done.
Also,
we're not done in Gaspésie.
Something of significance, the Greens are now at 10% polling, or actual vote share at this point.
Nice, good for them.
That's very interesting that they've been jumping.
That seems to be a lot of New Brunswick boosting them.
Yeah, because Liberals are still at 41%. The Conservatives are now sub 30, 29.9. Also, I think we've talked about it a lot, but St. John Rosse, I can't believe this is just hanging in there for the Liberals. I knew it was one of the Liberals.
700 is 700 votes now?
It's just it's a 786 vote lead. It's just that when it started that they took the lead, it really felt like they was going to flip at some point back to the Conservatives, because you expect that to be a Conservative seat.
So I expected that to be within 200 votes by the end of the night. I expected that to be a damn fight, but apparently not.
Yeah, the model calls that
good on Wayne. Good on Wayne in that one.
You might say, well, sure, we might lose St. John Rosse that we were supposed to win, but we flipped, like West Nova or maybe even Sydney.
Okay, but here's the thing. They needed to outperform the model in a net sense. You can't be swapping wins and losses. You need to just be beating the model if you're the Conservatives.
Yeah, so currently in the Atlantic, the Conservatives are only gaining 1 more seat than we thought they would have. That's it. And the Liberals are actually net 1 because they flipped the 2 NDPs that we thought were going to be NDP, and they flipped St. John's Rosse. So they're up 3, down 2. So, you're like...
They're doing. They're also losing Fredericton, which we had them. So
okay. So
I think we had the Liberals. Didn't we have the Liberals on 25? I can't remember if we had the Liberals on 25 or 24 going into the night, but essentially the Liberals are doing what you're supposed to be doing if the Liberals are going to be on pace for a high result. What's the NDP percentage in nationally right now? Dylan, before you make the point you're about to make, what's the NDP percentage of the vote right now nationally?
16.6.
Yeah, that's lower than. Yeah, that's not a good number for them.
Well, what I was gonna say before you jumped on it, on like the Conservative point of at least winning one of those other rural Nova Scotia seats, it's that this election is the 905. I don't think we can really gather anything from that at this point, just because we do not know if the Liberal voters are turning out in Atlantic Canada. If they turn out in the 905, that'll be interesting. But here's the thing: if you can't win a more urban area like St. John Ross, I don't think it matters if you
Yeah.
flip Nova Scotia rural seat. If you are not going to win, populated Southern Ontario, if you cannot win, almost a give me seat in St. John Ross. I know it was close, but this is one I think most people had going to the Conservatives.
Yeah, and like we have a 5-point Liberal lead. Like right now, the results here have a 5-point Liberal lead. This does not bode well for Milton. Just right off the top of my head, obviously, but like
it doesn't bode well for Milton. It doesn't bode well for the Conservatives flipping anything in Burlington in Brampton or Mississauga. It doesn't bode well for the Oakvilles. It doesn't bode well for Vaughan or Markham.
York.
Unionville is probably gone in such a thing. Kitchener-Conestoga might be gone.
Yeah.
Niagara Falls might be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like not to be overly aggressive, but
what
just flipped? What flipped?
I think Sid. Wait, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing 25-5-1-1-1.
Maybe it's Sydney Victoria. I don't know.
Can somebody 800 vote lead for Wayne and St. John Rosse? That's a really perceptive point though by Dylan about the fact that St. John Rosse is the closest.
It's Miramichi Grand Lake. Pat Finnegan is holding on. She's got a 79 vote lead with 60 of 163 polls reporting.
Pat is a male, but
your
point taken.
Sorry.
What's the Dylan? What's the Conservative share of the vote in Gaspésie right now? And Robert, when Dylan answers that question, what do we have the Conservatives at in? What did we have the Conservatives at in that seat?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Gaspé.
What's the Conservative share of the vote in Gaspésie?
In Gaspésie, it is 9.2%. They are in third. Bloc 44.6, Liberals 40.3.
So we had.
What did we have them out there?
We had the Conservatives at 12. So that is
okay.
It's early.
Underperformance
of 3.
Okay.
Liberals and Bloc both up. Actually, Liberals 3 points up, Bloc up heavily, but again, that could flip back and forth against only 14 of
no. I mean that is gonna keep flipping, but I just was wondering about that Tory number.
But we also in this seat we had the NDP.
If the Tories start underperforming, then they might have big exposure to the Bloc.
Yes. Well, I mean, so we'll talk about that in a second. But in terms of this seat specifically, we had the NDP at 10. Right now they are at 2.8. So we have the Conservatives down 3, the NDP down 8. So, I mean, that doesn't necessarily... Again, NDP, story of the night, NDP not doing great. If you're an NDP running right now, got some bad news for you. This is the thing. So, we're not... the thing is, the Liberals are doing a bit better. Bloc are doing a lot better. That could bounce around. But, in terms of Bloc exposure to the Conservatives, the model has picked, again. So, a lot of other election models, when they do proportional swing, they think the Conservatives are holding on to their vote. It's fine, but our model picks up those demographic shifts. It's supposed to work better in the Atlantic and pick up some of those, but again, we didn't see West Nova tonight. Maybe we'll work on that in the future, but again, we're still happy with the Atlantic result. But anyway, Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, and Richmond, Arthur Basque. Those are 2 seats that we called, those are currently Conservative holds that we think the Bloc are going to pick up. We also have Chicoutimi-Lafjord. That's the seat the Conservatives won in the by-election with the Quebec Junior Hockey League coach. He was pretty well known. He swept to power in that by-election. A pretty astounding result, to be honest. That's a seat we have the Tossup Lean Conservative pickup. There's exposure there. Montgomery, Kamouraska, that one's a little bit from probably a couple-hour drive from Gaspé, just kind of there on that kind of peninsula on the St. Lawrence Seaway. That one is a Bloc pickup at this point. We have a 3-point lead there. That looks like a pretty good call right now. And then Pont-Neuf, we actually have. So this is an interesting quirk of the model itself. The Conservatives won that seat more times. They won that 40.4% to the Bloc's 40.2%, Liberals 19.4%. But in aggregate, the Bloc actually got more votes when you average out all the simulations. So that's a bit interesting, but there's definitely exposure there too. So if the Bloc,
sorry, two interesting things in Nova Scotia. Liberals were sort of, I don't want to say rearing back, but there's still over half the votes left in West Nova. Maybe West Nova isn't going to go Conservative. Seems the Liberals are roaring back. Beausejour is about a 3,600 vote Liberal lead, 3,400 vote Liberal lead, so that looks proper. Fredericton's holding at what Fredericton should be holding at, about a 600 vote Green lead. Liberals still in third. Liberals not really making up much room, but love to know whether part of that is Liberals' best area is not coming in yet. But the other thing I wanted to say, Sydney Victoria, I think, is like a 300 something vote lead. It's not, like 30 or 40 vote lead. It's not nothing big there. Conservatives just flipped something.
Sydney Victoria to me screams recount, and that's the one that flipped is probably Miramichi. We don't have it up here yet.
They just showed Miramichi, and they didn't show, and they still showed the Liberals ahead. Maybe that's Cumberland Colchester.
I can see. No, it's
145, 145. Okay, so the thing in the right corner wasn't as update date as the ticker. Okay, St. John. Wow, Wayne's up 1,200 votes. I'm calling that one. Wayne's won.
I've been saying here, the Toronto Star has that one called. They've been calling.
No, I know, but
personal calls.
Somebody also called like West Nova, and that one doesn't seem sure.
It's Miramichi. Miramichi's flipped. It'll come back in a bit. But yeah.
Well, it might come back in a bit. We'll see. Dylan, where do you want to go with the map right now? What's interesting to you in Quebec?
Actually, we'll go to viewer questions in a second. Then we'll go back to Quebec because we still got about 13 minutes before the polls close. Christine Draws says, any hope for Carleton in Ontario? The PM visited 3 times his campaign, and Pierre has been adding a ton of signs in the last week. Pierre Pravre, that is, he's been very twitchy on Twitter too, and then John on Twitter.
So here's the thing. I literally can see Carleton from my backyard. That would be a real bad result for the Tories if they lost Carleton.
I mean, to be honest, there was a Main Street seat poll out of Carleton. We didn't. It seemed really conservative heavy, so we didn't include it. We have a 4-point conservative lead based on what we're seeing tonight. Again, so we're seeing a bit of overperformance by the Conservatives in rural areas, specifically like West Nova and Sydney. But again, they're not particularly dominant even in those New Brunswick seats that are supposed to be gimmies. So like maybe again, I want to see some Ontario results first before I can make conclusions about Carleton. But yeah, it's in
but
play.
Carleton doesn't look gone, and that's not great if you're the Conservatives right now.
Yeah, like
the fact that we can't
definitively
say that Carleton will be won, like that's bad.
That is pretty bad. Conservatives are actually doing worse now in Gaspé. They've actually fallen a point in Gaspé. So. Oh
my lord. Okay, so Conservatives going to probably have a bad night in. Can we get a Sydney Victoria update right now, please?
Yeah. So we have. It is about a 100 vote lead for the Conservatives. 60 polls remaining. I think they're going to pull it out, but it's probably going to be recount territory. We'll see.
I mean, here's the thing. We don't actually really have any idea whether or not that's going to be meaningful or not meaningful, or whether or not it's good areas or bad areas left. So let's just wait on that one. Dylan, you have 3 other seats in Quebec. It was sort of ended up being an accidental tease just because we had other things happen.
Actually,
what are your other 3? What are your let's
okay.
We interrupted Dylan 30 minutes ago with this.
Sure.
Dylan has the riding of Quebec. What are your other 3 ridings that you were watching in La Belle Province?
Well, there's a lot to look at. I didn't want to take up too much because I figured you guys would be doing the majority of it. So I picked Longueuil, Charles Le Moyne. That is a seat south of Montreal. Longueuil is one of the areas that are going to be between the Liberals or the Bloc Québécois. I think most people have it pretty close to a toss-up. Another one, of course, in Montreal, Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. That's the one we expect the NDP to win, but it could be a close one. That's one where vote splitting might actually come into play. And lastly, another downtown Montreal seat, Laurier Saint-Marie. This is one where it's a star candidate for the Liberals, Guillaume. I think this is his last name. He's a climate, he was an environmentalist. We had a Main Street poll come out during the climate strike time period where he was ahead by like 20 points. And then the last 2 Main Street polls, or at least the last one, has showed that the Bloc are actually up by about 5 points there. So that's one that's going to be back and forth. Again, that's a downtown one. It's one where there is a university. It's at the edge of McGill, and it encompasses UQAM. The problem is, though, is a lot of students vote in their home riding, not there. So we'll see actually how that works out.
Yeah, no. Generally, and then this is not scientific, but this is from the selection of people I know from the University of Ottawa from 2015. Students, specifically students who want to vote, tend to basically vote strategically. If they're in a safe seat at home and a competitive one for school, they'll vote there. If they're in a safe seat in their university, then they'll vote in. Then they'll vote in. They'll vote back at home. But yeah, the University of Ottawa is in. Oh God, what? It's in Vanier, right, Dylan?
Yeah, Ottawa, Vanier. The university
Yeah,
is Sandy Hill, where all of us students live. Unless you live more downtownish, then you'd be at Ottawa Centre.
Yeah, but that's where all the Carleton people live, and I don't talk about Carleton students on this podcast because I would definitely get kicked off Twitch.
So
We are not a pro Carleton University podcast.
we have 56 viewers right now, guys. So thank you guys so much for tuning in with us on this election night.
No, definitely. We definitely greatly appreciate it. Okay.
There are not 13 of us like the CPC panel, so that's our competitive advantage. Is there's not.
Well, our competitive advantage is that we don't have to go do segments and bits and things.
Yeah.
So that's like actually our competitive advantage. Nothing is changing right now, so we just need these Quebec polls to come in. The Quebec, Ontario, and the prayer and everything. Basically, everything out except BC is closing in 8 minutes. So.
Yeah. So.
Believe it, it's gonna be a lot harder to figure out which seat has come in and what seat hasn't. So like. The level of like granular detail of a seat flip is like very much not going to be able to do it when you have 300 seats closing at the same time.
Fredericton has
Fredericton
has been called for the Greens, so that's fine.
That's aggressive. That's aggressive.
Now it's 700 vote lead, 65 of 158, and that's a third. So like that's about.
Yeah, I'd really love to see where in Fredericton those votes are coming in from.
Miramichi is still pretty close. It's about a 200 vote lead. Sydney,
that's
100 vote lead.
Sydney, Victoria, I think is the remaining theoretical flip.
Yeah. So all right, guys, we got like 8 minutes before any questions in the chat here, because polls are about to close in Quebec, Ontario, maybe
Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. They all close at 9:30. BC closes at 10, and the Yukon closes at 10. Northwest Territories and Iqaluit close. Northwest Territories and Nunavut. Wow, I just did that. I just portmanteaued that. Wow, that was not good. Close at 9:30 as well.
TS Love Story Liberal 155 to 160 incoming. I mean that's what the model says.
Here's the thing. The model has been right so far. Nothing in the results in Atlantic Canada are suggesting that the Ontario numbers are going to be radically wrong.
Yeah.
And nothing in the Quebec data right now is saying that the Quebec nothing in Gaspésie right now is suggesting that the Liberals are going to be absolutely wrong. What's the current percentage of the vote numbers in Gaspésie?
Gaspé, yeah, I want to look at that. So, Bloc are at 45, Liberals are at 38, Conservatives at 9, NDP at 3. That's a pitiful result for the NDP.
That's about a 6% swing. That's about a 6% swing to the Bloc compared to the model. That would be worth a few seats if that were to come through, but
at the same time,
I don't know that that's going to come through because it's in one individual seat. It's still under, I think, a third of precincts in. It's not super. It's not like the dam is going to break based on like if you're extrapolating out from a potentially flawed sample of polls. Yeah. You're doing it wrong.
This was a toss-up Lean Liberal hold. There's not many seats in Quebec that we even had that were that like level of Liberal. Shefford is one, Compton Stansted is the other.
So here, would it be fair to say that the Liberals don't have much more downside exposure than what the model says?
No.
But they have a lot of more upside than what the model says in Quebec?
To be fair, yeah. I mean, again, the thing is, this is one of the This is like the Peninsula seats, so maybe they could be doing better in the Peninsula. Again, we just have that one now. Okay, we got some. I'm just more
talking about there's no real universe where the Bloc gets like 45 seats, is there?
Probably not. I think the Liberals.
But there's definitely a universe where the Liberals get 45.
Well, we'll see. We're gonna. Okay, we got some questions.
I just don't know how much more the Liberals can fall from what the model says in Quebec. What are the listener questions?
Okay, how much longer do they let St. John Rossi go before calling? The Toronto Stars
depends on your news source, but it may or may not have already been called.
We've personally called it. I see no reason. 105 out of 170. That's like 65 polls left. 1,000 vote lead. This is the Atlantic.
Unless everything is in Rossi left, which I doubt. Like you're probably fine. There's a bunch of students who go to UNB SJ out there. That's fine. leads 1,150 votes. It's gone.
Snufftar 1, how are the libs performing in Atlantic Canada? Better or worse than expected?
What's expected, I think. Let's try and rapid fire through a bunch of these.
Basically, roughly what's expected. The top line is the same, but they flipped 2 NDP seats and they've lost 2 seats to the Conservatives, and 1 to the Greens. So they're net -1. But I care much more about the seats they flipped from the NDP than the rural seats they lost from to the Conservatives. I also do want to make the finer point about that. Again, the Atlantic is really the only region in Canada that we have a rural seat going to the Liberals. Like, there are not many other rural seats in Canada that we have going to the Liberals, right? That the Greens, that the Conservatives can even pick off. It's like these seats right here, like some of the rural Atlantic seats, and that's it. So
and
like
then some of the rural, and then a bit of rural, sort of South Shore Montreal. I think we have Shefford still Liberal, and we still have Compton.
Yeah.
We still have Compton Liberal? Yeah. So like really rural losses are just like Dylan made the point like 30 minutes ago. Rural losses, not that predictive. The fact that they're winning St. John Rosse, very good sign for the Liberals.
And Sackville Preston, yeah, those are good signs. I mean, again, St. John Rosse, this is basically a tied race. They're winning out by 5. Sackville Preston, this is supposed to be an NDP Liberal battle. Didn't turn out that way at all. 40 to 23.8. That's a brutal beatdown. That is bad. That's not what's supposed to be at all. Other questions here. Whisper Sweet Nothings to me about Rachel Notley. I'm not sure who that is exactly, but is that the Mr. Roxo? I don't know who that is. John says I live in West Nepean. Someone said Ottawa has bad football, but Brock has no football team, so it makes me very sad.
We beat our rivals this year. That's all I care about in terms of Ottawa football.
They're just talking about things. We're up to 67 viewers now, so thanks guys. We're about to get a lot of polls closing in about 3 minutes. Any questions before things go nuts here? And yeah, City Victoria is exactly tied. It's a 60 vote lead. Let's take a quick look at guess.
That one probably Joe and recount then.
Yeah.
Cumberland Colchester 97 vote lead. That's also in the recount zone. Is anything happening here? Okay.
Guess Bay is a bit closer.
I'm just doing this on the pod because I don't actually care. Dylan, thank you for shouting out the podcast and doing better social media work than I'm currently doing right now. Appreciate that.
The Smith 25, do you have a prediction for Bernier and Bouse? What do you think, guys?
I think I'll go with Bernier. I think that's candidate effects.
Keto did something weird. He was staunchly keeping the PPC out of the seat counts, and I suddenly added them, and I feel like he knows something. Go ahead, Bernier wins.
Yeah, my gut feeling has always been a Bernier win. I don't know. I mean, I always trust the polling because, again, in a seat randomly like that where you have a candidate who used to be from a party and then left that party, made his own party, like there's all kinds of different effects that could be happening in that riding, right? So it's a riding that I trust the polling, and like if the pollsters are saying that
if Keto is saying Boyce is going to go PPC, then I'm gonna just I'm not gonna step in front of that. I'm not gonna step in front of that.
And my gut says
the same
thing
bus
too.
There.
The same night that Keto flipped from having like those polls that showed Bernier losing to his model having Bernier winning, that same night odds makers flipped from Bernier about even to win or lose to Bernier heavy favorite to win. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's another kind of sign to me that Bernier's probably going to pull that one out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a weird bit of line movement that I'm not really sure about. The polls are going to close everywhere else except for BC and Yukon in about 35 seconds. Can we get a final Gaspésie? Not a final in terms of it final. Can we get a Gaspésie update right now? What's the margin there?
1 second, I'm just adding a marker in the thing. Gutter Borak said Cumberland down to 97. Any chance that flips? Definitely. I feel like no, but
Cumberland and Sydney Victoria are both in the recount zone.
And Miramichi could maybe be by.
I think Miramichi is going to go the other way for the Liberals.
Yeah, Gaspé is a 260 vote block margin. They're 44 to 39. Again, block doing slightly better in the model. Again, this is a peninsula seat, so you can't necessarily extrapolate that much to the rest of Quebec, but this should be a region. I believe the Conservatives, or the Conservatives in Quebec are provincially the PQ. I think they hold this one provincially. So this is not necessarily, and they're only at 9.1%.
Yeah, this is good. This is good PBC territory. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
that surprised.
And again,
By the way,
massive
Dylan, can you please fix your audio a little bit? It's a little crackly at this point.
Just, I think it popped out of the side there.
Yeah. 75 viewers in chat. Thanks, guys.
Really
So since we're about to get
yes, much better. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Dylan.
all good.
Yep, you're good. Much better.
Yep.
Okay. Since we're about to get about 1 million seats come in, I thought I will kind of divvy up some seats that I can keep my eye on, so you guys don't have to stress about it.
Sure.
Yes, please inform people with the Ontario and are you going to throw in some of your Alberta seats too?
Yes.
Because they're closing at the same time now.
Yep. So Ontario, I obviously have Milton, and then I picked areas kind of in the mid-southwest there. I got Cambridge, Kitchener-Conestoga, and then I also took 2 Ottawa seats, Ottawa Centre and Ottawa, or what's the other one there, Evan? Canada Carleton. And then out west in Alberta, I took Edmonton Centre, Edmonton Strathcona, Edmonton Millwoods, Calgary Skyview, and Calgary Centre. Those are the ones where if a Liberal or NDP were to win in Alberta, those are the seats they will, so I'll keep an eye on that. I basically picked seats where I formerly lived in provinces, so just to kind of ease up the job on you guys who will be, I'm sure, all over the place tonight.
Yeah, no, that's greatly appreciated. Polls have closed in basically everywhere except BC and Yukon at this point. It'll, again, expect conservative. So, like my seat is Canada Carleton. My home district is Canada Carleton. The Conservatives will probably take a lead in Canada Carleton first because where are we going to get our first results? In the Carleton bits of Canada Carleton and not the Canada bits of Canada Carleton. And guess what? The Canada bits of Canada Carleton are way more left wing than the Carleton bits of Canada Carleton. So again, a few Conservative leads early in some of these sort of suburban or sort of ex-urban districts that we have as going Liberal or think are vaguely Liberal. Like, don't worry about them. That's fine. That's what we're going to get. Obviously, we know that no result in Milton will go unchecked without Dylan going all over about it.
It's
just a service to a country.
The reason I'm all on Milton is almost a meme at this point is just when this first came out that our Olympian, our golden Olympian, Adam
McCurden released a video. You tweeted something nice about it. You DM'd me your tweet and said he's winning this riding.
Yes, I just feel very good about him reading Milton, and it was at the point where Milton didn't really seem like one the Liberals would win, even with a good Ontario result. Obviously, the geniuses at LeanTossup thought it was one that was in play, and it looks like they are right. So I'm going to take a huge victory lap tonight if the Liberal candidate wins there, not because I support the Liberals, but just because that's one.
Believe me, we're cheering for us being right more than anything. Liberals
Also,
have just gained
CBC.
5 seats. The Liberals have just gained 5, or not gained 5 seats. The Liberals are now winning in 5 more seats than they were winning in before Atlantic Canada. I don't know where they are. One of them is York Centre, lead of 15 votes for Michael Levitt. We had a seat poll there, and we had the Liberals stretched their lead by about 10 points time over time. So that's an interesting result. Robert, go in on why York again. Robert, go in on why York Centre is the kind of seat the Liberals are definitely winning in this election, regardless of its previous status as a notional marginal.
Yeah, so a lot of people were coming to York Centre here. The other 2 seats are from Quebec. York Centre, a lot of people had thought that this riding could be competitive. This was the most competitive Liberal riding in Ontario back in 2015, federally at least. The thing is, though, again, this is a model call purely, and we're going to see a lot of those coming up really soon. The model was a bit less aggressive in the Atlantic, but we're about to see the model go full model very soon here. This is one that the model was like, should never be close. A lot of people had
The Liberals are just continuing to gain seats. The NDP are up to 3 now. Conservatives have not gained a seat since
Liberals leading in Hamilton West, Ancaster. That's a seat that they're supposed to be winning. They have a pretty big lead there. Liberals are winning in Pierre Boucher. That's supposed to be a block seat.
Block won that last time, so that's not a great result for them. Rimouski, Nejet, something else. That's a 20 vote Liberal lead. One polling place.
We're getting a lot of polls out of Saint Marie Champlain. Liberals have a pretty big lead over the block there. We projected that one to be a Liberal seat, so that makes sense. Rimouski.
Liberals up 100. Liberals up like over 100 votes in Chateauguay. Pablo Rodriguez is going to win his seat. Wow, the Liberals are just gassing seats right now. They're up 13 since then, but I feel like that's a lot of safe stuff that's just confirming the model.
The NDP are up in Kenora. They're dominating Kenora, but again, that could be a northern.
That could be a reserve polling place.
Mm-hmm.
Longay St. Bear, that's Perrin and Tell seat. Liberal lead of 6 votes. Dylan, go. Where are you interested?
I just kind of overheard something. There seems to have been some kind of big resignation, I think, involving a senator. I'm not too sure. Just to bring everyone's attention to it, to go check it online.
Canadian senator?
Yes, yeah, no, CBC was speaking about it right before they were talking about the results, and I only caught a little bit of it. Also, there was, the early
Liberals winning Algoma NDP seat, 9 votes for them, 8 for the Conservatives, 7 for the NDP. Don't read too much into it. Kenora, wow, Bob Null in a lot of trouble in that northern seat. Suspect that's a reserve area just because that does not jive with it. Robert C. Niagara Center, Vance Badaway, 35, 16 for April Jeffs, 11 for former NDP. Thing there, Niagara West, Dean Allison, 82 vote lead in Sam Oosterhoff's seat at the provincial level. That shouldn't be a surprise. Sudbury, big lead for the Liberals in 1 polling place there. Again, this is all pointing to a very good political environment right now for the Liberals in Ontario. Thunder Bay Superior North, Paddy had you in trouble, but to the NDP, not to the Greens, which many people expected. 41-10, 4-3, and 1 for the Liberals right now. Would be feeling pretty good for the Liberals right now. Again, admittedly on early information. How about Transcona out of Winnipeg? Daniel Blakely in first. That was a seat Main Street pulled it. Things have changed a lot since then. Selkirk and Lake. Eastman, James Bazan. That's safe Tory, and that's exactly what we're getting there.
I wanted to ask you guys a question before all the results pulled in about Atlantic Canada. If you felt good if 24 was the seat count, if you were Liberal, and I will caveat that the Liberals have regained Miramichi very closely. But if you are a Liberal, is 24 a good number going into Ontario and Quebec?
24 is, we're coming out of here with more seats than the Conservatives, but probably not a majority, or at least the majority won't be built out of there. Rimouski, 20 vote Liberal lead.
So I'll say some stuff here I'm noticing right now. So the Liberals are doing...
no, sorry, Longay up 70. Longay, Liberals more than double the block in Longay, St. Hubert, Pierre Nantel 4th.
Yeah, so what I'm saying
75
right now...
vote lead.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is Liberals are doing really well in a lot of block seats. Again, Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, model called this one is going to be a block seat. A lot of people had that as Conservative seat. Conservatives are in 3rd right now in that seat. Bloc are more than double the Liberals. This is, again, that's a pure model call right there. Rimouski tie. Montgomery, that's on the peninsula. That's a tie between the Conservatives with a 2-vote lead. That could go. Right now, the Liberals have a lot of leads in some of these blocky seats, especially...
First Boyce polling place in Max Bernier has a lead.
Yep.
That would be a loss for the Conservative. 44, 14, 4, 4, 1, and 1. Greens 1, PPC 1, Bloc and NDP on 4, 14 Conservatives. What are you seeing in Ontario? Do we have much in the 905 other than Niagara Centre and York?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second.
York Centre is in the 416.
Yeah. Louis Hébert, this is, again, a Quebec City seat. Some people had the Bloc coming back up here. Liberals are dominating right now. They're 42 votes right now. That bodes definitely well for Duclos in Quebec City. In the riding Quebec, we have him leading. Our model has him leading there. Again,
I will just say before Rob keeps going, Liberals are getting a lot of their safe seats in right now. The Conservatives have a lot of their Western stuff to still to come. Don't think they're having a terrible night out of this results yet. We don't really know yet.
So one seat I'm seeing right now, Hamilton Ancaster with 4 polls in. Right now our model had Liberals on 43, the Conservatives at 28, the NDP at 14. This is a seat the NDP should. Well, it's a Liberal Conservative swing. Liberals right now are at 58% of the vote. Conservatives are at 17.
If they're on, if that holds and they're winning the other two, then they're winning the other two Hamilton, the 2 NDP Hamilton seats.
King Vaughan, absolute blowout here. Liberals are up 62% to the Conservatives 25% with 1 poll in.
It might just be 1 poll, obviously, but that's the kind of thing that our model is seeing. Demographics, rich white people hating the Conservatives right now because of Doug Ford. That's what you're seeing.
That is a blowout right now. Yep, we have Bose winning for Bernier.
Bernier up 16 votes. That's nothing there. What are we, Dylan? You seeing anything interesting in?
Yes, vote share. Liberals 40.7, Conservatives 29.3, New Democrats 16.2, Bloc Québécois not much at this point even worth mentioning, and Green 10.8. Do you think that if it stays the same pretty much where Atlantic Canada was, is that good or bad for the Liberals? Should the Liberals be piling up the score right now, or is the fact that they're holding 40% pretty impressive?
They should be
That's
piling
quite
up the
good.
score right now. Yeah, Elmwood
I think,
Trescona.
but here's the thing. But I think 40 is good just because, like, I think 40 is what, like, I think 40 is fine.
Elmwood
Like, I think-
Trescona. Okay, I'm gonna say we got some cool results here. Elmwood Trescona, NDP are blowing out everybody here right now. Charles Wood, Assiniboine. Conservatives have a big lead. Stephen Fletcher is flopping right now, so maybe we have like some solid CPC, and we call that one, it was basically a toss-up Liberal seat, so not the biggest surprise there
Liberals
right
don't
now.
really need that one though if they're gonna like for government. That's that's not what the Liberals. That's not a bad result for the Liberals that they're losing.
Not
Charles
particularly.
Wood block
no.
up to 5 seats. Block up to 5 seats. Liberals up to 45. Tories up to 20.
Yeah, again,
I suspect some of those 20 are just sort of safe conservative seats coming in. They
Yeah.
have more safe conservative seats out west. The Liberals have more safe Liberal seats out east.
Liberals are winning a lot of blocky areas right now. Makagugan is the one I'm Menakouagan, that's the one I'm highlighting right now. That's only like very few votes in there. Liberals are winning with 13 votes. I expect that one to flip back. So the Bloc are going to pick up a couple extra seats. Again, Belancourt, that one's a Bloc seat.
A bit to be Temiskaming, block up, Liberals in third. That's one polling place. Alfred, Pilon, the Liberal 1 polling place. Liberals 10 votes. Block 1 or block 5. Conservatives 1.
Simcoe North, almost exact tie. Conservatives at 38, Liberals at 33, and we had that one.
Argenteuil Le Petit or Argenteuil Le Petit, something else. Liberals winning that one. What did we have that one in the model?
Which one? The
Argenteuil Le Petit, something.
Let me find it here.
Something that's interesting in the meantime is
go right ahead, Dylan.
South Montreal is all Liberal right now.
Yeah.
The outskirts. I don't know if what do they call it, the South Island or south of the island.
South Shore.
South Shore. It is all red right now. It is very early. There's 6 polls reported in Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Velchel. There's 3 in Longueuil, Saint Hubert. It's just going to be like that for this point.
The Liberals are winning there. The Liberals are massively outperforming there.
So something
they're polling in Quebec, and I'm not saying anything, but if the Liberals are massively if the Liberals are competitive in Pierre Boucher and they're winning one or both of the Longueuil seats,
yeah,
they're winning a majority government.
Glengarry. Also, so something a bit of a dampener here. Glengarry Prescott Russell. This is an Ontario seat that's right kind of on the border between Ontario and Quebec.
That's Francis Drouin.
Yes, that's provincially. Doug Ford barely won that. That's actually where the seat switcher is, the one who left the Conservative Party over the Doug Ford's cuts to the French services. Conservatives have a big lead there. They're up 170-81. That's a kind of rural seat. So again, that's kind of playing out very similar to what we're seeing in the Atlantic. But again,
here's the thing that he'll be fine there. The francophoneness means that they'll be fine eventually.
Liberals are winning in Shandam-Cat Leamington. That is the seat that's outside of Essex. That is a surprise. It's early, one out of 260 polls, but that's a bit of a shocker right now.
Ooh, Joel Lightbound. With 80-ish% of the vote in Louis Hébert right now, the neighboring seat to Quebec. Tyler, I know you're watching right now. You might be paying up for Duclos if that seat has some indication. 6-vote conservative lead in Regina Level 1. That's Aaron Weir's old seat, NDP. He retired trying to run that again. Pierre Lemieux ran for his old seat back again. Francis Drouin. Wouldn't be worried. That's one poll of 271. Duclos up 98 votes, 5 districts in the riding of Quebec. Saint Marie Champlain, that's Francois-Philippe Champagne. That's a good result for him, up just under 100 votes. Boyce, Conservatives taking the lead back in Boyce, 7 Bloc, 48 Liberals, 26 Conservatives, 7 Bloc, 6 NDP, 1 Green.
London West
8 Bloc now. Cambridge, Brian May.
Liberal lead
12-vote lead. First poll. That's the kind of Ontario seat the Liberals should be winning.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in London?
London. So we have the first London is London West. Conservative Liberals pretty healthy lead there. 100 some odd vote lead. They're at 43, 43.5, 36.4. So pretty
Elgin
healthy.
Middlesex London 10-vote lead for the Liberals, or 10-vote lead for the Conservatives. That doesn't seem like that
King
healthy.
Vaughan is now
And-
worse. We've got more polls from King Vaughan. This is shaping up to be a blowout. And again, this is pure model right here. This is where the model says this seat should not be a Conservative seat, and this is it is not a Conservative seat right now. They have a 400 vote lead with 4 polls in.
Do we have anything? Do we have anything outside of York Center in the GTA? In the 905.
We have
Wait, no. King Vaughan is a Conservative whole win right now. Conservative lead with 5 polling places in.
Yeah, CBC just showed that the Liberals' popular vote in Ontario right now is 39% to the Conservatives 32%.
Yeah, but that's
it's still very early.
But that's seemingly tilted to
they got an extra
rural ridings.
They got an extra. I'm seeing in the thing now. They have an extra vote. So they got the 5th poll came in and helped the things there. We have Oshawa.
So that one will keep bobbing and weaving.
Yeah.
Oshawa, what's up there?
We have Conservative lead there, about 130 votes. So again, we projected that one to be a Conservative riding. So yeah.
Vance Badaway up 61 or 51 votes right now after 2 polls in Niagara Center. You fucking panicked about that one for months. You've been panicking.
Yeah, I thought the
block up
Conservatives
block up 2.6 right now in Quebec. But that seems like not a lot of Montreal in, so that might be not great for the bloc. Colin Carey winning in Oshawa, the NDP down to 3rd, kind of bad result that points to bad things. Cheryl Gallant only not even up by 30 votes in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. That's a bit of a shock.
Cambridge results are in so far. Liberals are up by 12 votes, but it is about 16%.
Boyle Chamblay is in. So the block leader in Boyle Chamblay, Blanchette, he has a massive lead there. We're expecting him to hold on, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's not a huge surprise. Again, Liberals doing kind of better.
Sudbury, Sudbury, Liberals up 110 votes already after 2 polls in Sudbury. That's odd. Didn't think it would be that good. Thunder Bay Superior North, same 1 poll that we talked about earlier. Where do you in, Rob?
We got some Mississaugas in. It's early, though. 1 poll in Mississauga Lakeshore. Liberals are up 8. 1 poll Mississauga Center. Liberals have a much bigger lead there. They're up 58-29. Again, we've got King Vaughan, but again, this is a 60-vote lead right now. I suspect it was probably maybe like an early vote Conservative thing. Cause the Liberals are packing on the vote early, so King Vaughan, I think, is probably going to go back and forth. Kitchener-Conestoga, bit of a bigger Liberal lead. They got about a 90...
In Conestoga?
100-vote lead in Conestoga. They're 52-30.
Okay.
So that's
bad if you're a Conservative.
Well, the margin isn't that bad at this moment, but it's still pretty early.
I mean, here's the thing, though, dude. Like, the Conservatives need to be winning Conestoga by, 5 if they're going to... at least 5 if they're going to start... if they're going to start making the inroads into Brampton and Mississauga that they need to start making.
They're up 52.
I know one seed. I know one seed. It's hard, whatever.
Barry Springwater.
Don't look now.
Very...
Oh, go ahead.
Don't look now, but the NDP are winning in Alberta and Peace River Westlock with 1 poll reporting.
Okay, so that's definitely moving out of their column. St. Boniface, St. Vital, it's a current tie. We had that as a Conservative seat in Manitoba.
Regina Levwan, we have the Conservatives are winning there.
Kevin Lemmer is winning in Winnipeg North. Big shock. His daughter just won in Tyndall Park, which shares a lot of the same geography. Conservatives up in the northern Saskatchewan seat that the NDP hold right now. Decent lead, but again, that's a sort of disparate community, so that might be different. The different bits of the riding that you get into. Conservative seat totals are increasing as they get some more of their safe seats in.
Mm-hmm. There's still, we still have 2 seats we have 3 seats in Toronto now. We just got Scarborough and North. That's obviously projected to go Liberal as well. Barry Springwater, that is a close race there as well.
Michelle Rempel is blowing the doors off in Calgary Nose Hill right now.
As expected.
Almost 1,400 votes after two polling places.
Oh, Liberals are winning in Richmond Arthabaska again. Only 1 poll in. Liberals winning in Drummond as well.
Yeah, so we have a lot of Calgary coming in, or not Calgary, Alberta coming in right now. So
yeah, that's why the Conservatives.
What does the model have?
Some of these popular.
Oh, go ahead, Dylan.
What does the model have for Simcoe Grey?
Simcoe Grey is.
That's probably likely Conservative.
Yeah, it's a likely Conservative hold. The model has the Conservatives leading by 5 points there.
Okay, it's a
Okay.
current Liberal lead, but I don't know if that'll hold. It's just right now they're up by a
Yeah.
few, with only 2 polls.
This feels like vaguely majority-ish, guys.
Well, we're not there yet. Windsor-Tecumseh 1 poll.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we're close to there yet.
Well, we need. The thing is, there's a couple. We need things to stabilize a bit. Windsor-Tecumseh Conservatives. I'm sorry, NDP are leading, by not much though, only by about 40, less than 40 votes actually. So that's still pretty close there. We have more. We have Brampton Centre. Liberals winning there, only 1 poll in, so it's pretty close. Liberals have flipped King Vaughan again. They now have a 24 vote lead with 2 more polls in. This is going to be pretty close. The model has that as a close race. It has it as a Liberal 5 point lead.
Dylan, what is happening in Atlantic Canada right now? Has anything flipped since the last time we paid attention to Atlantic Canada? Liberals have 67 seats, by the way.
Yes, the Liberals have built a lead on Miramichi. Surprisingly, we thought that one was dead for them. They flipped that back.
They have a 500 vote lead there. Wow.
And anything in Sydney, Victoria?
Yes, Sydney, Victoria is Liberal again, 33 votes. That one's heading to a recount, like you guys had said. Cape Breton, Cansos.
I think you might have been the one who said. I think you might have been the one who first brought up the recount possibility there.
West Nova was called. I don't know if we had covered that before the results started pouring in.
And then what's happening in Cumberland, Colchester? Anything still Liberal there, or did the Tories come back?
I had just zoomed into Fredericton, which which the Green are still holding very fairly there at about 35%. The map's
I think some people have called thing already. They've already called Fredericton. What anything in Cumberland, Colchester, or?
My map froze on me. It was leaning Liberal. I don't know if the margin has changed at all.
Okay, that's good. Good to know. So that is what, 6 Liberal? So that's what, 6 losses for the Liberals out of Atlantic Canada only?
Basically,
yeah. No, that's that's correct.
Miramichi offsets it. So we got some more.
Because it's Central. Sorry, so it's West Nova, the NDP seat.
We got some Ontario stuff.
Wow, Conservatives, and then the Conservatives only won 3 in New Brunswick off the Liberals, assuming Miramichi stays.
So we've got some interesting stuff here in Ontario, which is where I'm looking. Niagara Falls, Tony Boldenelli, the Conservative, has a 2-vote lead out of 1 poll. He's up 19-17 over the Liberals. That's close. Again, our model literally just flipped that to a toss-up lean Liberal. So like the smallest margin there. Kitchener-Conestoga, 1 poll in, Liberal Conservative still winning there. Hamilton East, Justin Trudeau actually went there just this last weekend. Liberals are winning.
I will say, Pulling Canada is back to tweeting things. His father's in the capable hands of nursing staff, as he says. So that seems to be some good news. Yeah. What are you seeing? What are you seeing right now, Rob, out of Quebec?
I'm looking
because honestly, that's more interesting to me. Can you? Okay, well, why don't we take a look at Quebec now? Because that's what's sort of interesting. Any results in any of the seats in? So Liberals winning by 13 in Drummond right now in 1 polling place. The Conservatives winning in Saint Hecith-Begot, which is an NDP seat. A lot of these Quebec seats that are Liberal bloc battles are former NDP seats where the NDP are just falling off the map. Yeah, Matt DeCourcy has definitely lost the seat of Fredericton. I'm going to declare that a gain for the. I'm going to declare that a gain for the Liberals.
Yeah. So right now, random things. Liberals are winning in Richmond Arthabask. Again, this is a seat that we projected to go bloc. This is actually a Conservative seat, so this is kind of random. We'll see how this goes as the night goes on. Again, only 1 of 270 polls there. Sherbrooke, this one's interesting. Only 1 poll in. Liberals with a 4-vote lead. I don't expect that to hold. NDP in a somewhat distant third. Pierre Boucher, this is actually a block seat. 6 polls in. Liberals are up 20 or so that's a pretty good haul for them at this point. Berthier Mascagonique, this one's actually the NDP seat. Ruth Ellen Brassard, she's actually in 4th right now with only 2 votes, but Liberals have 10, so not very much distance to go there to come back in that one.
Brahmsquai, 20 vote block lead. I think we had that one as a Liberal seat.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones that are still coming in. We only have 1 or 2 votes. And Berthier Mascagonique just flipped. Brassard's got a lead now, so she may actually hold on.
Laurentides LaBelle, 10 vote block lead after 5 polls. That seems pretty good for the Liberals. That seems like closer than I think we had it, wouldn't it be?
The Conservatives have a pretty big lead in Beauce right now. 7 polls reporting. Just something to keep an eye on because that is Maxime Bernier's seat.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for reminding me there. We'll just do a quick recap. 80 seats for the Liberals, 50 seats for the Conservatives. The Bloc on 13, the NDP on 10, the Greens on 1. That's now 81 and 51, 82 and 51. Can you stop updating? 82 and 52. My God, a lot of seats are coming in right now. The Liberals have a 29-seat lead, back to 30.
Don't look now, but the Liberals are sweeping Hamilton currently. They're winning all 4. Hamilton Mountain is not particularly close. They have a giant lead.
Who wrote about this in August?
Liberals are currently winning Essex. This is interesting. They have a lead in Essex. I don't expect that to hold.
The NDP are just in trouble. How much Toronto are you in yet? Because the Conservatives are currently winning Ontario, but I feel like that's a lot of
rural,
and regional stuff.
A lot of them have.
Liberals winning Simcoe Grey right now.
Yeah, they're winning. They're winning Bruce Grey Ornstown. That's one poll. I'm assuming that's an advanced poll. Simcoe Grey, they're winning that one as well. Barrie, Springwater.
Hamilton Mountain, 66-vote lead over Scott Duvall, the recontesting Conservative or New Democrat incumbent.
Barrie Springwater, 20 vote Conservative lead. So pretty early there, 3 polls in. Simcoe North, Liberals holding on there pretty well. Keto actually from Main Street called this one. The Liberals have a 50-vote lead in Simcoe North. Parry Sound Muskoka.
I will say, before we do PSM, Beaches East York, Nathaniel Lucian Smith, 120-vote Liberal lead there. Seats competitive because the NDP. Seats not particularly competitive, but the NDP if the NDP want to surge back into the 416, they're going to have to do it in seats that are close geographically to Beaches East York, and guess what? They're not getting anything in Beaches East York that would give me any confidence they're winning either Danforth, Davenport, or Parkdale Hyde Park.
Yeah.
Rob, where were you going with Parry Sound Muskoka? That's Tony Clement's old seat. He had to resign over a scandal, which we're just not going to talk about because that was weird.
Parry Sound Muskoka, Conservatives are currently winning that one. 161. It flipped back 161, 147. Pretty close race there. Nipissing, Tiskaminik. That one, we actually have that one as a Liberal seat, and the Liberals are winning there with only 1 poll in. Something interesting right now in Nepean, Conservatives with a 13-vote lead, only 1 poll in though, so I'm not too worried about that. We could be looking.
That probably comes back.
Yeah,
probably comes back to the Liberals.
Could be looking at upset here in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. Conservatives with a 100.
If the Liberals, so if the Liberals hold everything that they currently have and everything that hasn't come in that they're holding, they're past the majority line. This is a good result for the Liberals right now.
Pretty much. Liberals are currently winning in Whitby by 60 votes. 2 polls in Ajax. Okay. Liberals are down 90, but I expect that to come back. Thornhill.
That's going to come back for the Liberals. That's Mark Holland.
Markham.
Just to look out west for a second. 1 poll reporting, but Edmonton Center is a huge Liberal lead right now. That might be tactical.
That might be tactical voting. Liberals 92, Conservatives 63. Everything else not that important. Rob, where were you going with that?
Oh, actually, I'll come back here. I'll come to Edmonton. Yeah, that's a pretty big lead there for the Liberals.
Gerard Deltel in trouble in whatever his Quebec seat is. Just noticed that one. Manicougan, the Liberals have lost their lead there.
Yeah, so Markham.
Again, Ticlerable, Conservatives holding there, but that's a safe seat.
Markham Thornhill, Conservatives have a 1-vote lead over the Liberals with 1 poll, and that's not going to hold. Markham Unionville, that is a 6-vote lead with 2 polls in. That also doesn't look like it's going to hold. Conservatives currently winning Thornhill by a pretty comfortable margin. I expect that one to hold. Liberals sweeping everything in Toronto right now. Close, like Beaches, East York, and Toronto Centre. That's where the NDP should be competitive. They're not. Mississauga Lakeshore, 50-vote Liberal lead. Mississauga Centre, almost 200-vote Liberal lead. Brampton West, very little in Brampton currently, but Liberals winning all those. Brampton East, they have NDP are in 3rd in Brampton East. They wanted better than that. Milton, here we go. Milton, Liberals up.
I was just about to say it.
Yep, okay, I'll give it to you then. Go ahead.
The Liberal candidate is up with 1 poll reporting. They're up by, what does it look like? About 16 votes. So one to keep your eye on. We're starting to see a lot of GTA.
Duclos in Quebec up 221 votes. Tyler.
Is his seat in threat? He's a cabinet minister. I didn't think that was one to worry about.
That seat was under threat when the Bloc surged, but Keto Maggie at Main Street had a 12-point lead on the weekend. I don't know why I said Keto Maggie at Main Street as if we don't all know. It's the seat of Quebec.
Windsor-Tecumseh, Liberals have a 31-vote lead over the NDP in Windsor-Tecumseh. Essex, Conservatives are crushing it right now over the NDP. This seat looks definitely gone. Nothing in Windsor West. Again, that's Pupatello versus Massey. That's going to be a marquee matchup later on tonight. Niagara Falls looks like it's kind of pulling away for the Liberals. For the Conservatives, they got a bit of a lead. Hamilton Mountains come back for the NDP, but they got like a 10-ish vote lead over the Liberal. That does not look safe. Brantford, 1 poll in. Cambridge, giving the Liberals some trouble here. Again, definitely not done here yet, but I mean, they're down like
Shefford, slight block lead. Sherbrooke, big Liberal lead. So you might have to eat some crow on that one, Rob.
possibly.
Trois-Rivières, 1 poll, 10-8, 1. No block on the board. Liberals up 2 votes. 100 votes for the 100 seats for the Liberals. 71 for the Conservatives. What is happening in Ajax? 2 polls, 90 vote lead. Not sure what's happening in Ajax with Mark Holland. Carol Hughes is taking the lead back in Algoma, something. That's a very northern NDP seat. Liberals would like to win that, but it's not shocking that they're not. Barry Springwater, Doug Shipley has a 16 vote lead over the Liberal challenger. The beaches, we have that same beaches result. What's happening? How many seats are in Toronto right now? In Toronto proper right now?
Half-ish of them. We have Scarborough-Inocourt. Actually, this is the first time they've not been the Liberals have not been winning every seat. Scarborough-Inocourt, 1 poll in. The Conservatives have about less than a 20 vote lead. So again, that's nowhere near. Like, we're looking at thousands and thousands of votes here. That's
Brampton East, big Liberal lead. I know some people, including Doug, who may or may not be watching right now, thought that the NDP might do that. That's Jagmeet Singh's old provincial district. Not happening for you guys. Sorry about that one.
The Greens are currently
Michael Dentant is running for the Liberals in Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Holy my God. He was a former newspaper columnist, and now he's just like, well, I'm just running for the Liberals. Burlington, Greens in 3rd place, 20 votes for Gareth Williams. That's Kyle Hutton, friend of the show's job there. 7 polls, almost 100 vote lead for the Liberals in Cambridge. Liberals are winning this election, guys. Just the only question is whether it's a majority or minority, but the Liberals will walk out.
I think that's a little too soon.
I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'm extremely confident right now.
I know you're
Liberals
calling
will
it.
win more seats.
But what I was gonna ask here is, I think that's too soon. But if you look at the CBC tracker right now, it's at 109 for the Liberals. We still have half of Toronto to report.
So
Obviously,
that's 125.
It's a lot of early polls, and the entire GTA right now is just completely red. But that again, it's one.
Different Caledon green lead on 1 poll. That's like
random.
Vaguely interesting. No, it's not actually that random. They did pretty well there in 2015. That's not surprising. Durham, Aaron O'Toole is going to keep his job, and I'm not going to be mean to him and make a Tool joke. Marco Mendocino up 3 votes in Eglinton Lawrence, sort of socially liberal, fiscally conservative, rich area of Toronto. Elgin Middlesex, London, again, only 11 vote lead for Karen Vecchio. That seems low.
Brian Massey has taken the lead in the first poll from Windsor West, but that's a 50 vote lead. That is not comfortable.
That one we're gonna be going back and forth there. Liberals back down to 3rd in Essex, which is where they belong. At Etobicoke Centre, Jan Baker in the rematch of the rematch. Yvonne Baker, former MPP for the riding, lost last year, coming back. James Maloney, whose house I once stayed at for 4 days. Shout out to him. Etobicoke Lakeshore.
200
his seat there.
200 vote lead for the Liberals in King Vaughan right now. 13 of 249 polls in. That looks done. We'll see again, but like that looks like a pretty solid call there. Vaughan Woodbridge, Liberals with a 40 vote lead there. Markham Unionville, again, we had kind of called this one. Conservatives look like they're kind of pulling it away. Again, it's still pretty early, less than 1,000 for each side. So
GPR not doing it for the Liberals right now. 198 vote lead for the Conservatives. Diane Finley in Hellman, Norfolk, former Conservative cabinet minister, big lead for her. I think Keno Maggie, when he came on our podcast, told us that sort of he expected the Conservatives to do a lot better in those kinds of seats where they already do well, and not so much in competitive seats. Hamilton Centre, 43 vote lead for the Liberals, and Matthew Green trying to replace David Christophers in 5 polls. Bob Britannia leading the NDP in 3rd in Hamilton East, Stony Creek, decent lead for the Liberals on 3 polls there. Scott Duval is taking the lead back in Hamilton Mountain over Bruno Igenti. Apologies if I'm butchering any people's names, although I expect that the candidates themselves aren't running. Philomena Tassi will win the other Hamilton seat for the Liberal Party, and we can confidently declare that 200 vote lead on 7 polls. Rob, how much of the Montreal? Oh, Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, Liberals holding the lead, 13 votes. That is one that is the only seat that we actually had the Liberals losing in Ontario, even with our very aggressive
that's
Ontario
a toss-up,
modeling right now.
So a couple
116,
comments.
84, 18, 9, and 2. Rob, what are you seeing right now in the data?
So right now, I'm just going to say that a lot of people who had a tied election had Liberals on 130 seats. Right now, they have 113. So they are 15 off from that. We still have half of Toronto, half of Mississauga, 2 out of Brampton. Like, there are a ton more Liberal seats here that we still don't have yet. Yeah, This is. I want to say that this is not the environment in which we see a conservative government. We're not like I mean, it's still possible we could see a minority, but like I'm definitely not seeing a path to a conservative government at this point. Niagara, so Niagara Center, Liberals.
Whitby, 116 vote Liberal lead. Sorry,
Yeah.
it just came up on TV.
Sorry.
What are you seeing in Niagara Center?
Yeah, Niagara Center. Vance Betta was walking with this. A lot of people moved this to the NDP. Again, modeling said the NDP should be in third in this riding. They are. This is a classic riding where the NDP should be doing worse because of the high school voters themselves. They are right now, and then this is a call.
Peter Fratigatis in London North Center only up 8 votes right now. That might be university. That might be a bunch of university people not liking him, but who knows? Markham Thornhill, 12 vote conservative lead. That doesn't seem particularly likely to hold.
I think that's just
Milton out of Vancouver, an 8 vote lead.
Yeah, that's going to be a close
that's going to come down to the wire again. Horrible outfit, Adam. Seriously, what are you doing?
Essex, huge NDP lead, 400 votes. I'm feeling very confident in our model.
What about Tecumseh? What are you seeing in Tecumseh?
Windsor-Tecumseh, Liberals have a 70-vote lead over the NDP in Windsor-Tecumseh. So it turns out that Keto Maggie was in fact correct about that.
Well, let's wait.
Well, okay. The thing is, a lot of people didn't have a close race there. He had a Liberal lead, so he's the only one who pointed to the Liberals potentially even winning there. So this is definitely
121 for the Liberals right now, 89 for the Conservatives, 18 Bloc, 10 NDP, 2 Greens. That second Green is Dufferin Caledon. That's probably a Tory seat by the end of the night.
Yeah, there's still a lot of seats on the island of Montreal that still have to come in. Liberals holding well in Longueuil too. They're up in the one Longueuil. They're up in Brossard. Again, these are small votes from one poll only. There could be more block areas reporting. Conservatives winning.
Don't concern yourself with the vote share numbers that are currently up on the CDC's feed. Those are not adjusted for where the numbers are coming in. The Liberals are not losing Ontario based on all of these numbers. Kyle Seaback in third in Dufferin Caledon on that one poll. So that must be a very left-wing bit of it. Niagara Falls, what, a 35 vote race between the Conservatives and the Liberals?
So
seems about right.
I just went back to the Atlantic for a second. Cumberland Colchester is an exact tie now. It's a 4-vote race. 160 of 220 polls. A lot of polls left in there. Sydney, Victoria, Liberals are trying to pull away with that one a little bit now, and they've also called...
Sorry to interrupt you, Rob.
Oh.
Polling Canada, our friend on Twitter, is he's personally calling this a Liberal minority.
Okay, well we're close.
I don't think we're at a Liberal minority. I don't think we can say if it's a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Oakville, 70 vote Liberal lead, 5 polling places. It's a Liberal government, and a lot of people are going to be very wrong with this election, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your mileage.
Yeah, we're looking at an entire sweep of the East GTA for the Liberals. Again, very few polls reporting. Markham Unionville, maybe they've got 120.
Catherine McKenna winning in Ottawa Centre, 1 polling place in NDP in third, or 2 seats over Orleans. Mary Francoise Lalonde going to replace Andrew Leslie. She's going from the provincial parliament to the main one. David McGinty winning there. Nothing in Ottawa right now is looking weird. Vanier, same safe Liberal, 123 Liberal seats right now. Anita Vandenbeld up almost over double her Conservative opponent in Ottawa West P in 1 polling place. Wow, this is...
Montreal right now starting to report. Something very interesting is Rosemont Le Petit Patrie, the one we think is going NDP. I don't know if they're polling from a weird neighborhood or anything, but the Liberals have a 57% vote share right now after 4 polls have reported. That might
be university students having no affection for breweries just because they. Yeah,
but
Marion
he's in
up
third.
11. Yeah, Marion Monsef up 11 in Peterborough Kawartha right now, 3 polling places. That's like vaguely interesting.
Yep.
Pickering, Uxbridge, Jennifer O'Connell leading by what she should be leading by, just about double the Conservatives there, 1 polling place.
Yeah, there's still
Cheryl Gallant has taken out her lead in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Liberals 125, Conservatives 94, Bloc 28. Dylan, can you just check the number of Alberta seats that are still out that we're still waiting for first results from?
Sure,
please.
Absolutely. Just give me a second here.
Chris Biddle only up 10 votes in one polling place in St. Catharines, but I feel like
He's
that might be
safe.
our fucking retirement home. So
He's fine.
I
Yeah.
can say that about St. Catharines, by the way. Both my grandparents lived there for almost my entire life.
Niagara
so
Center.
I've been there many times.
Niagara Center, Vance Badaway's falling away with it again. We're gonna talk about Niagara Center a lot tonight. That is my home riding. I knew.
Have you seen anything in Canada Carleton? I haven't seen that one. That's
I will
essentially the only
call
one.
it up. Nothing from Carleton or Canada Carleton at this moment.
Okay, Scarborough Agent Court's gone back to the Liberal Scarborough Center.
CBC is just projecting
a Liberal government.
Yeah,
I did that.
I think we're gonna update our projection now on here.
Okay. We didn't do it the second I said it. We only trust it when the CBC says it.
Well, I think it's just time to do it.
No, that's fine. Polls have been closed in BC for 11 minutes right now. This isn't going to be a long night. This is we're on majority or minority watch right now, guys. Like, government's been decided. Bloc leading in 29 seats in Quebec. You're finally starting to see the Bloc surge. Bill Blair, 631 votes to the 129 for the Conservatives in Scarborough Southwest. Not a good result. Simcoe Grey, 79 vote lead for the Conservatives. Not the kind of result you need in Simcoe Grey if you're going to start winning Ontario big. Simcoe North, Green's doing better. Bruce Stanton, former, maybe current deputy speaker, one of them. That's vaguely interesting. Liberals are winning government, guys. Adam Vaughan, Spadina, Fort York. NDP in third. That's Olivia Chaswold seat, one polling place.
Yeah, we still don't have any of the main NDP targets in downtown Toronto, but looking at where we're going around.
But here's the thing. Based on where we are right now, they go. Or I guess they ain't coming back. I guess is more
kind of
appropriate.
Yeah, currently, so York
Peter Kent's going to win Thornhill.
Yeah, well, currently a bit weird in the York region right now. King Vaughan it's a 400 vote Liberal lead, but that looks kind of done at this point.
Sorry to interrupt. Petty Hadju has roared back into the lead in Thunder Bay Superior North. Timmins James Bay, Charlie Angus leading there.
Yeah, Liberals are already at 125. There's like a half dozen seats. There's like a dozen or so seats here in Ontario. Handful more in Montreal. The question is just where do they get to? I see a path to 160, but I'm not sure much past that. Yeah, Liberals are winning 3 in Winnipeg. They got a chance at 2 more there in Winnipeg. It's definitely looking like a Liberal government. Ralph Goodale.
Von Woodbridge, Liberal lead, 129 for the Liberals. Bartis Chagger, about a 50 vote lead in... about a 60 vote lead actually in Waterloo.
Guess who's winning in Saskatoon University right now, guys? The NDP are
that
winning.
That would be the NDP. Your hot take from last week's podcast with Paul in Canada.
It is not done yet, but... Yeah.
But hey, just being competitive is a victory for you and a hot take.
Edmonton Center.
You asked about Alberta seats. Me and Rob thought the same.
Go ahead.
There's only a handful of seats not reporting.
Okay,
however,
so it's not so the Conservatives. Sorry, just to make the point, then before we can get into results. So that means that the Liberals, the Conservatives, don't have like 20 seats waiting to come in Alberta. That was vaguely concerning for me.
No, the Conservatives seem to have. They don't really seem to have a ceiling here, unless they start flipping 905 seats. But among the Alberta seats not reporting is Edmonton, Strathcona, and Calgary Skyview. So keep an eye on that moving forward. But Edmonton Center is now leaning Conservative.
Okay, that's interesting.
Milton is coming in now. Liberals still holding on to a lead there. Aurora Oak Ridges, that's a 60-vote Conservative lead. Richmond Hill, that's a 30-vote Conservative lead. Markham Unionville, that's a 150 Conservative lead. Markham Stouffville, it's a 20-vote Conservative. Like these are ones that could flip very easily.
Can I posit a theory?
What?
The Conservatives seem to be winning their GTA seats by like not very much, and the Liberals are winning their GTA seats by a lot.
So then maybe we're seeing the polls that are the sub polls that are better for the Conservatives than the Liberals in some of those.
I'm suggesting that the Liberals have a lot more upside in the GTA.
Yeah,
right now,
I'm definitely suggesting that
than the Tories do.
I'm definitely suggesting that this is not done. Yeah, I definitely don't think.
Charleswood Liberals sort of climbing-ish a little bit. Liberals are currently losing in 20 seats that they won last time. That would peg them right for 164.
Oh,
but that's before BC.
A56.
Tories up 15.
Oh, go ahead.
Go.
Oh,
no, go.
Well, I'm just saying A56K Modem is saying in the chat here that Reed Donsman is still saying conservative minority, which
Reed Donsman. Well, I apologize.
I'm not seeing it.
Reed Donsman, but no.
I'm not seeing
that. That is you attempting to hold on to a bad prediction for longer than it deserves.
Well, I mean,
as somebody who had that with Alberta, when it's wrong, just bail out.
It's galaxy braining it, I guess. Yeah.
That would be that would be me if I was being more impolite.
Hamilton East.
136, 127, 19, 1. Max Bernier is not on the board right now. We have no idea whether Jody Wilson-Raybould will or won't win, because her vote, there are no polling places
mind.
left
Okay.
out in. What?
Oh, no, Reed Donsman is, of course, calling the Liberal win majority is still entirely possible. That is Reed Donsman's newest thing on Twitter. So that thank you for correcting me that. He bailed a few minutes ago, so he just changed his take. So, yeah, it's a Liberal minority. Model's looking pretty good right now. The question is just how many seats. The only question is just how much more damage is done here. Niagara Falls, Liberal Conservatives clinging to a 20-vote lead. Niagara Falls, that's a good call for calling that a toss-up Liberal seat. Kitchener South Hespeler, 1 poll in, that's nothing. Less than 100 votes there.
Who's leading there? You didn't say.
Conservatives leading there, and Kitchener South Hespeler, but it's less than a 20-vote lead.
Anything, Dylan? Can you monitor my Ontario seats right now? Can you check what Kinetic Carleton's at?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just gonna scroll all the way up to the great city of Ottawa. Everything's Liberal right now. Kinetic Carleton is Liberal. There's a 110 vote lead, which is about 12%. And in Pierre Poilievre's seat of Carleton, there is only one poll reporting, and he's down by 9 votes, but it is a Liberal lead so far.
Okay. Vaughan Woodbridge holding for the Liberals, exactly what you would want, about a 480 vote lead. 15 polls reporting. That's the kind of thing. Ralph Goodale currently winning in his seat of Wascana. Tories are having a bad night, people. Oakville, 79 vote Liberal lead, with the new candidate replacing John Oliver. 5 vote lead in Saskatoon University for Rob's hot take. Excuse me.
Does anybody seriously
the new Democrats?
Saskatoon West, Sherry Benson in a lot of trouble in Saskatoon West.
The new Democrats are at 14.8% nationwide right now. Maybe there's a lot of urban centers not reporting, but that is a really disappointing turnout.
BC is probably their best province, so that might not be that concerning, just because it's your best province has no votes in right now.
Yeah, Liberals.
What's happening, Rob? Why don't you? Can you spend a couple minutes to figure out what's happening in Quebec right now? Because the Bloc are on 32, but the Liberals seem to be
doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm just gonna talk about Toronto for a second. So right now, Liberals are winning.
Liberals are winning Toronto. Big shock.
Yeah, they're winning everything in Toronto. They got Danforth, they got Parkdale High Park, and the only one left is Davenport. But if they're losing the other two, if the NDP are losing the other two, they don't got that. York, we'll come back to York. That's fine. Ajax is weird right now, but it's a really big conservative lead, but I doubt that's going to hold. There's no way.
Pierre Boucher has gone back to the Bloc. That one makes a lot more sense with everything else we're seeing in Quebec.
The NDP currently are winning in Outremont. That's really weird. But again, that's only 2 polls reporting.
Yeah.
Rosemont,
that's Tom Mulcair's old seat.
Yeah,
that's not coming back.
Rosemont, La Petite Prairie, they have a bit more of a more comfortable lead there. That seems fine. Bloc are doing pretty well in rest. Liberals are winning in kind of your Longueuil seats. They've got Brassard, obviously that was a safe Liberal hold. They're barely holding on.
120 vote lead in Saint-Hubert. That's the Pierre Nantel seat, 4th.
Yeah. La Prairie.
I think Kyle Hutton was a little overambitious, saying that if he could get 20% of the vote, nobody would be surprised. Liberals at 136 seats, 45 seats still out.
Specifically.
So the Liberals need to win. The Liberals need to win seats. The Liberals need to flip seats that are currently for somebody else right now, if they're going to get majority government, but they can get majority government. Yeah,
I'm seeing a path here, definitely. He's still in the GTA. There's still a handful of seats out. Mississauga, Erin Mills, 1 poll in. They'll flip that one back. That's not an issue. And Brampton South, 1 poll. They're sweeping
the Montreal's, the South Shore below Montreal there. They're sweeping everything. Still early, but if that's the case, this could be a majority government.
There's a
What are we seeing in Markham Thornhill? I know we had a Liberal lead there, or a Conservative lead there. And
Thornhill it's a Liberal lead now. Markham Thornhill,
okay, they flipped that one.
They're flipping that one back.
Peterborough, Kawartha staying for the Liberals. Marion Monsif, 36 vote lead. 6 polls, 28.3% left.
Markham Stouffville, the
141 for the Liberals now, 104.
Yeah,
42 seats left.
I'm seeing at least 3 seats here in the York region that the Liberals still have a chance at flipping. That's excluding Thornhill. There's 3 seats there. There's Ajax. They're currently losing 1 Brampton and 1 Mississauga, but that's off of 1 poll alone.
50 vote Liberal or 50 vote Conservative lead in Margaret Stouffville, Jane Philpott, 594 votes. That's a respectable total for her, but that's not winning her seat. It's a Liberal-Conservative battle, and we'll see who gets there by the end of the night.
The Conservatives have a 2-vote lead in Niagara Falls, guys. This is crazy. The model literally thought this was an exact toss-up, and I kind of questioned it a bit. I was like, I don't know if this is... But they literally have a 2-vote lead in Niagara Falls, guys. You can't get more toss-up-y than that. That is the definition of a toss-up. Someone says, Jackie Blue in the chat said, if you guys outperform Poll Tracker with your model, CBC should hire you. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, NDP Liberals holding on.
143 for the Liberals right now, 105 for the for the Conservatives, 29 for the Bloc, 20 for the NDP, 1 Green.
Yeah.
Rachel Blaney in North Island, Palo River, she's keeping her lead in what I think described as the safest Liberal seat on the board. Or safest
I have a Milton
on
update.
the board. Go to Milton, please.
29 vote lead for the Liberals. This one's getting really, really tight. And don't look now, but Fort McMurray is leaning Liberal. That's not going to last at all.
Okay,
no,
that
there's still
makes sense.
Yeah. So there's Pontiac.
Yeah, you're still gonna see randomness. Pontiac should be a Liberal seat.
Yeah, it is. And randomly the Conservatives have a 2-vote lead there. That's probably just like one really good poll for them. That's gonna go back.
That's gonna come back to Liberals then.
Yeah.
I'm feeling.
Okay, if you're a Liberal right now, where's your path to a majority? They're about 30 seats short. Toronto's done.
Clean up the GTA. There's still a handful here.
Clean up the 905. Clean up Montreal and Pontiac. Get like the lead back in Pontiac.
Yeah.
Can somebody get me a Gatineau?
But where are these 30 seats coming from?
Yeah.
Part of it's Vancouver. Because they have all their Vancouver, they have their safe Vancouver seats still to come. If they're outperforming their polls everywhere else, then they're probably going to do decent in Vancouver. They're probably going to hold at least a couple of their toss-ups. That's probably 10 to 12.
Because they're tapped out.
Clean it up.
They're tapped out in Montreal and Toronto. I don't know where these 30 seats are coming from.
It's the 90. It's the 905.
No, they're not tapped out yet.
There's some there.
They're not tapped out yet.
Can somebody get me? They only need 25 seats right now.
Gatineau.
There's 39 still to come. They're winning Cestary White Rock 3 votes, 1 poll.
Who's not reporting
CBC is projecting a
905?
minority.
Gatineau. Gatineau. The Liberals have a big lead in Gatineau. They're up 844 to 312. That's a 55-20 margin over the Bloc. So randomly, Nepean just flipped back. Nepean was going the other way. Carleton, 309. Basically, Pierre Pavra only has a 98-vote lead over his challenger right now. He's not safe. Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, Conservatives right now are winning that one. That's a very easy flip back. The Liberals have closed that gap significantly. It's less than a 40-vote lead right now. Liberals are winning in Compton-Stansted. The model had that one. Liberals are winning in Sherbrooke by a pretty heavy margin. That's a surprise for me. Shefford.
I think people are being overly zealous in calling this a minority government. I don't think we know that yet. However, the Liberals are at least in 155 at this point, guys. We are.
This is why I asked where the path to majority is, because there's only 37 seats to come, most of which are in PC.
It sort of feels like the Liberals are going to tap out, not at
the Liberals.
160s.
The Liberals.
That's sort of what I'm thinking right now. They'll get into the low to mid 160s. I don't think they'll get majority government, but I think they will get. They would need everything to break right for them at this point, and it could.
Liberals.
But I think you would need everything to break right for you.
Liberals.
The entire 905 is reporting, and it's pretty much all Liberal right now. I just don't know where they get these extra 20 seats now.
Liberals. So I'll just say a couple things here. Liberals right now.
So like 10 of they're 20 seats. They're 20 seats short, and like 10 of them you can get out of Vancouver, I think, at least.
Yeah, it's going to be close. The question is, it's really goal line. Like the meme we had today of the Liberals being stopped short on the goal line, that's pretty accurate right now. Liberals right now are winning in Niagara Falls by 50 votes. That is insane that the model called that almost exactly. There's another seat here. So Brampton South, Conservatives have a 30-vote lead. That's not holding. The NDP are winning in Davenport by 20 votes. Again, Danforth is not good for them. Parkdale High Park is not good for them. I don't think Davenport will hold. Oh, and it just flipped back now. Markham, Unionville, trending a bit conservative. I wouldn't call it out of the bark yet. It's only the Conservatives are only up 1,000 to 853. That one could flip too.
Oh no, that's definitely still in play for the Liberals.
Yeah, Aurora Oak Ridge
depending on which.
Yeah, Aurora Oak Ridge is like a 70-vote lead for the Liberals there. Barrie Innsfield is a tie. Barrie Springwater, Liberals have a lead. Both Peterboroughs have come in for Liberals. Northumberland, Peterborough South. Both Peterboroughs are in for Liberals. Hastings is Conservative right now, 200 vote lead. So maybe, I don't know.
That's what the model had there. So that one shouldn't surprise anybody.
Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, Liberals have retaken the lead there.
That's right.
Yeah, Pierre Pauvre still clinging to a 100 vote lead there. Liberals. Polyev. Liberals still holding on. Okay, so Laurier Saint Marie Bloc have taken the lead in Laurier Saint Marie.
Okay.
But
so here's the thing. The Liberals are currently down in 17 seats. Oh God. So the Liberals. Okay, so the CBC is using the redistribution numbers, not the redistribution numbers, the nominal numbers at the dissolution, not the numbers at the beginning of the election. The CBC currently has Liberals on track for 169.
Yeah, like, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be very, very close, and like to the point where like even the Greens or just the NDP could put them over the top. I think they get it. I'm not sure.
Here's the thing. So let's say the Greens get 2 or 3. Okay, the Liberals will have 3 outs to pass any piece of legislation they want. Maybe 4 if they get. Four if they get the Greens.
So we are getting some BC votes here right now, actually. So Vancouver South, that's a Liberal lead right now of 5 votes. That's
Harjit. Yeah. That's Harjit Sajjan. Yeah, that's not surprising.
Cowichan Malhat Langford, that's a 1 vote Liberal lead over the Greens. That might go back. Courtney Alberti, 2 polls in actually, but very small polls. The Liberals have 3 votes. The NDP's 15. North Island Powell River.
The Liberals are not winning Courtney Alberti. There's no way in hell.
Kamloops. So basically South Surrey White Rock. What did the model have in that one? Let me check.
I think that held as a Liberal seat.
Yes, it did, and it is currently holding as a Liberal seat right now. So that's
facing Lennox and Addington, Conservative lead, but that's basically what you'd expect. Mike Balsio won't be coming back, but we didn't expect him to, even with our very good Ontario numbers.
Let's throw it off to Dylan here. How are the Liberals doing in Alberta?
Not good. My map was just about to cut out on me there. They're not winning in any seat right now. Edmonton Centre still very, very close. We can't really call anything there. Edmonton Strathcona right now, there's only 1 poll reporting. Conservatives are leading, Liberals second. I don't think that will last for long either. Calgary Centre, 1 poll is just reported, and Kent Hare has a tie for first place in Calgary Centre. Calgary Skyview.
Lex St. Jean going blue or going block. Wow, that's almost double the Conservative or the Liberals and the Conservatives.
We had that.
Something I wanted to get out there. I put this on Twitter because I think it's something we just kind of overlooked as we're kind of keeping track of all the seats that are coming in. So CBC called it a minority. Whether that's premature or not, I don't think matters too much, because one thing is for certain, with BC coming in, the Liberals and the NDP will easily have enough for 170, which means the Greens will not be required and the Bloc will not be required, which will make this a very much going to be an easier government to work. If you needed the Greens and the NDP, that would be problematic.
Yeah, that would have been. And the other thing is that on pieces of legislation where they can't get NDP support, they can go get somebody else's support easily. They can still go get Bloc support issue by issue. And or Conservative votes, they only need to wrangle 1 of 3 partners in a minority parliament. That's a lot easier than having to wrangle 2 or, God forbid, 3. Like, this is just going to be much easier for the Liberals. Liberals down to 146. Conservative, but those losses are mostly to the NDP. I suspect one of them might have been on island.
Yeah, Kitchener-Conestoga, Conservatives have a 500 vote lead there. Maybe that one's out of reach. I don't know. Niagara Falls, that's going back and forth. That's like a 60, 70 vote Conservative lead. Hamilton East, that is dead tie between the Liberals and the NDP. That one could go either way. And again, Liberals sweeping West GTA. Milton.
Ruth Ellen Berceau with a 100 vote lead over the Bloc in Berthier-Masquinongé.
So Markham, Unionville, Aurora, Oak Ridges, like the Conservatives they're up 1,083 to 971, but 100 or so vote lead. That one is definitely still in play. Again, you're looking at like only very few polls in there. Richmond Hill, that one looks kind of done. Conservatives have a 1,000 vote lead. We projected that one to go Conservative. That's fine. Markham, Unionville, again, kind of the same as Aurora, Oak Ridges. They can go back. But again, I'm starting to see what Dylan is saying. The Liberals are kind of maxed out now. Liberals flip back Ajax now. That one's not they're flipping that one back. That's not going back. Oh, they did. They are slipping in Northumberland, Peterborough South though. So that one can come back.
How many Liberal seats in Vancouver are currently out right now?
Actually, I'll let Dylan handle that. If you want to take that, Dylan.
Yeah, sure. I'll scroll over. I was just looking at the Western results right now for the Liberals. There's one seat in Regina that they are leading in. In
Yeah, that would be
terms
roughly
of
the LC. I'm just trying
in
to figure.
term,
I'm just trying to figure out how many of those 34 might come in for the Liberals. But how
so
many Vancouver
the Liberals
seats?
have Vancouver South reporting one poll.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to count Surrey, but South Surrey White Rock is reporting for the Liberals. There are
Okay.
two other Vancouver seats, but both are reporting for the NDP.
Which ones?
Burley.
East and Kingsway.
Vancouver East is a NDP lead that is an incumbent, and then
Yep.
Vancouver Kingsway has reported just now. That's also an NDP lead, and
So not,
New
but
West is
otherwise, other than that,
Burnaby.
it doesn't. Okay, those are all NDP seats, so now those are surprising. So it does seem like there's a bit out there, and does seem like there's a bit out there in Vancouver. I don't think the Liberals will get the majority, but I think they might get to one. I think they might get to 160.
I
Yeah, it's
think
going
what
to look very
you
similar to
gotta
the model.
That's what I was gonna say. The model
Steve McKinnon
is
15 polls in, and he's up over 1,000 votes. I know his kid from university, so happy about that. Liberals up 200 votes on the nose in Hochelaga. That's one they're going to want to hold over the block.
Cambridge has been called. That one's actually a lot, much more of a blowout than the model thought it would be. That one's been called pretty early.
for the Liberals.
Kitchener-Conestoga, yeah, Cambridge is called for the Liberals. The model had thought that was just going to be a pretty close race. That one had it as a 38 to 36 race. That did not happen. So, I mean, again, it could shorten in like junk time essentially, but yeah, no, this is pretty much what the model said, like to a T. St. Catharines Conservatives have a 40 vote lead. That one can go back. Niagara Falls again.
That one will come
That's
back.
gonna come back.
There's no way if Niagara is where Niagara, like if the two competitive Niagara seats are where the two competitive Niagara seats are, and St. Catharines goes conservative, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Well, I think something to take pride in for you guys is you look like you're going to be the most right model,
Yeah.
or at least going to be really close to it.
I want to wait a little bit before we take our victory lap. But believe me, if
We still have two territory seats as well to come in.
We're looking
both
pretty
those should
good
come
right
in
now.
liberal.
We are looking pretty good right
Here's
now.
the thing: if we are the most accurate model, like don't worry, you will all hear about it until the day I die.
All right, so one
Like don't worry, I run the site Twitter account. Like we will be. I already have tweets lined up for if we're the most right model.
So Richmond Arthur Basque, apparently the model took a stab there, got it wrong. That one's called for the Conservatives, but the other one has been called Beauport.
Laurier Saint-Marie, 80 vote Liberal lead.
Okay. Yeah, so that one
5 polls.
that one's not there.
Sorry,
so,
I know that was on Dylan's list. Sorry.
If I can go back to Atlantic Canada just for a second
Yeah.
before we forget them
Sure.
forever, Miramichi is staying Liberal. We've had a flip though in Nova Scotia. Cumberland Colchester has gone back to the Conservatives. They lead by 41 votes with still about 19 polls to report. And Sydney Victoria is now a big Liberal lead by 1,000 votes.
And actually, there's an update. I'm just looking at the Atlantic now, too. There is an update there. Gaspé has been uncalled because it is now a 10-vote lead for the bloc with half of the polls still left to report.
Nice.
So that is not done yet.
Can somebody get me a riding of Quebec update?
Yep, Duclos.
Liberals leading in Louis.
Duclos cleaning
Sure.
house. He's up. He's got a 400-vote lead over the bloc in Quebec. Louis Hebert, he's also cleaning house. The Beauport Lemieux, that the model called that one. The model thought that would be a bloc seat. That's right beside Quebec, and
Liberals winning one of the Longueuil seat, the Parenontel Longueuil seat quite easily, not quite easily, but solidly. Very tight race in the Longueuil something. Charles Lemoyne or whatever the hell it's called.
The Conservatives are
Maxime
actually.
Bernier is losing Beauce right now by less than 8%.
Oh no, guys, are we gonna see the end of the People's Party? Oh, it's such a shame.
I mean, we're not. It's just gonna. Some Albertan is gonna take it over, and they're gonna become New Reform.
That sounds about right.
Don't say that.
Northumberland, Peterborough.
I'm not endorsing this idea.
Northumberland, Peterborough South, 300-vote Conservative lead. That one could come back. Pierre Pauvre, 200-vote lead. He's not safe yet either.
Tories doing a little bit better. Liberals are definitely in government, but this might be mid 150s as opposed to mid 160s.
They're not maxed.
Liberals.
Actually, they're not maxed out yet. Argentu La Petite Nation. That one should be a Liberal lead. Only 40 of 200.
Outremer's come back to the Liberals, obviously.
Yeah,
The NDP have a big lead in Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, just to keep everyone updated.
No.
The Democrats will probably have a Quebec seat.
Yeah, they're actually gonna have two. They're up in Brassard's seat and in and the Rosemont. No, in terms of Argenal La Petite Nation, that one is, the model says that one should be a Liberal seat, and I have no doubt to think it's not going to be a Liberal seat. Bloc have a very small lead in there with like a fifth of the polls reporting. I expect that one to go back. Montcalm, Conservatives randomly... wow, they're destroying in Montcalm. What the heck? That's really out of place.
Duclos 44, 400-ish vote lead. Not super confident anymore, but would like that lead to be bigger before I take a victory lap about the winning of that bet. Which, by the way, I only took that bet because Robin's model told me to, so it wasn't even me. It was the model telling me what to do. Papineau, sorry, not Papineau. Justin Trudeau has been reelected in Papineau. Good for anybody who was doubting about that. Rivière de Mille-Îles, that's a five vote lead for Linda Lapointe. Main Street pulled that pre-Bloc surge, and it was a massive Liberal lead. That's the kind of seat the Bloc would, though, be coming back in. Rivière du Nord, big 1,200 vote Bloc lead. Rosemont has, again, that's about a 1,000 vote lead for Alexandre Bourlaris. Very much ran as an independent. Sort of against the without sort of the Bloc, or sorry, without the sort of Jagmeet Singh national NDP campaign.
Just to get a vote share.
Oh yeah, give us a vote share.
Robert,
update. Yeah.
Dylan. Before we go to you, we're gonna Dylan. Before we come to you, I just want to say something. Thank you for coming on the show, obviously tonight. Really appreciate it. You've been a wonderful member of the team so far.
Yeah.
Thank you. Glad to be here. It's an honor to have been invited on the best polling aggregate company in the business. So,
hey, let's wait to see the numbers. Do the vote share stuff. Thank you.
So the Liberal lead is starting to cut down a little bit, so it's at 35.1%. The Tories are at 32, which is actually a little better than I think it was going to look like initially. And then the New Democrats are at 14.4. The Bloc are 7.7, which is I think a little bit high, but there's still a lot of urban center polls to be reported as well, because the cities tend to be, for some reason, behind the rest of the.
Bigger. It's just bigger. It's literally just like the polling places are bigger there. So it's just harder to count those ballot papers. Sherbrooke, 700 vote Liberal lead in Sherbrooke, Bloc in third. So Rob, you should probably apologize for saying that the Bloc would probably win that about an hour ago.
I mean, yeah, that was. It looked like a Bloc were going to win it, and I guess that was a wrong call. NDP are winning in London Fanshawe. We did not have that in the model at all.
How big of a lead there?
800 vote lead. That one looks kind of safe. We'll see. Windsor to Tecumseh. Okay, so this is where some Liberals can gain some votes here. They have a 40 vote. NDP have a 40 vote lead in Tecumseh. They can gain that seat back. And Brian Massey only has a 500 vote lead over the Liberals in Windsor West. That one can also come back. They're both in the 2000s. Again, you're going to get way over 20,000 votes total. Essex, Conservatives destroying here. And exactly, that was something the model always saw. The model very, very, very rarely ever had the NDP winning Essex, and that was correct. Again, still two seats in the northern New York. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Markham. The seat switcher Lena Alcevez, she has a 200 vote lead. Maybe she holds on. Again, they're still both less than 2,000, so that's very early there still. Markham Unionville, we haven't seen much there. Again, 200-ish vote conservative lead, but yeah, basically Simcoe North has been called.
Barry Springwater only a 110 vote lead for the Tories, only 30 of still 174 polling places left. Bay of Quinte 400-ish vote Liberal lead there.
400
that
votes.
should hold.
Oh, Peterborough Kawartha has flipped, but it's very close. I suspect that's probably just some rural polling coming in for the. So that's some rural polling coming in for the Conservatives. I expect that one to flip back. Northumberland, that's a 300 vote Conservative lead. Maybe that one comes back. Hastings Lennox, 300 vote Conservative lead. Maybe it comes back. Glengarry Prescott Russell keeps going back and forth, but the Conservatives only have a 20 or so vote lead. So I suspect that long term that one's probably gone. I suspect that we're kind of tapping out on that rural Conservative vote. I expect that one's coming back. Argenal, La Petite Prairie, again, 100 vote margin there for the Bloc. That one's coming back.
Dylan, okay, Rob, why don't you count up the number of seats where the model has the Liberals ahead in Greater Vancouver right now that have no polls in, and Dylan, please go through a couple of your seats, Laurier Saint Marie and Milton, and tell people what's going on, and then do a roundup of Alberta, please, if you would be so kind.
Did we lose Dylan?
Okay, well, I'll vamp while you're doing this, but seriously, Rob, can you check the number of seats for the Liberals are
Yes.
Thanks.
And while we're going, actually,
Okay.
I'll just say something quickly here, though. While we're on our way to BC, we go through Winnipeg first, and right now we called 5. We actually had 6 for the Liberals. One was Charleswood, St. James. That one is a 200-vote lead for the Conservatives. That one can go back. We called the 5 main ones for the Liberals. The Liberals have 4 of 5. The only one is Winnipeg Centre. The NDP have a very small lead. It's a 40-vote lead. That could easily flip back. We called the NDP winning Transcoma. They are dominating Transcoma over the Conservatives. And we had Killanon St. Paul as a toss-up. Liberal Conservatives are winning that one by about 1,000. So model looking pretty good there in Winnipeg. Couple of random places. Basically, Ralph Goodale is losing in Regina, Wisconsin, but not by much. We'll see what happens there, but yeah, I don't.
I will just say, people who are missing the broader picture of this Canadian election, do not try and hold on the thing that you got right. Focus on if you had a tie in this election, and you're talking about how your projection was looking right in Quebec. Person on Twitter who you know who you are if you're watching this. No, that's a real bad look, guys. Don't take a victory lap about the thing that you might have gotten right when you got the overall picture very, very wrong. That's not good form.
So we still have a couple of so we have 1, 2. Let's see BC here. We've got 1, 2, 3 safe Liberal seats in BC left. Those are safe. In terms of likely, we have 3. One of those is in, so that's another 2. Oh, okay. Well, one Vancouver Quatrepoll has the Conservatives winning. That one's not happening. The Liberals are actually beating
6.
Yeah, actually, Jody Wilson-Raybould in 3rd place in Vancouver Granville right now. That's actually kind of crazy.
Not really. Who's in first there? Liberals?
Liberals are in first, obviously. Conservatives are in second.
So what? 300 vote lead in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, but still 231 polling places left.
Richmond Center.
Dylan, are you on mute right now? Because if you are, I haven't been able to hear you for a couple minutes.
No, I wasn't talking on mute. I had my microphone off. I was just doing a little bit of stuff around the apartment, letting you guys talk it through. Something to mention is Edmonton Strathcona, the NDP, have a 12-point lead with 11 polls reporting. That's a big one. That was Lisa Duncan, I think that's her name, her old seat.
Linda Duncan, but yes.
Duncan.
Hamilton Center is not going to come through for me. Apparently, the Liberals are not going to win that one. Can you do Milton and Laurier St. Marie, please?
Yep, absolutely. Well, with my favorite one, of course, Milton, the Liberal has extended a 8-point lead. It's about 1,000 votes now with 55 of the 196 polls reporting, so that looks good for my one thing I called this election. And Laurier St. Marie, the Liberals are leading by 9%. It's very small margins right now. It's about 80 votes. Only 5 of 174 reported. I don't know why that one's a little slow to report, but Stephen Guilbeault, the star candidate there, is leading the Bloc Québécois.
Nunavut is come in 1 vote NDP lead right now. 1 poll of 65. It's like 30 votes. I wouldn't be too worried about that if you're a Liberal. Liberals winning Connecticut-Carleton by about 600. My MP will be retained. Kenora, 400-ish vote Conservative or NDP lead, but still over 100 polling places to go. Excuse me. So the Liberals definitely have stuff they can go still get.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of meat left on the bone for them here. Actually, the Liberals just flipped Gaspé La Ile. We had called that one as a tie, and guess what? It's a tie. That's the thing.
Conservatives winning Yukon right now, 1 polling place. So again, both those territory seats are sort of generally expected to go Liberal.
Yeah.
Kitchener Center, that green second place internal might not be so bad actually. Green's in second, but 300 vote Liberal lead there. Conestoga, 460 vote Liberal leads for the Conservatives there, but Liberals could maybe draw that one back. Milton just came on TV. It's 1,123 votes.
That is over.
Lisa Raitt, Conservative deputy leader. You gone.
That looks
Once
good.
that one's official, I'm going to take the biggest victory lap in the history of victory laps.
Me and you are both taking that victory lap, bud, because me and you both independently came to the exact same decision. Actually, all 3 of us independently came to the exact same decision about Milton.
That's a
Granville,
huge
39 vote lead for the Liberals. Jerry Wilson-Raybould in third, 205 polling places left. Wouldn't call that one.
Barry Springmore still uncalled. There's actually some more. There's definitely some meat left on the bone here for the Liberals in Ontario. Peterborough, Kawartha, they're only down like less than 10 votes in Peterborough Kawartha. Again, we may have had some more rural ones come in. Again, there's a university and a college in Peterborough, so that one could come in. Northumberland, Peterborough, the Conservatives have a bit of a bigger lead there. That one was I think that was a lean Liberal or a toss-up Liberal, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so 12 seats. Okay,
Lean
12
Liberal,
seats
yeah.
left to come in. 12 seats left to come in. Liberals on 145. I think we established that 5 or 6 of those 12 are still going to be Liberal seats, probably. So that means Liberals will probably get above 150. They would need some luck to get into 60, 70, or into the 160s. We had 163. I would like, for my personal selfish reasons, I would like it to get as close to 163 as possible so that we look most right.
I think they get like one. I'm seeing like 157. We're not done yet. Again, the thing is, there's 2 seats here in the GTA, right? Markham Unionville. That's a 600 vote Conservative lead. Like, here's the thing. Right now, the model is pretty much called every single thing in the GTA. It's called literally every seat, right? It said Markham Unionville should be Liberal. It's only 70 of 215 polls in. I don't think we're done. I think Liberals can still win that one. The seat switcher in Aurora Oak Ridges, again, she's down. She's actually only up 400 votes again with 3,000, 2,000. Again, people are gonna get 20,000 votes in these ridings. That one's not done yet either. Say in looking at Niagara Falls, bit of a bigger margin. It's a 600 vote margin. We had that one as a toss-up. Could still go either way, but I think the Liberals are pulling away. Brantford, the Conservatives are pulling away in that one. Sorry, Brant again. Conservatives up 1,000 there. Flamborough Grenbrook, that one is nearly tied. Wow, that's a 100 vote lead for the Conservatives. That one could possibly flip, but I'm not sure if it will.
Vance Badaway in some trouble in Niagara Center. Down to 100. Down to 180.
Yeah, see, he wasn't gonna, I worried about the April Justice thing. I think he'll pull it out in the end, but yeah, April Justice is going to make a run of it. That's the thing. I knew this was going to come down to Liberal Conservatives. I knew the NDP weren't going to run this riding. I just know that's the thing. And again, like a 200 vote margin for Badaway. It's not over. I take Badaway in this. I definitely, because Badaway was the mayor of one of the cities, and that could still come back big for him. So that's the thing. St. Catharines, 400 vote lead for Chris Biddle. I think that's coming back. That's fine. Dylan, what about? Tell us about BC. What's left in BC that still is coming in yet? No.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. There he's back.
No, I'm here. My map froze on me. CBC's interactive map has been awful all night. When I had checked earlier, it seemed like most of Vancouver was still to come. When I look a little closer, that's still the case. Maybe more the greater Vancouver area, because I'm seeing like Stevenson, Richmond East, Delta, and some of the more outskirts, Surrey, Newton. So there's still some seats there to play for both parties. But as the CBC shows, there's only 9 seats left to come. So
yeah.
I think the Liberals will end up in the mid 150s right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
I think unless I'm missing a forecaster who. Also missing a forecaster. I think we'll essentially be pretty damn close to the best so far. Paul Manley, Green, who won at the by-election, has a comfortable lead in Nanaimo, 190 votes on 3 polls. Fredericton, the Greens will win Fredericton. That one seems to be holding pretty well. They're doing a bit of a green run right now, I think, on the CBC. Oh, great! It was a run of 2 seats. That's really useful.
So there's still.
I guessed 158, by the way, at the top of the show. I guessed 158 for the Liberals, so I'm kind of holding on to my projection.
We're gonna be close. We're gonna be very close to that.
Yeah, no, it looks like I'm gonna be high on the it looks like I'm gonna be a bit high on Liberals, but I kind of didn't I was sort of. I don't want to say price scam, but there was certainly a part of me that didn't quite believe the Bloc were going to get up to 35. I thought there was a chance that they might rest a bit.
That's what really kicked them out. So basically, the Bloc have now cleaned up. Originally, when we started the night, the Bloc were not dominating in the suburbs of Montreal.
Liberals up to 149 with still those 9 seats left to play. Left to come in.
There's still a handful. So the Liberals are currently losing Glengarry Prescott. They can flip that one. Peterborough Kawartha, that one, they have a 100 vote lead there. They're down a bit in Northumberland, Peterborough South. That one could be incorrectly called. Well, I mean, that one from our model. Again, I don't think Markham Unionville or Aurora Oak Ridges are done. I think those are still very gettable for the Liberals. Um, yeah, I mean, we're looking pretty close. Like our model's gonna be pretty on here. Windsor Tecumseh 100 vote lead for the NDP. Brian Masty's opening up 100 vote lead over 1,000 vote lead over Sandra Pupatello. Again, like London Fanshawe, the NDP seem to be pulling this one out. They seem to have that one, so it may be that went back for them. Other than that, no, like we pretty much like the model is done. I mean, like here's the thing: we're looking at this page right here. This is the GTA model right now, and then this is the GTA thing. Like this is one for one exactly, with the exception of literally like Aurora Oak Ridges and Markham Unionville. This is the map. This is literally the map. And like if you look at the GTA, this is called exactly. And again, I still think those could potentially flip. Maybe not Aurora Oak Ridges. That's an 800 vote lead, but Markham Unionville is a 600. Yeah, maybe. I think the Liberals back up to 150 now. The thing is, I think because the Liberals
I got some breaking news. Maxime Bernier has officially lost his seat in Beauce.
Okay, well there it is.
CBC's calling that for the Conservatives.
150 for the Liberals. There's still 9 seats to come.
Mm-hmm.
Screw it up.
150. So remember, they need 170 to get a majority. They're gonna fall short.
They have 174. They have 174 with the NDP right now, which means that they will have the ability. They will have 3 dancing partners on every vote on the floor. It'll probably take some. Minimal back to 149. It'll take some minimal concessions to the NDP to get their third speech through. But I honestly don't even know if you give them anything for the third speech. What you give them is that the Liberals will try and pass a budget. Liberals just flipped it back to 150. The third speech will probably pass pretty clearly, mostly because the NDP need time to raise more money for a future campaign, and then the budget will be the big negotiation in the beginning of next year. The other thing about the minority government stuff, which hasn't been talked about, is in Quebec in 2012, the Liberals and the CAQ, they never voted for any of the PQ's confidence votes. What they did was they just held back enough of their members that they wouldn't vote down the government while the Liberals did their leadership contest. The Conservatives, presumably Andrew Scheer's done. I don't know how he can survive with a result like this. And if that's the case, then the Conservatives are going to need time for a leadership race. And if the Conservatives need time for a leadership race, then maybe they just decide to keep the Liberals in power for a few months so that they can have the time to run out and get rid of some people.
So Sydney
Kitchener-Conestoga is within 2%, by the way. I wanted to sneak that one in there. That's one of those seats that could flip back to the Liberals.
That's really interesting.
We had that one as a toss-up.
This is retweeting something saying that Voice of Frankie, at LeanTossup, and at Main Street Research are going to be closer on their projections than anybody else. Well done. As the only seat aggregator in that and not a pollster, that's a good result for us. One of the 9 seats that we're waiting just came in as a Conservative seat. I don't know if that means it's going to stay Conservative or not, but we are where we are. I think the Liberals has got one of those 9, so Liberals has got another one. So the Liberals are now on 152 with 6 seats to go. I don't know what's going on there. Windsor Tecumseh, most of the vote is in. Liberals down about 1,700. Doesn't look like Keto is going to be calling either of the Windsor seats correctly, although he kind of called Windsor West right, but then he ended up saying yesterday that it was going to go Liberal. 152 for the Liberals, 118 for the Conservatives, 35 for the Bloc, 24 for the NDP, 3 for the Greens, 6 seats remaining. Rob, can you figure out what those 6 seats are?
Oh, 1 second.
And Dylan, can you tell me what's happening in the territories, please?
Sure. Territories are 2 Liberal right now. Yukon's got 5 out of 91 polls reporting. The Liberals have a 5% lead on the Conservatives. In the Northwest Territories, the Liberals have a fairly sized lead here. It's looking like 26% roughly, with 10 out of the 103 polls reporting. They're leading the NDP. And in Nunavut, it is only 2 polls reporting, but the NDP do have roughly a 40-some vote lead over the Liberals. So that's still very close there. Seats to come are still in BC.
Okay, yeah, I assumed all 6 of the seats still to come would be there. Nikki Ashton is going to win her seat at Churchill. She's up like 1,400 votes right now. But Nunavut is a seat Liberals can still win back. So that's
How is Jane Philpott doing, by the way? Is she still contesting a
she's
seat?
in third. She's in third in Markham-Stouffville. Last time I saw it, can you check to see if the Liberals are still
400 vote lead.
Okay.
So yeah, it's looking like it's.
Rob, what's happening in the? So what are the 605? One seat just came in for the Tories. What are the 5 seats that are still out there, and where are they? What's the model classification at all of them?
So Niagara Falls Conservatives have a 1,000 vote lead there. That one was a toss-up lead.
No, I'm talking about the ones that don't have any votes in yet.
Oh, okay. So let's go to BC here.
Liberals on 153 with 5 seats left out.
Okay, so
with no results.
The model had them winning. Well,
Papineau. Right.
Vancouver Quadra, they should flip that one. It's only 1 poll in. That's a very heavily Liberal seat. I would be very surprised if they lost that one.
They're not. They won it in 20. They won it in 2011. They're not losing it. Okay, so that's 154.
Stevensville, Richmond East. We had that one's very close. It's a 50-vote race there. The Liberals could still win that one. We had that one as a. Let's go over to BC now. We have that one as a toss-up lean Liberal hold, so they definitely have a chance there. Delta, that one is not in. We have that one as a likely Liberal hold. Actually, we're doing really well here. So we thought, well, it's only 1 poll in some of these. Cloverdale, Langley City, we have that one as Conservative. It's going Conservative. South Surrey, White Rock, we have that one as Liberal. It's going Liberal. But again, only 1 poll in each of those. Vancouver South, that's interesting. Oh, no, that's supposed to be right. North Vancouver, Burnaby, North Seymour, we have a Liberal lead there. Port Moody, Coquitlam, this was
Wait, do we have votes yet in do we have votes yet in Burnaby, North Seymour? What's happening there?
Liberals have a 30-vote lead in Burnaby, North Seymour. So
what's the Tory percentage of the vote there, if you can?
20.9. So
it's almost as if a lot of people didn't know that the disendorsed candidate was actually disendorsed. Yeah. What a shock.
That was our
Liberals 154, 3 seats to go. 153, 3 seats to go. They just lost one to the Tories.
Yeah, I think. Oh, so Ralph Goodale has been eliminated from the race. He is down. He's down 1,300 votes in Regina, Wisconsin. I think he's gone.
That's a bit of a shock, but okay.
But
Ralph Goodale.
As a nice upside, though, the Liberals are winning in Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill randomly. That's a weird.
They lost that by like 10% last time. That's not actually a big shock.
Mm-hmm.
Although the CBC haven't called Goodale, so maybe that's a more Wisconsin versus Regina split going on there. Or
the
maybe they're slow at calling.
Yeah, so our model had Kenora as a lean as a likely Liberal hold. They are now down only 100 votes to the NDP there, so they can flip that one.
That one's back to the Liberals most of the night.
Yeah, Markham Unionville has been called. That one looks done. So that's one incorrect GTA seat for the model out of all of them. Conservatives have a 1,000-vote lead in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. That's the seat switcher. That one looks kind of done. I don't see that one coming back. Hamilton East, Stony Creek has been called. A lot of people thought NDP could win that. That did not happen. Liberals up by 1,100 there. Niagara Center, here we go. Vance Badaway with only 100, actually less, a 50-vote lead over April Jeffs, but he's got a 600-vote lead over Malcolm Allenson, the NDP candidate. That one could be going to a recount, guys. St. Catharines, Chris Biddle on 4,800 to Christina Waller at 39, so he's got a 900-vote lead. That one seems done. Niagara Falls, 900-vote conservative lead.
153 Liberal seats right now, 3 seats to come. Tories on 129 or 121. 154, 120 seat just flipped. Can somebody get me a seat of Quebec update? And somebody get me that?
Okay, so Canada Carleton, this is your home riding, I believe, right?
Yes, it is.
Karen McCrimmon, she has a 1,000-vote lead over the Conservatives. Going to Pierre Pavra, he has about 1,000, maybe 1,100-vote lead over Chris Rogers, the Liberal. So he looks somewhat safe. Glengarry Prescott Russell, 200-vote lead for the Conservatives. I suspect this will flip. I'm not sure what we're seeing in there.
That one's gonna come home with Drew.
Yeah, actually,
I have Quebec for you.
Oh, okay. They did. I'll just say, yeah. Go ahead.
No, Dylan, I want the Quebec number first.
So the Quebec number, Jean-Yves Duclos is leading by 2%. In the riding, 110 out of the 227 polls reporting. He's got about a 300-vote lead.
Okay. I would like that to be bigger. 155 to 119 right now, so Liberals have had a decent run. 156, 118, so I don't know what's flipping, but the Tories are having a bad couple of minutes right now. Edmonton Center, Randy Boswell is going to lose. That's 2 of the 4 openly gay Liberals who have either not recontested their seats or have lost their seats in this election.
Gaspé Ill, Liberals clinging on to a 400 vote lead there. Sydney Victoria has been called for the Liberals, so they have won that by 2,000 votes. Cumberland Colchester, Liberals holding on to a 300 vote lead there. Miramichi, Liberals coming back there. They could possibly flip that one. So Conservatives are basically 300 votes down of the bloc in Chicoutimi. That's the by-election seat, of course. Again, so Duclos has not been. He's got a 300 vote lead over the bloc. He looks okay. Louis Hebert has been called, so I suspect Duclos will survive. The seat beside Quebec, though, Beauport Lemieux, Liberals. The model said that was a toss-up bloc seat. It is a toss-up. The bloc are winning by 200 votes there.
155, 119, 35, 4, and 3 right now. What are the Greens? So what are happening on Vancouver Island? Whichever of you want to take that. NDP just gained another seat off the Liberals, so I don't know if that's real or if that's just like random like BC stuff. I don't know. Yeah. So can somebody go into BC and figure out what's happening on Vancouver Island?
Sure, I'll go there right now. Let's see here. So Vancouver Quadra still has not flipped yet. We still only have 1 poll in there, so I fully expect that one to flip. Jody Wilson-Raybould still in 3rd after 9 polls. She's down. Basically, the Liberals seem to be holding that one, so I do not think Jody Wilson-Raybould is going back to Ottawa. Richmond.
It's not calm down.
Huh?
It's 9 polls. Calm down.
I mean, it's not looking good. Richmond Center, Conservatives are up 300 votes there. That looks 200 votes there. That looks pretty good. Richmond East, Conservatives up 100. Stevensville, Richmond East, Conservatives up 100 votes. We had that one as toss-up Liberal. Delta, nothing there. That one could be a Liberal seat as well. Cloverdale, Langley City, we had this one as Conservative. It's Conservative. South Surrey, White Rock, we had this one. It's Liberal. It's barely Liberal right now. Basically, Victoria, Liberals are winning in Victoria, but not by much. Courtenay, Albertary, Liberals are in 3rd there, so they don't have a chance there at all. In terms of just looking at seats that are not off the board, Gordon Johns is at 984, Horner is at 491, and Goins is at 247. Everything else is pretty good. Skeena, Bulky Valley, that one is the NDP are dominating there. North Island, Powell River, NDP have a pretty strong lead there. Randomly, the Liberals are winning at Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. It's very close, though. It's a 5-vote lead. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, they're leading there, too. That's a bit odd. Yeah, they're leading in those ones.
So the Liberals have a bit of exposure to go down from their 154 right now.
A little bit of exposure, but not...
Sorry, Jamie's winning in Burnaby. The Liberals just flipped an NDP seat. So they're on 155 right now. 2 seats to come. So what are the 2 seats that have no votes in right now?
Delta, which we have as a Liberal seat, and
that's in BC,
and Victoria. Oh yeah, Liberal. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's on me. Escomet Sanik-Suk, that's actually a Liberal seat right now, and that's actually the seat that that was a pretty close seat. Victoria, the Liberals could win that one. Justin Trudeau did just visit that one, so there's a chance they could get that one.
Dylan,
if I can get.
Oh, sure. Go with whatever you wanted to go do.
No, that's fine. Something really interesting to note: the Conservatives are actually taking the vote share lead by 0.1%. They now lead.
I feel like that's a lot of rural BC.
I agree.
But not a lot of Vancouver, so I assume that will come back to Liberals. I think we will avoid the sort of terrible, just like outright bad result of Liberals with like a 40-ish vote like seat lead, but losing the popular.
I have
which
also
2 weeks ago when you were on.
Yes, I've also have some updates for you, particularly Evan. I don't know if it's been covered, but CBC has called your former boss, Wayne's seat. He's won it. And on top of that, Catherine McKenna has won Ottawa Centre. I know some people were a little thinking the NDP would win there.
Yeah.
It seemed a little ridiculous to me. But those are 2 seats that kind of revolve around you.
The NDP, so. pretty happy about that.
So
Pretty happy about
currently,
these two.
Malcolm Allen is now winning in Niagara Center. He has a pretty substantial lead.
That might come back, but we'll see about that.
It's
maybe,
a weird. It was a
maybe,
sudden jump. I'm almost wondering if there was an error there because he was at like third, and all of a sudden he has like 7,000 votes.
Yeah, that might be a transposition error or something there. That might put in a.
There's one seat to come. The Liberals are at 157. I picked 158. Just saying.
Yeah, no, obviously we want that number as high as humanly possible to make us as accurate as humanly possible.
You guys had what, 163?
163.
We had 163, yeah.
We're the
you guys look like you're gonna be it.
Yeah, we're gonna be the closest.
So I think Keto was on 157 exactly, but pollsters are sort of a different thing. 158.
They get to, I mean, not necessarily cheat, but they get to look at other data that we don't get to see. So
Yeah.
I'm not. If a pollster beats us, I'm not sad. I'm very happy.
Here's the thing. If us, Frank Graves, and Keto Maggie are the tier, and then it's everybody else, I am so proud to be on the tier of Graves and Maggie that I am just going to take it. Dylan, can you do a territory roundup for us, please?
Absolutely, I could. Things haven't really changed too much. Yukon is leaning Liberal with still 12 polls reporting. It is very close, though. It's within 5 votes. Northwest Territories, it is still a big Liberal lead over the New Democrats, 20 out of the 100 and some polls. And Nunavut, we now have 5 polls reporting there, and the NDP are still in the lead. So that's one to follow. And I believe we do have an update from Alberta. And actually a huge one from Alberta. Edmonton Strathcona, according to not CBC, but I think one of the other ones, have called it for the NDP. That's what I've received a text message on that. I'll have to double check, but there is a very large lead there for Heather McPherson, the NDP candidate.
So,
Dylan, Robert, where did we end up in Strathcona?
Yeah, we had that, I believe. I'll just double check here, but I believe we had it as like a lean conservative pickup. Yeah, lean conservative pickup. It was a 3-point conservative lead.
160 Liberals up to 161. 1 seat left to go. 116 for the Liberals, 34 for the Bloc, 23 for the NDP, and 3 for the Greens. Dylan, can you check on Niagara Center while Robert
Actually, I have Niagara Center here too. I was correct. It is an error. It was a transposition error. The Badaway is back in the lead. He's a 400-vote lead over April Jeffs. Malcolm Allen's back in third. I figure, guys, I know this writing. Suddenly Malcolm Allen doesn't just get 7,000 votes. That doesn't happen. So, no, we're Liberals are 159. We had 163. There's still a couple left here.
160 right now. 1 seat left. Is it Delta that's still out, or?
Yeah, it's
Can you check Delta? Check Delta. Rob, why don't you check Delta and check Vancouver Quadra for me? And Dylan, can you check the seat of Quebec for me, please?
Oh, the Liberals can actually... Oh, wait 1 second, though. The Liberals can actually pick up some seats in Quebec. I'm on Quebec right now. So Compton Stanstead, that's the outer Sherbrooke seat. We had that one as Liberal. Liberals are currently winning. That's actually been called for them. Sherbrooke, Liberals have a 200-vote lead over the NDP, so that's interesting. Brom-Misqua, that one, the Liberals just picked that one up. That's how they got to 159. They have a 200-vote lead there. And in Shefford, the one right above there, we had this one as Liberal as well. The Bloc only have a 300-vote lead there. So Liberals are not done here. Châtenay-Lacolle, we had this one as a toss-up Bloc. Bloc have a 400-vote lead there. Longueuil, Charles Lamont, we had that one as, that's the Longueuil seat that Dylan was talking about earlier. We have that one as a 400, the Liberals have a 400-vote lead there. So that's a pickup from basically from the Bloc as the model had it. Berthier-Mascagonic, Bloc have a 500-vote lead over Ruth Ellen Brosseau. We called that one as Bloc. That one is Bloc currently. Yeah, the model is dominating in Quebec right now. I think we're like at 3-4 misses in Quebec. Again, Kenora, 70 polls in. NDP have a 100-vote lead. Liberals could flip that one.
Bob, I'm going to say Bob Nell will get a lead there by the end of the night.
Yeah, and Winnipeg Center, NDP only have a 200-vote lead over the Liberals in Winnipeg Center. That one could still flip. Charleswood, Liberals are only down 500 votes there. Steve Fletcher poorly underperforming. They're at 4.5% there. Again, Liberals are pretty much sweeping the interior. The Elmwood-Truscona, we call that one for the NDP. NDP have that one. Winnipeg South, Liberals have a 400-vote lead. Winnipeg Center, again, there's that 200-vote lead there. So we called Winnipeg pretty much. Northern, again, so we're still, all of Toronto's in. All the NDPs are done. Danforth, Liberals have a 1,000-vote lead.
Liberals have had a bad few minutes, down to 157 with 1 seat to go. Dylan, can you check this, or Rob, can you check the seat of Quebec for me right now?
Quebec seat. The seat of Quebec.
Yeah, I have that. It's still 2% there.
Okay.
It's
just
the
wanna-
Duclos is leading. It's now 2.5%. They're 145 of the 227 reporting.
Okay, I would like to win that bet. Mostly, like, I don't care about the $75. I just care about the being right. And then Rob, can you check Delta, and can you check Vancouver Quadra for me?
Nothing is in Delta. Vancouver Quadra has flipped, but somehow the Conservatives have a lead in Vancouver Granville now. It's a small lead, a 50-vote lead. That one can flip back. Richmond's.
Well, that's not. No, I'm fine.
Yeah, Richmond Center seems gone. Conservatives are up about 600 votes there. Stevenson, Richmond East, Conservatives have a 400 vote there. They could pull that one back. Other than that, the model's doing pretty well in thing. Right now, Cloverdale, Langley City, Liberals have a small 70-vote lead there. South Surrey, White Rock, Conservatives have a 200-vote lead. We've flipped those, but both of them were toss-ups, so not a big loss there. Also, we do finally get Victoria now. The NDP have a minor lead over the Liberals. Greens are in third. Cowichan, NDP are carrying that one away. Courtney, Alberti, Liberals are not going to be able to win this one. They are down 2,000 votes. They are in fourth place, down 2,000 votes to the NDP there. North Island, Powell River looks done to the... Well, not necessarily. It's going to be close between the NDP and the Conservatives. Skeena, Bull Valley. The Liberals have picked up Yukon. Nunavut, again, pretty close there. Nunavut. There's still some upside left. Niagara Falls has been called, so that's off the table. Flamborough-Glenbrook, only 700 vote lead for the Conservatives. Maybe that one comes back. 700 vote lead for the Conservatives in Kitchener-Conestoga. I don't think that one comes back. Northumberland, Peterborough South has been called for the...
Dylan, can you come in with Milton, please? Because I haven't seen that one mentioned in a while. So I assume nothing's happening, but can you just confirm that?
Which one was that again?
Milton, please.
Milton, yeah, I was just looking there. My boy is still in the lead, 47.2% to 38.5. They have 110 of the 196 reporting, so it's about a 2,000 vote lead. I wonder when this one's going to get called, because I think it's getting close.
So actually, we have a watcher question here right now. Ricky Martin, I guess. Yeah, he said, first of all, we're still kind of new here on Twitch. He's asked if we can give bits, so don't worry about that right now. He said, just discovered this channel. Y'all cover American elections as well? Yes, actually, in 2 weeks.
We will be back here. We will be back there in 2 weeks from tomorrow. We will be back here for the Virginia State House and the governorships in the couple of places that have governorships elections.
Yeah,
Liberals just lost the seat to the Conservatives, 156, 119, 34, 25, 3.
And just a quick
Greens have been confirmed in Fredericton.
Yeah, and just a quick update for that. We actually have models for not only the governor's races in Kentucky and Mississippi, but we also have state house models for Virginia and state senate model for Virginia too. So we have 72 viewers right now. Come back here in a couple weeks, guys. We're gonna be talking Virginia, Kentucky. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Follow us on Twitter. I'm assuming you guys found us on Twitter.
By the way.
So yeah.
By the way, a couple of people to shout out. Dylan's friend Michael Kelly just tweeted that people need to take LeanTossup seriously from here on out. Thank you for that, and thank you to Noah Rudnick, big supporter of the website, and he's been doing a lot of hype work for the site tonight on Twitter, and so just really appreciate it to both of you from me and from LeanTossup. We really appreciate the acknowledgement of what seems to be a very good result for the LeanTossup model right now. What the is happening in Delta right now? It's been an hour and 13 minutes. Get your shit together. Get a poll. Get a poll out. You're getting me at I don't care anymore mode, because I was right. Well, we were right. Obviously, it's Rob who's actually the genius behind this.
Who said
I just take his math and then write interesting stuff, and then somehow sneak in golf content.
Yeah, but it's good golf content, so it's fine. Who said they have to take us seriously now?
One of Dylan's friends tweeted that people take it very seriously, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, people do not take us seriously, but that may be coming to an end very soon. So the Liberals have a couple chances left here on the board in Quebec. Châtenay-le-Col, down only 200 votes there. They might be able to pull that one back. There's still another 70 polls there. Shefford, Liberals are only down 500 there, 145 of 271. Again, they're holding on badly in Longueuil. They actually...
10
Laurie,
polling places.
yeah.
10 polling places in Cumberland, Colchester, Liberal lead of I think 250ish range. Gonna be tight. Might go to a recount, but that is currently Liberal.
I do have an Edmonton update if anyone's interested there.
I'm very interested in the great city of Edmonton. Liberals just looks like Delta just came in Liberal lead there so far.
That's what we called it, so that's the thing. So, I mean, actually...
Really like 17 last time, but Dylan, what's happening in Edmonton?
Basically, Edmonton Center is gone. The Conservatives have won that from the Liberals. Calgary Skyview has also been called for the Conservatives, and as Calgary Center. So it's official. The Liberals have been wiped out in Alberta, but Conservatives will not get a sweep.
Wow.
So, Peterborough Kawartha has been called for the... I'll say Peterborough Kawartha has been called for the Liberals, so that one's done.
Liberal just flipped a block seat. Rob, can you figure out what that is?
It will probably refresh in a second. Actually, the NDP flipped Sherbrooke, so they are winning Sherbrooke, but by one vote over the Liberals. So that one's... Yeah.
Liberals currently up to 159 right now. I think they took a seat off the Conservatives and off the back to 150. Yeah, they just lost a seat back to the Tories. Okay, that's fine. But can you figure out what that block seat that they gained was?
It's not seeing on my map. I'm seeing 156 Liberal right now, so my map isn't updating right now, but I'm seeing 157. Oh, it is. It's Châtenay-le-Col. That was the one I was saying they could pick up. They have about a 50-vote lead there in Châtenay-le-Col. Again, this was a toss-up lean block seat. Seems pretty toss-up to me. That's the thing. So right now, again, Shefford, we projected this one as a Liberal seat. They are only down 400. Again, LaColle just flipped. They were down by more in LaColle. They could probably flip Shefford. A one-vote NDP lead in Sherbrooke does not seem like it'll hold. I guess I'm going to be wrong in Sherbrooke, but it'll bolster the top line. Peterborough, Northumberland Peterborough South has been called Conservative. They won it pretty heavily by about 12,000 votes. Peterborough Kawartha has been called. The Liberals have a 1,000-vote lead there. Hastings Lennox, they have the Conservatives have a 700-vote lead there. That's not over. That's far from over. St. Catharines has been called Liberal. Niagara Falls was called Conservative. Niagara Centre, Badaway's opened up a 900-vote lead. I'm calling that. That's over. I really want to look at the sub-poll map of that, but that'll be interesting. The last West GTA seat just got called, so Liberals have everything from Burlington straight through to the Don Valley Expressway. The only seat in Toronto that has yet to be called is Eglinton Lawrence, which is surprisingly close, but not many polls in. Only 30 of 212 in. But the Liberals have swept the entirety of the downtown. Aurora Oak Ridge's 800-vote Conservative lead. 500-vote Liberal lead in Newmarket Aurora. Richmond Hill Liberal lead of 200. So those aren't done, but I expect them to come back a bit. Flamborough Glenbrook's pulling away from the Conservatives, pulling away from the Liberals. I think they're fine. Kitchener-Conestoga, that's 700-vote Conservative lead. I think that's gone. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that one back. Kenora, 74-vote NDP lead. That one can come back. Greens are winning in... Okay, that's definitely an error. That's another error here. Greens are not winning in Winnipeg Center. That one's... Okay. Yeah, randomly... That's a data entry error. Liberals are... They're down only about 500 votes in Charleswood St. James, so they can definitely come back there.
Ken Hara's gone. Wow, he's really gone. In Calgary Center, Washington gone. Obviously, I'm in Center, which
wow,
you said there.
Goodell got crushed.
Berthier is interesting right now. It's about a 500-ish votes race between what's a block ahead right now. I know I sound like a repetitive dolt, but anything out of Duclos' seat in Quebec, in the seat of Quebec.
You just really want to beat Tyler, don't you?
I am a competitive SOB when it comes to winning money.
700-vote Liberal lead. I'm not sure why this isn't called yet. I suspect it will be soon. There's only about 70 polls left. In Beauport Lemieux, this is about a 700-vote block lead. I expect that one will be called pretty soon too.
Can we get a Change Canada update? Granville and Markham Stouffville.
Yeah, so others is, Markham Stouffville Jane Philpott is not winning. Let's go to Vancouver. We haven't been here for a while. Randomly, the Conservatives are winning in Vancouver Granville. It's a bit early. They only have about a 40-vote lead, but Jody Wilson-Raybould is in third. Richmond Center, 800-vote lead again. This was a likely Conservative seat, so that's fine. Stevenson, Richmond East. The Conservatives are pulling it away a bit in Stevenson, Richmond East. So again, model a bit off there, but not too bad. South Surrey, White Rock. Conservatives are pulling away there. Cloverdale, Langley City. Still pretty close. The Liberals might lose that one. But yeah, actually, it was 800 vote in South Surrey, White Rock, so they could pull that one back. NDP are leading. They're seeming to be keeping Victoria, Esquimalt, Samochsuk, Cowichan, and Nanaimo. And Courtney Alberti has in fact been called for the NDP. This was not particularly close. North Island, Powell River still a little bit closer. Kootenay, Columbia, the NDP are in second there. They're only down about 500 votes, so maybe some rural stuff will come in. South Oak,
What happened in Drummond? Why are the Bloc winning by like 6,000 votes in Drummond? Was that supposed to happen, or is that weird?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I'm coming here. I'm in Winnipeg right now. Let's go.
Stephen McKinnon, re-elected with more than double his Bloc opponent in the great seat of Gatineau.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats to him.
Okay, so
Yeah,
the seat switcher for
Yes, I'm sure, like people I like at this point to win. That's perfectly fine. Bloc, who just lost the seat to the Tories in Quebec. I don't know where.
Yeah, so the seat switcher has been called safe in Aurora, Oak Ridges. That one's safe. So basically, those are the only two seats in the entire GTA that are wrong. Markham, Unionville, which we thought the Liberals would win. It turns out that was Conservative. And Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, that one is Conservative. We thought that would be Liberal. And that is literally the only seat in the entire Golden Horseshoe that we got wrong. That's... wow. Okay. London Fanshawe. 3,400 vote NDP lead. Model thought that was a Liberal seat. Oh, hello. Windsor Tecumseh. Liberals are leading in Windsor Tecumseh now. They have a 200 vote lead that's been uncalled, and the Liberals are there. Windsor West. That one looks kind of dumb.
So apparently Nick Cavellis owes Kato Maggie about $1,000 worth of dinners.
Yeah, that one's not. That's not done yet. They have a 300 vote lead.
Liberals just lost the seat to the Tories, but honestly, like at this point, it's just about ego for a bunch of people, including me. So can I get a Quebec update, please?
Yes.
Seat of Quebec up.
They're gonna call Duclos seat very soon. Don't worry. Actually, give me a Patriots update then. How'd the Patriots do?
33-0, and this game is a fucking embarrassment if you're a Jets fan.
Cool. Well, I'm a Patriots fan, so that makes me happy. Okay.
Dylan, what is going on in Laurier Ste. Marie? Only 25 polling places in so far.
Yeah, it's one I keep checking consistently, and I don't know what's going on there. There's barely anything reporting, and whatever looks like a big lead, can't really trust on that.
I don't think we ever got the Milton update before. So can you do a Milton update, and then Rob, can you do a Quebec update for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Milton, we are getting very, very close. There are 145 out of 196 polls reporting. The challenger, Adam Van Coverden, a Canadian hero, kayak gold medalist, 47.7%. Lisa Raitt, high-profile conservative candidate for the leadership race.
Oh, Liberals only win one of the three territories right now, so those are two seats they could easily win back.
Well, you have no idea where that's even from, right? Like, that's the thing. Yeah, Milton has been called by the Toronto Star here. It's a called race. They have a 3,000 vote lead. Like, that seems over.
Okay, good for Adam Van Coverden. Congrats to the three of us for all saying that one. Lisa Raitt. Anybody who thinks that Lisa Raitt's a good politician, please leave the stage. You no longer are allowed to have opinions on Canadian politics for a while. Quebec, Duclos, is he going to win?
Yeah, he's going to win. It's okay.
What's the current margin?
Like 1,000 votes. It's close to 1,000. Oh, the Conservatives have taken the lead in Chicoutimi. That one was called our model had that one as a toss-up Conservative. I was a bit worried about that one. It hadn't been called yet, but Conservatives pulled that one out. Duclos has a 700 vote lead over the Bloc. 155 of 227. There's only like 70 polling places left. That seems over. I think that's done. Yeah, this seems. I'm pretty confident in a Liberal plurality at this point. I think we're probably gonna get very close to 160. There's probably a handful of seats. And Kenora has flipped. The model said the Liberals would win Kenora, and it's flipping now. They are up 30 votes there. Yeah, this is. This is pretty good. Saskatoon West. So I was wrong in Saskatoon University. I had to come up with a hot take. That one didn't work. Saskatoon West, though, yeah, the Liberal.
I will quote the great Kevin Pelton, basketball writer for ESPN. If you're hitting over 50% of your hot takes aren't hot enough.
You know what? That's fair. I'll go with that. I'll take it. So I should have you reach for the stars with your hot takes. You don't.
Yeah.
I got a fun tidbit of information here. Maxime Bernier of the Rhinoceros Party received 786 votes in Beauce.
well, that worked out well for the Rhinoceros Party. Then it's probably their best result.
That's pretty hilarious.
Almost assuredly the best result of their night. Okay.
Yeah, Bernier lost.
Also,
and it wasn't particularly close.
All of Nova Scotia is now red except Central Nova or West Nova.
Yep.
Both of those competitive seats went back to the Liberals.
Yeah, I think that's where we ended up, but I don't think we ever clocked that. Stephen Fuhrer in Colonial Lake Country probably not going to win that one again. Down 1,000 votes with only 17 polls in. That was one of the big shocks of election night last time. Your model has always thought that one's gone because of demographics. Mission Masquoi, Fraser Canyon, and Jetty Sadu is going to be gone as well. I knew somebody who worked. Knew some people when I worked on Parliament Hill who worked in that office. Most churches in any riding in Canada, shock it went red once, not happening again. Surrey White Rock, Carrie Lynn Finlay has 1,000 vote lead over Gordy Hogg, but Surrey White Rock field, it's sort of they're sort of the two ends of the district. So if you're getting more of the White Rock stuff, sort of more of the East End, you're probably going to get a better Tory result. So that one wouldn't be called. Granville, 73 vote Tory lead. Three-way race. Sturdy Wilson-Rayble's only 170 votes back in third place. That feels like that one could easily come back. So Change Canada might have their first elected member. What's happening? What's the fourth Green seat right now?
Before that, vote share right now, the Conservatives are still leading. We keep getting more results from urban areas, and the Conservatives have actually more votes cast for them. So something to keep an eye on tonight.
So I will actually. Yeah, I'll throw. I
think that'll probably close, but I thought that was going to. But I thought that was going to close for a while now, and it hasn't. Shefford, 800 vote lead. Sherbrooke, Liberals up by 101 vote over Pierre-Luc Dussault.
Yeah, I want to say this here because we have the model graphs here, and you're saying that the Conservatives won the popular vote. Right now, the model results, because on the model graphs page, we have it where you can compare the popular vote. We had the Conservatives winning the popular... so we had a Liberal minority at 49.2%. And of that 49.2%, 37.4% of the time was when the Conservatives won the popular vote. So this was literally a third of all model runs. This is what the model saw. That's the thing. So I mean, the thing is, there's even a 1.7% chance that if the Conservatives won the popular vote, then they would actually just win the the Liberals could still win a majority. The model definitely saw this. It definitely saw the possibility of the Liberals. It actually thought it was a pretty likely possibility that the Conservatives would win the popular vote, and the Liberals would still win more seats. So this is the model definitely saw a lot of this stuff. Delta is Conservative. Liberal. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
So we're out in South Surrey White Rock has been called. The model had that one as that one had a Liberal seat there in South Surrey White Rock, I believe. Yes, it was a toss-up Liberal pickup, but the seat next door in Cloverdale Langley City, that one was supposed to be a toss-up Conservative pickup. Liberals have a 400 vote lead there, so if those switch, I'm okay with this. Port Coquitlam, Liberals have a 300 vote lead there. That's a pretty good result for them. That was that was a lean Conservative pickup actually. So the Liberals are holding on there. The model had them down 4 points. They're winning that one. Port Moody Coquitlam, Conservatives are winning that one. Our model had the NDP winning that one.
Wait, who's winning Port Moody Coquitlam right now?
The Conservatives are winning it by 100 votes over the Liberals. The Liberals could still flip that, definitely.
Yeah, there was a seat poll there which had them up there.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care about breaking paywalls right now because Keto, we're giving Keto all the free pop because he was great in this.
They called it pretty much. He called this election perfectly as well.
Them Graves and us is the tier, and then it's everybody else.
I mean, I don't particularly want to gloat, but that's what happened. That's this election.
So does anybody have does anybody know what the individual seats total is? Because I remember remember somebody had that spreadsheet going around. Does anybody know what what's going on there?
Yeah, there's still a problem. Oh, I know what the fourth. I know what the fourth Liberal seat is. The fourth Green seat is. I'll fix that right now. So randomly, they have Winnipeg Center as a Green seat. This has to be an entry error because randomly the Greens have 8,000 votes to the NDP's 4,000 to the Liberals 4,000 to the Conservatives 2,000. So something got entered wrong here. This seat is supposed to be a safe Liberal seat, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's I fully expect that one to go back to the that Green seat will drop off. So the Greens are probably gonna get about 3 seats. I think we had them on 3 seats too, if I'm not mistaken. We did not have them on Fredericton, but we had them in Victoria, which the NDP
Guys,
held. What?
I have an update that I've been waiting to say for so long now. The CBC is officially called Milton in favor of Adam Van Coverden for the Liberal Party. I'm popping champagne funnels.
We salute the 3 people on this phone call because all 3 of us have at one point or another.
Good job on you guys highlighting that as one they could win. Good job on you for that. But I called this as a win, and I'm taking a victory lap on Twitter. I feel so good about this.
As is very, very well deserved. Although, to be fair, I did write about that on, again, August 2nd, when the model had that as an under 2% chance.
So the Liberals are up to 158. They actually have, the Liberals have flipped Flamborough-Glanbrook in the GTA now. That's kind of an ex-urban Hamilton seat.
That's the western suburbs of Hamilton. So that's interesting. Okay? So who do we? Yep. Okay, they just fixed the error in Winnipeg Center, so that's 159 for the Liberals.
Yep. So actually, someone's asking us on Twitch here. What did you call Kitchener-Conestoga and Flamborough-Glanbrook? Right now we had Flamborough-Glanbrook.
We had both of those as Lean. We both had those as either Tossup Lean or Lean Conservative seats, I believe.
I think Flamborough-Glanbrook was likely. I know Conestoga was Tossup. Yeah, Glanbrook was likely. This is a seat that's Glanbrook has gone a lot of changes recently. This was a really close race provincially between the NDP and the Conservatives, but federally it wasn't as close.
Russell, wow, GPR. So Milton, 3,500 vote lead. GPR, Glengarry Prescott Russell, 4,000 vote lead for the Liberals. They just surged there, which meant all of the good Liberals were still in. Why are you wearing? Oh, I can't do this with Adam McKibberton's fashion. I need to just pick another topic.
Liberals are back ahead in Sherbrooke now. Shefford is 1,000 vote block lead. I suspect that's gone. Oh, Chantenay-Lacolle, we had that one as a toss-up. Liberals have that one again. The Longueuil seat, that one, the Liberals are ahead there by a bit. I expect that one to hold. I'll give you a Quebec update. From the Toronto Star, it has been called for Duclos. He has a 700 vote lead, so that looks done. Beauport, again, we had that one as a toss-up. Block seat, that one looks pretty good too. And again, Chicoutimi, we had the Conservatives barely ahead there. They are still barely ahead there. So the model I'm calling, and Gaspé, we had that one as a Liberal lead. They have a 400 vote lead there. So in Quebec, we thought Abitibi Bay would be a Liberal seat. It had like a bare Liberal seat. The Bloc had more votes on aggregate, but the model said that the Liberals won there more. That one is wrong. We had Richmond Arthabask. We had that one as a block seat. The Liberals have won. The Conservatives have won that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I can only listen to you to you beating up on yourself. Ooh, Kenora, interesting race there. 13 votes separate the Liberals and the Conservatives. The Conservatives from the Conservatives in first.
Yeah.
Liberals in second, but they're only down 13 votes. I would expect Bob Null to come back there.
NDP opening up about. NDP opening up about 1,000 point lead in Winnipeg Center, 1,000 vote lead in Winnipeg Center. So they may pull that one out. So yeah.
Can somebody do a territory roundup for me, please?
Sure, I'll just zoom out. Yeah, Liberals.
Conestoga is now down to like 360 votes there. That could flip actually back.
My unpopular opinion is that Kitchener-Conestoga is the Florida of Ontario, in the fact that it's weirdly shaped and it's also like always going to come down to like a recount that's hotly contested. So like, because it's always come to it was a recount last time. It was almost a recount provincially. I just think they stopped caring about it. But like, this is the thing, like literally it's always a toss-up. It doesn't matter. Like, you just peg it in the model as always a toss-up in Kitchener-Conestoga, and it'll never be wrong. The Liberals have a lead in Tecumseh. They have a 300 vote lead in Windsor-Tecumseh.
Give me the territories. Give me the territories. That's all I want right now.
Okay, so Liberals are winning in. They've been called for a win in Northwest Territories. They have a 2,000 vote lead. Yukon, they have about 50 vote lead over the Liberals in Yukon, and Nunavut.
Wait. The Liberals are in second in Yukon?
No, they're in first in Yukon. They have like a 100 vote lead over the Conservatives in Yukon,
Okay.
and in Nunavut they are down 200 votes. So that seems.
They might get that one back. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the Liberals are. Elizabeth May has been formally elected in Sagicole Islands. Big shock. Yeah, big shock.
If I can jump in
there.
for a second there.
You can always jump in for a second.
Well, it's hard to overtalk you because you got such a deep voice. But if you're the Green Party and you've won 3 seats tonight, are you happy with that?
No.
Yes.
Really?
I feel
How
like
are you?
they were looking at 12.
12. Yeah, they were looking at official party status.
I mean, but here's the thing.
Well, like 2 months ago, they were looking close to it.
They were never actually looking at 12. They were looking at 7 at most. They won Fredericton, which is a great victory in the East. Like, it sucks that you can't win Saanich-Sooke or like Couchimal at Lanford, but like you probably cut those margins at least in half. Like you can very very easily make the like that's just candidate effects and like whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
No, yeah, so Niagara Centre has been called for the Liberals. NDP are in third. I felt that.
Okay. That brings up the second thing.
Sorry, can we just point before Dylan goes, can we just point out that there have been 3 like pretty clear data entry errors so far tonight, and we have sniffed out all 3 of them immediately?
Yeah, actually that's true. We literally called them out. We're like immediately like this is wrong. There was one in
LeanTossup winning. What else is new?
Niagara Centre hasn't been formally called, but the Badaway's up over 1,000 votes over April Jeffs. Was she a mayor somewhere? Was that it?
She was the mayor of Wainfleet, which is, I'm highlighting on the stream now, it's actually this little part right here. It's this rural part that's not actually in the district. So it's weird how she's so strong in this, but she did really well provincially here in 2018. So that's why she decided to run again. And again, giving Badaway a run for his money.
I didn't realize because I didn't care enough.
Okay,
that's why.
That's fair. Again, I have my Niagara knowledge. It's fine. Flamborough Grenbook is surprising. This is something that is
really
surprising.
It's really not. This is the perfect kind of like suburban seat that should aid Doug Ford.
Mm-hmm. Then they do definitely. Kitchener-Conestoga, same kind of thing. Like Doug Ford barely won Conestoga. This is the thing. I do want to say one thing. Again, we have done really well here in Ontario tonight. We have an Ontario model. Doug Ford is not doing well in that, so definitely pay attention to that model.
So here's the thing. All of the things that we did for this Ontario result, for the result in the federal Ontario seats, we did it all again for Ontario provincially. So if you trust us for this, trust us for 2022
or earlier, whenever.
They're gonna. I mean, here's the thing. Unpopular governments don't tend to go early.
I mean, like
they've already. They the last second.
How many MPs have they lost so far? Just wondering, asking for a friend.
3 or 4.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I would just like to say that we have a barn burner in Yukon right now. There's a 2-vote lead, and there's 45 of the 91 polls recorded. Like this is crazy.
How would you even?
Granville just moved. I think Granville just went.
Yes, Jody just got on the board.
Oh. Okay. Well, we actually called that for JWR, so. It's a tight 3-way race. I didn't expect the Conservatives to do as well in there, but I guess if the Liberals and if the Liberals and another Liberal are splitting the vote, then I guess they can just kind of run up the middle.
So something I was going to ask you guys, who's the biggest loser tonight? I think our results are pretty locked in here. The Liberals might get to 158, 160, fall down to 154, but who's the biggest loser?
Change enough to change this thing. Andrew Scheer.
Yeah.
Andrew Scheer will have to resign as Tory leader tonight, I think.
Yes.
So here's the thing about the Tories that has driven me like up a wall for the last couple of months. They talked about Justin Trudeau like he was a fucking bumbling child who could like not form English sentences coherently. They acted like voting for the Liberals was some act of like Canadian treason. And it's just an act that, like, no way most Canadians would prefer Justin Trudeau to Andrew Scheer. Well, guess what, buddy? When you make him seem like he's so beatable, like he's so useless, and then you lose to him, you're gone. Your deputy leader just lost because you ran a horrific, terrible campaign. Now, yes, part of that's going to be Adam Vancouver's name and his personality and his charisma. But you just lost your deputy leader, man. You just ran a horrific campaign. And you couldn't beat a government whose prime minister wore blackface 3 times, who kicked out two of their most senior and well-respected cabinet ministers out of caucus in an election year, and you couldn't do any better than 22 gains as of right now? Get out of town on this. They're done. The Tories... Here's the thing. If the Bloc don't surge, the Liberals are on 180 right now.
Maybe, but okay, I just want to play devil's advocate here. So I think the fact that if Andrew Scheer didn't win and form government, he was done because you should beat this Liberal Party. I think we all knew that. But when you just consider in a vacuum what happens tonight, hitting 120, I think is more than I thought they would do. And here's the thing. We know vote share still coming in, but they are ahead by a percentage point. If they win with 34 points, around there, they finish ahead of the Liberals. They outdo their polling estimates. Isn't that not a bad night? Like, I know they should have won, but that's an issue. That was an issue when they elected Andrew Scheer. I'm just talking specifically on this night. I don't know if the Conservatives are the biggest loser. I think the NDP
expectations so high that we can't do the it was a decent result because they gained 21 seats and they knocked the Liberals down to minority government. If they wouldn't have acted like beating Justin Trudeau was as inevitable as whatever, then sure, I would agree with all of that. That was my analysis when they picked Andrew Scheer in the first place. Yeah. Why I thought it was going to mostly be fine for them, because I just thought he'd be a safe pair of hands. But it's not. And he's screwed up, and he has cost them in a way that I think is... And I mean, here's the thing, right? There are 12 people right now who want his job. Probably half of his cabinet want him to resign right now, and have probably already told him this.
Job's already taken. We already know Peter MacKay's the next nominee.
I mean, Peter MacKay is definitely going to run for it, but I don't think Peter MacKay. I don't think this Tory membership is going to vote for Peter MacKay. I would say Michelle Rempel, but
no, I got. This is not a good night for Andrew Scheer. You cannot look at these results and be like, he did good. Like, he did not do good. And the thing is, there's a lot of issues with that too, right? I mean, like, there's definitely a Doug Ford effect in Ontario that definitely hurt them. And I mean, again, the point here is that, like, if you look at the GTA results, it's very clear that the university-educated voters did not vote for the Conservatives, and they needed that. That's the thing. They needed to go 6 for 6 in Mississauga. They needed to win half of Brampton and like all of the Halton area. They needed to win those seats, and they just didn't. That's the problem here. And the thing is, their whole strategy was they were going to build a huge lead in Quebec. They were going to be the party of conservatism in Quebec, and they flubbed on it because they were like, oh well, we're going to say one thing about. Well, there's a couple of reasons they lost Quebec. One of the things is that they were going to be like, okay, well, we're going to talk about, we're going to say that we're not going to attack the niqab ban, but then we're also just not going to talk about that anywhere else. Like, they basically should have come out and said, fine, we're for this or not. Like, that's the thing. They really should have been a lot more clear, specifically, like, on those issues. The other thing is pipelines. Quebec is a lot more environmentally conscious than the other ones. That's the thing. I mean, a lot of their advertising in the campaign was literally like, we are going to repeal the carbon tax. How many times did we hear that? If you're just here in Ontario, like, how many times did we hear about this carbon tax? And the thing is,
every single TV interview, or not a TV interview, TV ad that they played, and boy oh boy, because I have now in Canada, but boy oh boy, did I see a lot of Tory ads on NFL games last month.
And this is the thing. That didn't work. Maybe people don't want, like, maybe people are like, you know what, I'll pay 10 cents a liter on gas if it means my children don't die. Like, that's the thing, and that's really what we have to look at here. Like, maybe they don't, like, right? Like, you can't look at this and be like, right?
Let's come back, because we have some results that I want to talk about here. Let's do top line first. Liberals, 155 seats. That is a fall of 29.
156 now.
Oh, great. 2 seats just surged. And, sorry, 1 seat just surged. Okay, great. Yeah, Liberals up 1. Okay, 28 seats lost for the Liberals. Conservatives, 121. That's a 22-seat gain. The Bloc are on 32. That's a 22-seat gain. The NDP are down 19 on 25 seats. The Greens are up 2 to a grand total of 3. And Jody Wilson-Raybould is currently winning in Vancouver-Granville as an independent. She previously won as a Liberal. Yes, I know I am I don't know. I know I'm being weird sometimes with the transitions, but I am trying to do this. I am trying to practice in case I'm ever having to host an election night broadcast on my own. Try to do this like the pros do. Can Dylan? So you brought this up earlier. We're going to come back to you. Can you talk about the barn burner in the Yukon, please?
I can. And right before I do, I want to say that one of our key ridings, Laurier Saint Marie, has been called for the Liberals. So that's when the Bloc were supposed to win in the seat polls that they did not. But in terms of the Yukon, 50 of 91 polls are reporting, so we're over halfway there. And it is a very, very close one. The Liberals are leading the Conservatives by 6 votes.
So that was okay. So that was the seat that just flipped them because I saw it 2 minutes ago, and that was a Conservative seat. That's what made me think to, yeah, yeah. No, that was what made me think to talk about it. Can you also talk about Nunavut, please? Is that a potential viable Liberal pickup still, or the NDP stretch that lead out too far?
I want to say I don't think so, but there's not many polls reporting, so we got 11 of 59. You got to think it's a really big area, so we're probably not going to get much tonight. But
that's probably a lot of Iqaluit still left, which would be not necessarily good for the Liberals, but certainly not good for the Conservatives.
But the thing with the Liberals, they're in third right now, so the NDP have an exactly 200 vote lead on the Conservatives, and the Liberals are about 223 down from the NDP, so that's one still could go any way, but this one with the NDP look like they might win.
If I'm right about Iqaluit being the big source of votes left, then that can be a very liberal friendly area, which would make a lot of sense given that it's the entire conurbation, it's the entire territory as one riding. So you would have most of your vote would be coming in from Iqaluit. There, Jody Wilson-Raybould up 205 votes over the Liberals in third place, 199 votes over the Conservatives in second place. That's a 6 vote gap for second place. I don't think that's really matter. I think anybody could win Baker for Granville at this point.
So actually, let's go to some viewer questions here. We got some stuff in the chat. Is Trudeau retiring after 4 years if the Liberals keep the NDP happy? Just quick, we got a couple other ones here. So what do we think about that?
I'm gonna say Justin Trudeau has had a good night, but if he leaves if his polls get bad, his parliamentary party will move against him pretty quickly.
I don't think this government's going to last 4 years. So
I also disagree with that, but that's because I suspect that new Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland will decide to take the boot to the Parliament and just burn it down to go get her own mandate and her own majority at some point.
I think we're definitely in the range, especially in the polling range, because the Liberals did win. They had massive vote efficiency in the GTA, which we predicted. But the thing is, if that slips, they are on a knife's edge there. If those polls slip a bit, then suddenly the entire GTA is blue, and then suddenly your majority is gone, and then all of a sudden.
And that would be the thing that would cause the Liberal parliamentary party to move against him.
Yeah.
Do we have a vote share for provinces yet? Does anybody have those numbers?
People are quoting them. I don't know where they're getting them from. I don't know.
The CBC showed them earlier, but here's the thing: there's a lot of Toronto and Montreal still out. Even in the writings of the Liberals know they're winning. It just seemed like some of the safe Liberal seats there aren't counting super quickly. So I wouldn't find them to be very reliable right now.
Okay, and last thing from me, off the top of your head, do you know how many seats the Liberals have won in Quebec? I can't do the mental math.
It's
35.
Yeah, they won a couple more than we thought.
Well, they finished first.
Yeah, they can still flip Sherbrooke. They're only down less than 100 votes in Sherbrooke. Longueuil, they're tied in Longueuil. It's basically what number did we have the Liberals on? It's that plus 2. Actually, it's that plus 1. Or actually a couple.
I honestly don't remember, but yeah. Okay, more listener. You said you had questions in the chat, so let's get through more of them.
What do you think becomes of Jagmeet after tonight?
He'll survive, I think. I don't think
he shouldn't, but
I'd get rid of him, but I mean,
get rid of him.
I don't think the NDP are smart enough.
That's also true.
The NDP just lost a seat. To the Liberals, can you figure out somebody with a map?
Does
anybody know what that was?
It's called Sherbrooke. We just talked about that. Yeah, it's Sherbrooke. They're down 100 votes on Sherbrooke.
Nice.
Here's the thing with the NDP.
Here's the thing, right? 14 NDP losses of the 20 that they've had are in Quebec. They seem really he's not really responsible for those.
But the thing is, though, I can kind of see, I can see both arguments, right? Because the one argument is the fact that the only reason the NDP lost is because of strategic voting, right? Because a lot, like if you look at the polling and approval ratings on Jagmeet Singh, he had massive approval ratings. Like he was the most popular of the three major leaders, except with the exception of obviously Elizabeth May. If you like, the thing is, I think just looking at this GTA map, there are a ton of people who were like, I remember 2018 provincially. I know that, like, I really think there is a culture of swing voting in Ontario where it's literally like, we're going to vote for the party that's in the lead. And no matter what, we're just going to do that, and that's it. So if the NDP are in the lead, great, we're going to vote NDP. If the Liberals are in the lead, great, we're going to vote Liberal. I literally think that's all this is. This is not like, and the thing is, the difference between Jagmeet Singh winning, like, how many seats he's got in Ontario? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure, call them. Well, Kenora is not. So they have 6 seats right now, maybe 7 with Kenora. The difference between like 7 and like 30 is probably like 5% in the polls, because it doesn't take much to crack through in some of these Toronto ones, like Danforth, right? They lost by 10 points. Davenport.
Sorry. Can somebody get a Kenora update for our audience, please?
Kenora, so it's basically a three-way tie. Basically the Conservatives are at 6,800, the Liberals are at 6,400, and the Conservatives are at 6,300. So, I honestly, this is a northern riding. It's 120 of 148 polls reporting. I don't think we're going to find out about this tonight. I don't think we're going to figure out. We're not going to know who wins Kenora tonight. I think that's definitely true. The NDP have won Winnipeg Centre, so that the model was off there, but not.
Robert that is will be not returning to Parliament. Liberals just gained a seat off the Conservatives.
It might be one of
Lisa Ray is being interviewed in Milton for people who want to watch.
That seat that the Liberals just picked up is called Kitchener-Conestoga, the toss-up seat that we had.
I had a feeling that would end up a Liberal seat tonight.
Again,
just because of the way the vote efficiency for the Liberals in the Greater Toronto Southwest Ontario has been. It seems to me that Kitchener-Conestoga is going to go Liberal. Lisa Ray is talking right now on the CBC. I'm going to kind of into
that. Kitchener-Conestoga is definitely one of these seats. Again, I'm going on a limb here. We're going to call this the Florida of Canada because it's weirdly shaped, and it's always going to come down like a recount. So that's the thing. So 100 votes there. This is a recount. Like we're at like 40 polls left. We're going to get a recount here. We're not going to know who wins the seat today. That's fine. But yeah, like we had this as a toss-up seat. This is definitely a toss-up. So, but yeah. People in the chat are talking about calling for another election would be shooting the NDP. Like they're talking about the NDP. If the NDP trigger an election in the next 2 years, they don't have the money to do another election, and I see the Liberals grabbing some of their seats. Possibly, but the Conservatives could do it too, right? Depends on where the Liberals are in the polls.
Except that the Conservatives have to line everybody up for an election, and if the Bloc don't have the money and the NDP don't have the money, like. This Parliament could last for a while just because you can't line the opposition parties all up for wanting an election at the same time. It's why Harper managed to survive. It's why Harper managed to survive both minorities for over 2 years, just because the opposition parties never all wanted an election at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So they're talking about calling for another election would be shooting themselves in the foot. It's why they aren't making the demands for a canceled pipeline a part of their cooperation. Yeah, because if they do that, then the NDP could just go to an election, and the Liberals would just go to an election, and the NDP are kind of broke. The Conservatives may not even have a leader.
This is by the way, this is why the NDP don't actually have that much leverage in a coalition agreement or in a confidence supply arrangement or whatever in a hung Parliament, because like the Liberals can just go, okay, fine, go prop up Andrew Scheer. Oh wait, you can't do that. Okay. So go to an elect. Oh, you don't have any money. Oh, okay. This is the equivalent of me asking Rob to pay me $20,000 salary for the website and buy me food on a nightly basis. His response would very rarely be, "Okay," and sure, I might do that. But if I don't, you don't have anybody else who will pay you that and do that. So you're just going to keep writing for me like you usually do. And eventually I'd have to be like, yeah, because you don't have the leverage because I don't have the leverage to actually get it. And that's the problem. Like, the NDP don't have the leverage to get electoral reform. They just don't. They have the leverage to get, like, better childcare and better pharma. And that's probably what the deal they'll end up getting. It'll probably be more expensive childcare stuff and more expensive on-pharmacare.
Well,
I don't know where this conversation took a turn because I was out for a minute. But I think I might want to live in Milton. Big fan of that tonight. Lisa Wright seems actually really great. So we're talking, I'm assuming, about the
She's great
NDP's.
privately. Great privately. It's just her problem is that she decides to tweet dumb things.
Isn't she? Wasn't she one of the more progressive conservatives who ran for the nominee? Leadership.
She certainly acted like it when running for leader, and then decided to not act like it when Andrew Scheer needed her to not act like it.
Interesting. So I assume what you guys were going on about was the what the NDP want here to support a liberal government.
I'm basically just saying that the NDP don't have the leverage that people want to think they do. Like, they don't have the leverage to get very much. They have the leverage to get like some stuff on pharmacare and childcare.
Yeah, I see those. I see pharmacare. I see pharmacare and
Childcare is
childcare.
both are going to be hard to implement because both are provincially would be under provincial jurisdiction, right? So that'll be.
I mean, there
Have to
definitely
get
are
premiers
things
too.
There definitely are things you can do within your jurisdiction that are not the NDP. It's just like we're just going to override stuff because we decided that we don't care about the Constitution.
So the one thing I will say that
John Raid has replied to LeanTossup and somehow to me. Congrats, you really are as good as your word. Well done.
Wow.
Thank you, John Raid.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for
that's actually big of you, and that's actually impressive.
Thank you.
Who's this?
The guy who threatened to sue us.
Dart. The guy from Dart who also threatened to sue us one time.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Thank you. No, I mean honestly, that's the thing. It's okay.
97 women are currently elected to Parliament. That's a 9-seat increase off last time, apparently.
That's great.
No.
I want.
Come on. We should give some appreciation.
No, that's good.
Progress.
Yeah. No, that is good. No, I want to say.
You're trying to rush us off to a different topic.
No, back on the NDP, because there's an important point I wanted to make there. When Justin Trudeau was kind of trying to force through electoral reform, when basically the NDP rejected it, Jagmeet Singh was not leader of the NDP. That was Tom Mulcair. That's the thing. So, while I don't think it's likely they get an agreement on electoral reform.
What conservative seat just flipped? Or what seat just went liberally conservative?
I'm guessing Yukon without looking.
It's either Yukon or Conestoga would be my guess, but I would like to not be guessing.
Oh, it went to conservative from liberal?
Went from
Conestoga. Conestoga is now a 13-point lead for the Conservatives. 13, votes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just conservative now. Again, the Florida of Canada. That's going to recount.
That was going to be coming back and forth. Okay, so that's not a problem.
We're not knowing who's winning that one tonight. That's fine. But no. I
just want to. Can somebody go into? Okay, so can somebody get me an Eskimo Sanic Souk update?
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you Duclos. Duclos winning too. He's up by.
No.
Okay.
That one.
He's 800 votes.
Tyler's already conceded defeat to me. Although, frankly, he was probably closer. He was definitely closer than the seat poll was.
Esquimalt Sanic Souk, the NDP they have a 500 vote lead over the Greens in that. Victoria, the NDP have been confirmed the winner in Victoria. Actually, that was a bit of an upset. Our model liked the Greens there, but again, this is very hot. Like we took no idea.
What seat just flipped back? Back to 158. What moved? Jody Wilson-Raybould up by 215 over the Liberals in Granville, 70 of 205 votes. We're not going to know that one for a few hours.
A few days. I think 200 votes in this case would count as a blowout.
Great. Okay, what seat is flipping back and forth and back and forth?
Who knows? It could be Conestoga.
I can't find it. Oh, is it? No, not that. I'm looking around. I can't find anything.
Okay.
Also, Kevin Milligan, I know you're out there.
It is Conestoga. It's Conestoga. Back to a 6-vote Liberal lead. Yeah, we're not going to know who wins this tonight.
Okay. Then what other seat moved back to the Conservatives? Because now it's back to 157, 121.
Maybe something in Vancouver. Yep, Cloverdale, Langley City moved back to the Conservatives now. They have a lead there now. We had that one as Conservative. So, no, the thing is, it's like I would not write off electoral reform because again, Trudeau wanted STV. He wanted single transfer of a vote, and the NDP wouldn't give it to him. So the whole point was he wanted multi-parties. The whole thing wasn't that he needed the majority. He wanted multi-parties to buy into it, right? So maybe Jagmeet Singh...
I don't think he wanted STV. Wasn't it more alternative vote? Like, I don't think he wanted to change the districts.
Rob is annoyingly referring to ranked ballot as STB when it's AB. STB is multi-member districts. Ranked ballot is single-member districts with a ranked ballot.
I'm team ranked ballot until I die.
I am team STV elections are super dope to watch on YouTube, so I'm now
Shouldn't be a criteria. This I find first past the post is exciting to watch too, but I don't think we need to stick with it.
Except here's the thing: ranked ballots are also fun. So here's the one thing: no MMP. MMP elections are so boring to watch on YouTube. I swear to God, I went back and watched New Zealand this week, New Zealand 2017 this week. Oh my God, it's such a bore fest.
And Cumberland Colchester has been called. That's a 500 vote Liberal lead. West.
Okay, that's probably good enough to avoid. Anything. I am trying to find I'm trying to figure out how we're doing in terms of specific seat calls. I just want to know if we are going to be the most accurate seat by seat, or if we're just going to be something else.
We're going to be the most accurate seat by seat.
I might be the most accurate without doing any aggregation. I got Liberals 158, Bloc 33.
No, but I specifically don't want to give you credit for that because you pulled a number out of your ass, and of course. Pulled out your ass is very correct, but
I've been keeping a tally in my mind all night. We're probably going to be the most accurate.
How many wrong seats do we have right now? Do you think
a handful? Not many. We're calling 300.
Are we gonna hit 20? Are we gonna hit 300?
We're over 300.
Okay. I just really want to win this contest.
Oh, we're well over.
Am I an honorary member of this crew now?
Yeah, you're part of LeanTossup.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm counting.
If you hang on a Skype call for more than 2 hours with us, then you're part of the extended family.
I'm counting.
Here's the thing though.
There are 5 people in the LeanTossup family right now. It's me, it's Rob, obviously. So it's Rob, it's me, it's you, Kyle Hutton, and the Polling Canada guy. It's the 5. If you hung on a Skype call with us for more than 2 hours, then you count. Also, Keto kind of counts, but he's also too famous to be just a part of our little corner of the internet.
Here's the thing: if you guys would let me just give you credit, because you guys are especially Robert, right? This is your model, and I feel like you guys have not had a chance to really just bask in the glory. You've won. There's a million poll aggregators out there. You were the outlier. You guys were ridiculed, and you guys won. I want everybody who's listening and everybody who will listen to this to just appreciate that Robert and Evan were just dead on here, and they're being way too much.
No, I'm not laughing at you.
What is it?
Frank Graves just clapped back at too close to call on Twitter, Brian Baguette. Don't give up your day job, Brian.
Yeah. No, that was someone who went after us too. No,
to
Brian.
be fair, Brian was being an ass to Keto or to Graves last night. So.
Mm-hmm. To be fair though, Graves also kind of that he missed the average in Quebec a little bit. Yeah, he missed the average in Quebec. But no, the thing is, honestly,
here's the thing. I really appreciate what Dylan said before Robert responds. I want to also join him in saying this because again, Rob, this is your model. I do some average work for you. I write most of the content for the website, and I'm the reason why we have a podcast. But it's your model, and we don't have a website without your model. And at the end of the day, man, this is your victory.
Yeah.
I get to skate by because I managed to get on this bandwagon at the right time, as it was right before I left the station. But this is your victory tonight, Rob, and I'm just so incredibly happy.
Yeah.
You were right, man.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you were right.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Thanks. No, it's great. The thing is also Evan, you get a ton of credit here. The thing is honestly, anybody who's listening to this right now, if it was not for Evan, we would not have had nearly as many updates. Literally any. It would be once a week maybe, because I'm extremely busy with school and my master's degree, right? So Evan has a ton of Evan deserves a ton of credit here. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had 80% of the updates. And also just helping me keep track of all the polling, making sure it keeps sense in my head, and just keeping me on track, just being it's okay. Sometimes I panic, because the thing is, yeah, we were a massive outlier for a while, and it was really only until I realized, I did the math, I sat here, I went through Ontario, and I'm no, this is Ontario, this is right. This even if they win by, because we ran a 3-point Ontario, and we ran a 5-point Ontario. And this is basically, I don't know what the average in Ontario is right now, but this is basically the 5-point. The only difference in Ontario is like Markham, Unionville, and like Aurora, Oak Ridges, depending on Canada effects. But like this is basically a 5-point Liberal win in Ontario, maybe even a 6 or 7. Like there's for the model, there's next to no difference between a 6 to a 10-point Liberal win in Ontario. That's just the way the model's built, and the model's showing it right now.
I mean, here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. We were also right in the averages in that. Like Milton is gone, Conestoga is a tie. Yeah. I know the Liberals aren't going to get over the line in Niagara Falls, but like that was essentially a tie.
Oh, someone said in chat it's a 6.6 for the Liberals in Ontario, 40.4 to 33.8. Yeah, see, this is the thing.
That's gonna climb though, dude. So much in Toronto, like all of those Toronto ridings have like most of their votes. Not most, like have like a bunch of
actually,
votes.
yeah.
And that's gonna climb to 10 probably.
Well, maybe 8 or so, but still that's the thing. But yeah.
By the way, I just tweeted something for the Senate candidate Justin Thomas at the 2018 Ryder Cup, celebrating a birdie putt with the sort of invoking the crowd, and I just tweeted that because that was our official reaction to tonight. All the stuff you want to give us, all the crap you want to give us, all the wow this looks wrong, all the shade, give it to us all. We were right, y'all were wrong. Bring it on.
Yeah, and also come back when you get mad at us for our UK model, because that's happening too. So, and we're not changing that.
And all of our American models that will inevitably piss people off in the next couple of years.
Yeah, no, you guys, we've taken a ton of flack already for the UK model, and like, yeah, we're not changing that.
Trust me, there is like I run all the social media for the site. Trust me, I'm going to be more arrogant than I probably should be. With the UK, because I've had to sort of restrain myself because I'm like, we're not that tested well. Well, we just won.
Yeah.
So we just won Canada. So. Yeah.
We did, but yeah, no, it's been a great night. It's been a wild ride for this election. I mean, it's been 40 crazy days. We're gonna see another election in a couple of years now. So like, we're keeping the model out. We're not putting the model away. We're probably not gonna do a model update for a while until we get some solid polling. But yeah. The models,
or until I get drunk and I just decide fucking I'm putting together a poll sheet.
Well, we'd have to update. We need all the numbers in an Excel sheet.
Oh shit! Yeah, we do need to update all the stuff. Okay, fine. Then we won't. Okay.
It'll be a while.
We're not doing an update. We're not doing another Canada update this year.
Windsor-Tecumseh has been called Liberal.
Keto Maggie, baby.
Yep, and Windsor-Tecumseh, Brian Mastey holds on by about 2,000 votes, but Tecumseh, he got barely won it by a point. Yeah.
I will say, not a huge fan of the Bloc's ideology, but great night for them. Like, what an impressive campaign by Blanchette.
Yeah, it turns out copying the extremely popular provincial party was a good strategy. Who knew?
No. It turns out having a very controversial but popular bill in the province and let all the English federalist parties, run their mouth on it, and you do nothing, works really well. Because that's what the Bloc campaign was, right? It was just, we're going to let these guys talk about Bill 21.
I think I wrote last week. I think I wrote 10 days ago now that basically the Bloc positioned themselves not as the federal wing of the PQ, but as the federal wing of the CAQ. And that was their great strategic brilliance, is that they basically made themselves defenders of Francois Legault and his very popular government.
So to bring up rumors here, because there's lots of rumors going around Ottawa and just the country in general, that had the Liberals not hit a majority, Justin Trudeau might be subject to a leadership review.
This is good enough. This is good enough that they'll be subject.
Okay.
For now, until the next major scandal, then there'll be a leadership review.
Because I think 156 is a very, very good result for the Liberals tonight.
I mean, realistically, so the thing is that, like, because the Tories didn't do well, that's why he's fine. Because, like, nobody can blame him for a Bloc surge.
Yeah, and that's really what it was. I mean, the meme we posted, right? The Liberals falling just short of the goal line. I mean, look at Quebec. They're, like, you can easily get 14 seats here. Very easily. Yeah. Stuff like, Drummond was a blowout, but... Like some.
No, dude. They're like, here's the thing: if the Bloc just do if there's a 6-point swing off this, there are gonna be like at least 10 seats where the Liberals are within 6%.
Yeah.
Of Bloc for the lead.
Shefford 1-point Bloc
When
lead.
all the counting is done.
I have something to throw out there. The PPC currently, obviously vote share isn't done yet, but they're at 1.7 which is just really under polling. Do you think this could be an issue with just polling sample sizes, people messing with pollsters? Like, how do you account for really
So
what is
here's
a
the thing.
fairly
Here's the thing with polling. So here's the thing with polling minor parties, and you tend to get a problem with this. Is that if you prompt for the minor party, you overstate their vote, but if you don't prompt for them, you tend to understate their vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like basically you're going to get closer to what you'd get if you didn't prompt them. But I think part of it is prompting for the PPC was always going to lead them to a higher vote, and the other thing is prompting for the PPC would always be a higher PPC vote. But the other thing that's interesting about the PPC is I think a lot of people have decided you didn't see them get the 6, 7, 8% in Alberta seats. You didn't see like a 12 anywhere randomly, right? You didn't see the sort of like, oh, it's a safe conservative seat, I'll vote PPC, that I think a lot of people expected. I think the PPC sort of like central ideology would be a lot better with a Anglo-Westerner than a Franco-Quebecer.
Well, I think if they would have just gone with the actual libertarian conservative policies that Maxime Bernier used to believe in, I think they could have done a lot of damage to conservatives. I think they could have done a lot of damage picking up voters from other parties too, because libertarian message speaks to everyone in some way. But instead, they turned into a real populist anti-immigration party, and that doesn't fly in Canada.
I do think there's enough. Like, here's the thing: there's more than 1.7% of the country who are nativists. Like, I don't however you define like nativism, like there's a lot more people than 1.7% of the population who believe in sort of like natives, who hold nativist views. He just didn't get the natives vote out. Most of the people who believe those things ended up still.
I think there's more libertarians than there are nativists in Canada.
We'll see about that. I don't think we know that.
The thing is, in terms of Bernier and the PPC, I will say that, like, if I had been in the PPC war room for this, I mean, they kind of had to. They didn't really have much of a choice, right? I mean, this was kind of the only way they could do this, right? Because the thing is, how are you going to get attention, right? You need to be able to get attention somehow. You need people to notice you. You need to get attention on media. You need to get, like, media attention. You need to get trending on social media, right? And I mean, it seems like it was an ill-fated strategy, but it worked. They got attention, right? I mean, people were talking about them. There was a whole thing about should they be in the debate, should they not be in the debate. I mean, they got 1%, so they will not be in the next debate. Like, they physically can't be now. That's 2 of the requirements gone, assuming it's the same requirements. But this is the thing. Like, he could have tried to be conservative light, but, like, I don't... Like, it would not have worked out well. Like, I don't think being just conservative light would have necessarily helped them or helped them win seats. I think it would have been, like, it definitely would not have been a great result. I think if it would have been worse, possibly. Because if you're just knock off Scheer, then why not vote for Scheer, right? They had to differentiate themselves in some way. But I think really what we're seeing is there just isn't a market for it in Canada. Or at least the people who would have voted PPC they stuck with the Conservatives because they wanted to vote strategically. Because we talk a lot about strategic voting on the left, like Liberals voting NDP, NDP voting Liberals. But maybe this is a time when people, like, their hearts were with Bernier, but their votes were with Scheer, right? That's the thing. So...
That could be it. I found the regionals, by the way.
Okay.
That doesn't explain, by the way, why there wasn't a 7% PPC vote in Red Deer, or take your pick of like incredibly right wing places that will never vote for Canada or vote for the Liberals.
Well, okay, so there's not 7% in Red Deer. I'm looking here now. We'll go through this. I do want to see exactly where that PPC vote was, because I had made the projection that, like, maybe the PPC could win a random, like, seat in Alberta, but it's looking like randomly they'll win, like, maybe they did, like, well in a random seat. Like, I'm just mousing through Alberta here. Maybe they got 10 points somewhere. Well, how do they do in well, they didn't do well in Fletcher's district. Let's see. Yeah, they only got 4.2% of the vote. That's significant underperformance from their poll, which probably helped the Conservatives hold that. If they had done much better, they wouldn't have done that. How did Renata Ford do? Yeah, she got 2.8% of the vote in Etobicoke North. So she got crushed there, too. Kirsty Duncan, again, 61%. Yeah, York Centre, 52-33. That was a blowout. Like, this is the thing. It's, yeah. Like,
I'm going through some of the regionals, and the pollsters did really well.
yeah.
The only actually surprise is they almost undersold Alberta. 68.5 right now is the popular vote in Alberta for the Conservatives.
Yeah.
But Ontario is a 7-point gap right now, which is pretty much in line with most of we saw.
And that's probably going to get bigger, not smaller, by
Quebec is a
next
one.
year.
Quebec is actually a 0.7% lead for the Liberals, which is aligned with pretty much everybody except Ecos.
Yeah, we ran it as a tie. We ran it as
so
a
here's
tie.
the thing. Yeah. We hung a tie in we hung a tie in Quebec. Sorry, I just went and got food for anybody who was confused by the noise. I got some food because I had some food delivered because I hadn't eaten since like.
Where are you tonight, Evan?
What?
Where are you tonight?
I'm gonna no comment that for what should be obvious reasons to you, and I don't. Yeah, no comment.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm on private, unrelated. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, but overall, this is a very, very interesting result, especially if the popular vote hangs the way it is, because it's only getting larger for the Conservatives as we go on to the night. So,
yeah, that's interesting. I guess those rural BC seats are really
BC, they're really leading BC right now. The Conservatives, more than the polls, I think, actually.
Wow, yeah.
thought.
Prince George's Peace River, 70%, 50%. Again, the model didn't have that at all. Yeah, we only had 49% in Prince George. That's like a 20% overperformance. Some of these in the middle kind of BC we had Kamloops as like a likely. Yeah, they dominated here. But Alberta, like...
Has any seat moved in the last, 20 minutes?
No, I think this is pretty much done. We're pretty much locked in at this point.
So what are the... Can we get it by, closest seats currently? What is still really close?
Kenora is gone. The Conservatives are going to win Kenora, which is interesting. That's an interesting result.
I think Earl Washburn at Ecos had that one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody else.
Kitchener-Conestoga still on.
Yeah,
That's a 31-vote lead.
Kitchener-Conestoga, Flamborough, Glenbrook. There's one more GTA seat. Richmond Hill. It's a 400-vote Liberal lead with 20 polls remaining. I feel like the Liberals will pull that one out. I would be very surprised if they lost that one. In Montreal, in Quebec, sorry, Angeton-La-Petite-Nation. That's actually a basically borderline Quebec seat. Liberals have a pretty big lead there. They're up about 400. Actually, no, like 700 votes there. They'll keep that one. That's fine. There's like 30 polls remaining. Longueuil, so the one that Dylan called out earlier, Longueuil Charles Lemont. That one is a 600 vote Liberal lead. Sorry, so that one is still uncalled. Sherbrooke is uncalled as well. Liberals have a 100 vote lead over the NDP with 40 polls remaining. That one will be close as well. Chicoutimi, that one is basically going to go between the Bloc and the Conservatives, but the Conservatives have a 300 vote lead. Gaspé-La-Île, that one, Liberals have a 300 vote lead. Again, model called that one almost exactly. Model had that one as like a toss-up Liberal. Liberals very small. Miramichi Grand Lake, Liberals are up 300 votes there. That one could hold, but there's 3 polls remaining. All of Halifax has been called. All of Newfoundland has been called. Algoma Manitoulin, this is Carol Hughes' NDP seat. Not many polls reporting, only 40 of 212. She's only up 700 votes. I expect that one to come home. Yukon is yet to be called. Liberals have a 100 vote lead there. Nunavut, 176 vote NDP lead. That one's uncalled. That one could still move. South Okinawa, West Kootenay, there's a 300 vote NDP lead over the Conservatives there. Vancouver, going into Vancouver. So all the Vancouver Island seats have been called. The Greens only win 2 there. That's a massive underperformance for what they wanted there. They basically hold Elizabeth May's seat. Elizabeth May's and the Nanaimo seat, and then they also won Fredericton. That's the only 3 seats they won tonight. Port Moody Coquitlam, that one has the NDP winning by 200 votes. The model had that one as an NDP seat. We actually, it's funny, we put the riding poll in there and in the model, and the model said, nope, that's an NDP seat, and it's the exact order the model wanted it in, so that's kind of cool. Cloverdale, Langley City, Conservatives have a 400 vote lead there. That one was a toss-up Conservative, so that might come in. Stevenson, Richmond East, that one's done. Van Gran, Jody Wilson-Raybould's opening up 800 vote lead. That one looks done. More like 75 polls left there. we're pretty much locked in. Maybe the Liberals pick up a handful more, but like, I don't think they get to 160. I think
It sort of feels like the balance of probabilities is that this is your top line, even if a couple of things might change underneath. Maybe they'll block it up to 33 or 34, but okay. Let's play a quick like rapid fire game here.
We do have to go to bed soon. I have to wrap up here.
Quickly. We can quickly do this.
Okay.
Who will be the Liberal leader? When is the next election? What year is the next election?
What years? Okay, well, it's basically... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say maybe 2022. 3 years, I think this might roll.
Well, technically, do we count this as 2020? I mean, when do they seat? They don't sit until, like, November, right? So, like...
No. Literally, just what year on the calendar will be the next time that me, you, and Dylan are all together on a live stream? Not how many years. Like, I'm not doing a thing of like, oh, you get it right. Just what year? Just literally what year?
2022. Well, no, 2023 after a Trudeau scandal. The New Democrats put pressure on Trudeau to resign. He resigns. Chrystia Freeland replaces him. She goes for an election and wins a majority.
I think 2021, and I think that it's Chrystia Freeland is prime. Okay, well, that's it. Next question. Who's the Liberal leader in the next election?
Do you think we're gonna get 12 years at least of a Liberal government? From what I heard there, you're basically saying 4 more years, and then Freeland will win a majority. That's 12 years.
No. I say 2022 because it would be 2 years, so I'm counting it at 2020 because like the Parliament's not gonna start until 2020, right? So I think 2023. I think it's probably midway in the third year. It's probably like a summer election, like a June election, because Trudeau will have a massive scandal midway through year 2. The NDP will say we're going to vote you down if you don't step down. Then Trudeau steps down. Then Freeland comes in, and then she goes for an election.
Interesting. I just don't know if Canadians like their governments to be that long.
No, but then it'll be a new face, right? This will be kind of like when Kathleen Wynne took over from Dalton McGuinty and then won a majority against Tim Hudak in Ontario. It'll be like the same thing.
And then we're gonna stop that. And we're gonna stop that analogy because there's no way Chrystia Freeland is as stupid as Kathleen Wynne.
Well,
are we waiting for Trudeau to speak tonight?
Do we care?
We're not staying live live through another 3 speeches, man. Like,
is he gonna be the end?
We're probably just gonna we're honestly we're probably gonna. I think I'm just gonna do a couple quick. I just want to do a couple things, just get us on the record for a couple of things, and then just do a quick wrap up. Thank everybody, and then I think we'll be off the air by 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay,
who's their viewership like, by the way?
Well, we'll see the stats later. We're at we're at 39 viewers. We actually at one point hit over 100 viewers, so that was pretty cool.
But people are still watching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
39.
Well, thanks for hanging around.
Yeah, for sure, you guys. That was great.
Yeah. But, who's the Conservative leader in the next election?
McKay.
O'Leary.
Ideally Chong if they were smart.
American last name. Whatever her new hyphenated name is. It'll be Rempel. In my opinion. NDP leader in the next election.
I don't want to answer that.
I think it's
Charlie Angus. Maybe the guy in Rosemont La Petite Patrie, Alexandre Boularis. There we go.
No, I think it's Charlie Angus.
I don't think there's any momentum to get rid of Jagmeet.
There might be, I don't know. I mean, they lost yes, they lost Quebec seats, and you can say, oh well, we were always going to lose them, and that's probably true. But at the same
they're only down 5 net in the rest of the country.
Yeah, but okay, so that's Windsor Tecumseh, one of their best seats on the face of the planet. Not Kenora, they lost Kenora.
They might lose. They might They might win. They might keep Sherbrooke. I don't think this is that bad of a result.
Here's the thing: is the NDP, right? We'll say before the campaign period, looked pretty dead, right? We had called that years ago, but it was a different level of this leader doesn't look fit to run the party. He didn't look smart. He didn't really look like he was a good leader, but he had a good campaign, and I think that's because the bar was just set so low for him, and he had a very positive campaign, and he improved his his impression in polling on most Canadians. And I feel like to the point that you're making, Evan, that might actually keep him around, even though this is
Yeah, that's
not
exactly what I
really a
think.
good
Because
result.
like here's the thing, right? So if he would have been projected to win 45 at the beginning of the campaign and he ends up on 25, I'd say he's gone.
Yeah.
But
If you're projected to get wiped out and you don't get wiped out, you're like, wow, it's a victory.
exactly, I think expectations are gonna be the thing that
I think they also want him to hold Justin Trudeau to the fire to his feet, right? And that's the thing where minority government might help out Jagmeet Singh.
I just don't think any of the people with like great ambition for the job are particularly. I just don't know that there's anybody with like a great amount of ambition for the job who's gonna come out and sort of shiv him. Like, I just think he did his job, and I think he's gonna have a parliamentary party that looks sort of like what he wants it to look like.
Well, I'm going to bring up something that I'm going to bring up now.
Yes, obviously they should get rid of him and beg.
No, not should. Do we think this is a possibility that Rachel Notley might step in?
No. Although here's the thing: the timing of this election is actually really lined up for Rachel to come in after the next federal election.
As an
because
MP,
let's say the election in
I don't know if
2021
this lines up as a liberal.
I don't know. I just think. I mean, here's the thing, though, right? Like, let's say she loses. I don't know. I just think that it's going to be an interesting few years. But like, I just want all these predictions on the record. Last thing, who is the Green Party leader at the next election?
May.
Jody Wilson-Raybould.
I respect the balls on that prediction so much, Robert. You don't understand.
No, here's the thing. There was a rumor before the election that she had Elizabeth May had offered Jody Wilson-Raybould.
It's not a rumor. It's not a rumor. It's not a rumor when Elizabeth May goes in front of the TV cameras and says, "I literally offered her the leadership of the party."
Okay, I'd forgotten she said that. But yeah, I thought it was a rumor, but apparently she confirmed it. No, this is the thing.
I didn't know about that.
Okay, so
she literally went and did a scrum after pressing period the day that Jody Wilson-Raybould announced that she was going to stand, or her and Jane Philpott were going to stand. It was just like, yeah, I offered them the leadership. I offered it to either of them.
The thing is, honestly, I mean, I respect Elizabeth May a lot. She's done a lot for the Green Party. I mean, she built a Green Party in Canada from literally nothing. I respect a lot of her. I don't think she's got it. I think, I mean, she's getting up there. I mean, again, if you're willing to give away the leadership of the party just to random defectors from the Liberal Party, I think you're looking for the exit ramp. I don't think you're in it for the long haul. I think she was going to basically give it up after this one anyway, and she couldn't close out this election. I mean, they were looking at 12 seats. There was a lot of potential options they could have had. They really did poorly on Vancouver Island. Again, like, there was a lot of options. Thunder Bay Superior North. I mean, they had a person who ran there the last time. We had that one as a green seat for a while, but then we just realized that they kept falling and falling, so we dropped them out of contention there. But like, they got 8.4% of the vote there. This is a perfect riding where they could have.
Wait, what? Higher got 8.5%?
Yeah, 8.5%, 8.4%. This is the thing.
I mean, here's the thing. Elizabeth May finally has a parliamentary party, and that's why I think she might actually step down and give it to Manley. I think you can see that in the next 2 years.
But I could also, like, after this election result, I could see Jody Wilson-Raybould just join the Green Party, and be like, because here's the thing: if Trudeau,
I think I'll back you on that. I'll say Elizabeth May. I think I do want to get off the stream because I know that Rob and I are going to have to debrief after this without y'all listening in. So.
But like, we're gonna be back here in a couple weeks anyway, guys. We got Virginia and Kentucky and Mississippi, so don't worry.
But I just want to do a quick roundup. The Liberals have won government again. They will be a government. They're currently ahead in 156 seats. That is a fall of 28 seats. Since the last election. The NDP are on 25 seats. The two of them combined are 181 seats. It's very comfortable for a majority for them if on most confidence issues. The Liberals will still have outs to go get Conservative or Bloc support. The Conservatives having 121 seats, a gain of 22 seats, and the Bloc gaining 22 seats as well to their 32-seat total. The NDP have fallen 19 seats since the election, with 14 of those 16 in Quebec. The Greens are up 2 since the last election, retaining their by-election victory in Nanaimo and winning Fredericton. And Jody Wilson-Raybould is currently ahead and seems to be with a lead that seems to be expanding in the great seat of Vancouver-Granville. Keto Maggie, Frank Graves, and LeanTossup all had the Liberals within a very solid range. We are pretty confident that we have the most accurate prediction. None of Jagmeet Singh, Justin Trudeau, or Andrew Scheer have given their speeches at this point. My guess would be the order would be, or Elizabeth May, to be clear. None of the four major national political party leaders have given their speeches yet. It's customary that the Prime Minister will go last in such a circumstance. But whether or not that custom, I assume all of these things are being sorted out between campaign staffs to ensure that nobody is stepping on each other's toes or nobody is stepping on each other's moments to either concede or to govern. It has been a great pleasure to be enjoying this Twitch stream live with everybody here. Thank you to everybody who's watched. Thank you to Dylan Fenton for his great help tonight, joining us for these results. Follow him on Twitter at DillyDilly97. Follow Robert on Twitter at LeanRobert18. Follow me on Twitter at Scrimshaw. Follow the site on Twitter at LTossup. Shouts to Noah Rudnick for driving a lot of traffic to the stream tonight. Shout out to everybody else. I know I'm forgetting people who have thanked us on Twitter for our great results. I just know Rudnick because he reached out to us a couple days ago to wish us good luck. He saw we were on an island and wanted to give some support, and it turned out we were right. So very happy about that. Greatly appreciate everybody who has read any of the content that I've written, listened to any of the podcasts. Shout out to Pulling Canada. I hope your father's doing well. We really appreciated you having on the podcast last time. We will definitely be invited on many, many more times in the future, and we obviously just want what's best for you and your family in this time. Congratulations to Justin Trudeau for being re-elected Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you to everybody who's read anything I've written or listened to a podcast. Check the model at any point. We can't do this without you. Thank you to Keto Maggie for the great Main Street package, which we relied on. And thank you to just everybody for supporting us, for helping us. Just any retweet, anytime you ever retweet a model, anything, it's just really incredibly grateful. And I'm just so incredibly proud of the work that we've done. And specifically, I'm so proud of Robert and the model that he's built. That's it for LeanTossup for tonight. We will be back on Twitch in now 14 days. 14 days and, I don't know, 20 hours or whatever for the 2019 U.S. elections. Yeah. We'll be back here whenever they decides to get off their ass and go to an election for that stream, which will somehow be even longer than this one.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things here. Yeah, no, like, thanks everybody for tuning in. This has been great. The model wouldn't be here if you guys weren't supporting us and stuff like that, and we're not going anywhere, and we'll see you guys in the next election.
Yeah. If I could just say thank you so much for having me on. Big shout out to LeanTossup for being, the cream of the crop. I'm just so glad I got to be on here. I got to express some of my views and put a degree to work that I spent way too much money on. So I look forward to interacting with you guys in the future. This is pretty much, I think, what we thought, because we're just that elite as a group here. Milton Watch was a big success for me.
I will say that Dylan is a valued member of the LeanTossup family at this point, and if he ever wants to come on the podcast, if he ever wants to write anything for the site, he will always have an open book to do so. Your friendship has been greatly appreciated over the years, by the way, as well. On a personal happy note. Thanks so much for listening, guys, and we'll be back with a podcast later in the week, probably Kyle Hutton this week, and then we'll see what we do going forward, because we've got a lot to talk about after this result. Thanks so much for watching us tonight. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night.